Cedric remained silent, his gaze dark and fixed on Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen's strength exceeded his expectations as well. He initially thought it would be easy to deal with Xiao Hen since he was a B-rank summoner with a polar corpse bear as his summon, making him almost invincible among the same rank. Even though Xiao Hen was also a B-rank Esper, Cedric was confident he could defeat him. But the reality was that they had been fighting for a while now, and Xiao Hen was still lively and energetic, with only a few minor scratches and no fatal wounds. Cedric felt that it wasn't Wen Qingling who was troublesome, but Xiao Hen. But so what? He was confident that he could kill Xiao Hen before Wen Qingling arrived. Cedric patted the polar corpse bear, and it immediately went berserk, charging toward Xiao Hen. Cedric pressed something at his waist, switching to an assault rifle and firing at Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen had been observing Cedric, wanting to know where all his weapons came from. Seeing him pressing something at his waist, he took a closer look and also took out an assault rifle, engaging in a firefight with Cedric. Cedric had the help of his mount, while Xiao Hen didn't. He could only attack and dodge at the same time, with both sides evenly matched. Cedric grew furious. Summon Petty and Barret. Molly obeyed and immediately sent a telepathic message to her two companions, telling them to quickly come and join forces to take down Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen. Their chosen ambush location was cleverly within the range of Molly's psychic coverage. In the black poisonous mist, a young boy stood leisurely, allowing the mist to spread without harming him in the slightest. He enclosed himself in an independent space, preparing to have some fun with his assigned target when he heard Molly's call. The boy scoffed and turned to leave. Mo Shuang walked out of the poisonous mist and followed the boy. The buildings on both sides of the street suddenly blurred and then came crashing down onto the street. Mo Shuang quickly evaded, running amidst the collapsing buildings. Lei Yuxiao was covered in lightning, engaged in a fierce battle with a giant wolf. The wolf's body shimmered with purple lightning as it circled Lei Yuxiao, and Lei Yuxiao had multiple injuries. He didn't dare let his guard down as the wolf was very powerful. The wolf circled around and suddenly leapt, pouncing towards Lei Yuxiao, its sharp fangs aiming for his neck. Lei Yuxiao had been holding a lightning ball in his hand all along, and when he saw the wolf move, he immediately crushed it. Explosive lightning. The lightning burst rapidly, spreading like a spiderweb in the surrounding space. The pouncing wolf was electrified, absorbing the lightning power in the air. It lunged at Lei Yuxiao, but Lei Yuxiao, surrounded by a field of lightning, had already appeared several meters away. The wolf was about to attack again when it heard Molly's call. The wolf stared fiercely at Lei Yuxiao, feeling somewhat unwilling, but the situation with their leader was even more urgent. The wolf didn't linger and turned to rush toward where their leader was. Lei Yuxiao was panting heavily. His energy consumption was immense, and his abilities were on the verge of being depleted. If it weren't for his lightning ability, he might have died here today. Looking at the soldiers killed on the ground, Lei Yuxiao clenched his teeth and got into a military vehicle, pursuing the direction in which the wolf had left. The warriors from the 5th district outside the battlefield, seeing Lei Yuxiao leave, followed suit. They weren't a match for the wolf, and a few soldiers who were protecting Lei Yuxiao had already been killed. Lei Yuxiao didn't want to cause more casualties, so he had the soldiers retreat while he dealt with the wolf. The wolf clearly wanted to kill him, and now that it suddenly left, the situation was unusual. Lei Yuxiao naturally had to follow and see what was going on. Chapter 123. Red Hair is already being chased by Wen Qingling. He has run out of bombs and can only fight while retreating, relying on his abilities. He desperately runs towards Cedric. Red Hair has used up all his bullets, but he still has crystals. However, he doesn't have time to install them. He can only run for his life and shout, "Boss!" Wen Qingling leaps continuously and quickly blocks Red Hair's path. Red Hair suddenly stops, looking terrified at Wen Qingling blocking his way. Wen Qingling raises his hand, and Red Hair is uncontrollably thrown toward Wen Qingling. Startled, Red Hair swings his hand and sends a fiery blade toward Wen Qingling, interrupting his telekinetic control. Wen Qingling leaps high, evading the fiery blade. Behind him, a thunderous roar echoes as a giant wolf covered in lightning pounces toward Wen Qingling. The giant wolf arrives first. Wen Qingling, speechless, who does he think he can electrocute? Wen Qingling's arms suddenly turn into wood as he grabs the wolf's attack. The wolf presses him to the ground, trying to tear him apart. However, the moment they touch the ground, countless wooden spikes emerge, piercing the wolf mercilessly. The wolf is shocked and quickly abandons Wen Qingling, rolling aside to dodge the continuously appearing wooden spikes. It is forced to retreat further and further. Wen Qingling gets up from the ground, feeling his hands covered in sticky residue, his face blackened. "You're looking for death." Wen Qingling suddenly disappears from his original position and reappears by the wolf's side. He thrusts wooden spikes toward the wolf's abdomen. The wolf quickly jumps back, but as its paws land, they are impaled by the suddenly appearing wooden spikes. With a howl, the wolf jumps away again. This time, it doesn't touch the ground but leaps onto the roof of a car. Wen Qingling chases after it, but the ground suddenly collapses, and he falls into the earth. Wen Qingling, speechless. Did the earth just collapse? The collapsed ground merges back together, burying Wen Qingling underground. Mo Shuang and Lei Yuxiao, who chased after him, witness Wen Qingling being buried. They avoid being seen and stay hidden. Lei Yuxiao feels alarmed. He has heard that Wen Qingling is very powerful. If he, as strong as he is, got buried alive, then who in the central giant city can deal with these lunatics? A youth gets off a car, his face somewhat pale. Hidden in the shadows, Molly scans with her psychic power, making sure Wen Qingling isn't detected before she shows herself. As the mission completed, the youth glances at her and says, "Just when I was finishing up, you summoned me." The wolf raises its paw, jumps down from the car roof, and returns to its human form, leaving only its lower body in the form of a wolf. One of its hands has been pierced, dripping with blood. "He's the Wen Qingling you mentioned?" the youth asks. Molly replies, "Yes, he's very powerful." The youth sneers, "Strong or not, I buried him. I don't understand why the boss insisted on bringing him along. Only those who have truly fought against Wen Qingling know how terrifying he is." Red Hair reminds him, "Don't get too cocky. I heard he is a dual ability user, possessing both psychic and wood-based abilities. Someone like him won't be easily killed." "Oh, then who did I bury just now?" Before the youth finishes speaking, a wooden spike suddenly shoots out from the ground. The youth is violently thrown down and rolls on the ground. Then, someone jumps high, holding him in the air, and lands on the car roof. The youth belatedly feels a sharp pain in his leg. He looks down and sees his foot pierced. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the wolf, saving him, he would have been impaled like a gourd. The previously level ground is suddenly overturned, and numerous vines emerge from the earth, attacking in all directions. Wen Qingling, protected in the center by the vines, fights back. Upon seeing Wen Qingling reappear unharmed, Lei Yuxiao, who was hiding in the dark, breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Qingling was indeed unharmed, although he was covered in dirt. These few individuals had truly angered him. Wen Qingling looked at them one by one, his aura surging. Xiao Hen, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Arctic corpse bear, was the first to sense Wen Qingling's pressure. He realized that Wen Qingling must have been surrounded and decided not to waste any more time fighting the bear. He used his enormous spatial blade to attack and instantly teleported away. The Arctic corpse bear couldn't dodge in time and was slashed again. It followed Xiao Hen's scent and pursued him. Hongfa and Molly slowly retreated, not yet fully aware of the danger posed by Wen Qingling. They stood still without moving, while the wolf and the youth remained motionless. Wen Qingling stood in the center of the vines, with giant vines swirling around in the air, resembling a giant octopus. Wen Qingling's gaze was calm and devoid of any emotions. Molly couldn't sense any killing intent from him, nor could she sense any human emotions. It was precisely because of this that he was most dangerous. Molly suddenly turned around and shouted, "Run!" Hongfa reacted the fastest and ran in two different directions with Molly. Even the giant wolf responded to the call and sprinted towards a distance. Only the youth remained standing in place, and the wolf had to turn back, grabbing the youth's clothes and tossing him onto its back before turning to run. However, it was too late. The ground suddenly collapsed, and numerous thick vines shot up into the sky. The giant wolf was instantly in danger. Hongfa and Molly, who were running, also couldn't escape. They found themselves falling into a void, replaced by the thick vines shooting out. The youth shouted, "Freeze!" The collapsed ground was immediately covered with a thick layer of frost, and the motion of the thick vines attacking stopped. Hongfa and Molly, who were falling, were lifted up, their feet landing on solid ground. They both ran toward the giant wolf and the youth. Wen Qingling had never used such a large-scale vine attack before and didn't expect to encounter this situation. He curiously stared at the thick layer of ice on the ground and deliberately came down from the vines to step on it. By this time, the giant wolf had already carried the youth far away. Hongfa and Molly joined them, running together and escaping the range of the vine hell. Lei Yuxiao and Mo Chengshuang, who were hiding in the dark, almost blurted out. They thought, everyone has fled, and you still have time to study the ice. Wen Qingling finally understood the situation. He leapt onto a vine, and the previously motionless vines once again began to move, breaking through the ice and chasing after the fleeing group. Just as the vines were about to pierce the bodies of the four, they seemed to hit an invisible barrier and could no longer advance. Wen Qingling exclaimed, curious about the young man's ability. At this moment, the youth's face had turned pale. Wen Qingling retracted the vines, then twisted more vines into a thick cone and fiercely attacked the invisible barrier. A silent vibration filled the air, and a faint light appeared. It was an invisible shield that protected the group inside it. This attack caused the youth to spew blood and slump weakly on the back of the giant wolf, nearly unconscious. Hongfa, Molly, and the giant wolf were all extremely nervous, watching as the vine cone was raised. They believed that if it struck again, the protective barrier would surely shatter, and not only would the youth be seriously injured, but they might also lose their lives. Just as the vine cone was lifted high, a roar resounded, and the Arctic corpse bear fiercely rammed into it, deflecting the vine cone. Xie Hen had arrived and continued his battle with the bear. Cedric's bullets hit the vines, while Xiao Hen's bullets struck Cedric. The Arctic corpse bear was too busy rescuing the people and couldn't protect Cedric in time. Before the man and the bear could stabilize themselves, countless vines transformed into cones and surged toward them. Cedric shouted, "Run!" The giant wolf carried the youth and rushed out, while Hongfa and Molly grabbed onto the long fur of the Arctic corpse bear and were pulled along, the bear shielding them from all the attacks, its black blood splattering. The group escaped quickly. Wen Qingling had been thoroughly angered by these individuals. "Do you think Huasha is your backyard? You can come and go as you please." Wen Qingling landed on the ground, and the vine hell quickly disappeared. All the vines turned to ashes and vanished into the air, and all the wood-based energy returned to Wen Qingling's body. Wen Qingling stomped the ground fiercely, and the entire central city trembled. Wooden walls rose rapidly, dividing the central city into sections within an extremely short period of time. These wooden walls had no gates and closed off each other, trapping each major district within its own area, preventing them from leaving unless they climbed over the walls. The group that had planned to cross from the 2nd district to the 5th district and then enter the 1st district had to change their strategy due to the imminent danger. In order to survive, they couldn't stay in the central city any longer and had to leave. Wen Qingling controlled his wood-based abilities and couldn't leave. Xiao Hen had already chased after them, and Mo Chengshuang and Lei Yuxiao, who were hiding in the dark, also went after them with their people, determined to capture those foreigners. When the wooden walls reached a certain height, Wen Qingling stopped using his wood-based abilities and chased after those people. By the time he reached the west gate of the 2nd district, everything had already ended. The west gate was destroyed, and the guards lay scattered on the ground. Xiao Hen, Lei Yuxiao, and Mo Chengshuang chased outside the city. It was pitch black outside, with danger lurking everywhere. They didn't continue to pursue and instead turned back, only to see Wen Qingling waiting at the city gate. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow. "Where are they?" The three of them remained silent. Wen Qingling sighed, pathetic. Xiao Hen, speechless. Lei Yuxiao, speechless. Mo Chengshuang, speechless. Wen Qingling turned and walked back. However, his steps weakened, and he almost fell to his knees. Xiao Hen hurriedly supported him, but Wen Qingling shook off his hand and walked steadily. Wen Qingling had seen it all. What was there to be afraid of if his legs felt weak? Xiao Hen knew that Wen Qingling must have exhausted himself too much. No matter how many abilities he had, they were not enough for his continuous battles. Xiao Hen caught up to him and said, "Let me carry you back." Wen Qingling refused. "Do I need you to carry me?" Xiao Hen helplessly said, "I want to carry you. After all, there's only me by the Lord's side." Wen Qingling, speechless. Xiao Hen crouched in front of Wen Qingling, turning his back to him. "Lord, give me a chance." When Wen Qingling didn't move, Xiao Hen smiled and said, "Or maybe the Lord wants me to hold you instead." Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling, In recognition of your sincerity, I'll give you a chance. Finally, Wen Qingling reluctantly climbed onto Xiao Hen's back, letting him carry him. Lei Yuxiao and Mo Chengshuang, who were following behind, speechless, they exchanged a glance and felt a bit disillusioned. Was this the legendary Wen Qingling, the big boss? His personality seemed completely different from what they had heard. And Xiao Hen, he was also completely different from the rumors. Was this the stern and cold colonel without a trace of kindness? Lei Yuxiao hurried a few steps and caught up with Xiao Hen and Wen Qingling. Thanks to both of you this time. Otherwise, I might have perished. Xiao Hen said, it's all thanks to Wen Qingling. I was also attacked, and that Arctic corpse bear was extremely troublesome. If it weren't for Qingling, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Wen Qingling kicked his leg in the air. Be bolder. It's not just a possibility, all of you could have lost your lives. Lei Yuxiao immediately agreed, yes. After a while of silence, Wen Qingling looked at Mo Chengshuang with a sidelong glance. Especially you. Your opponent should be that boy, right? Mo Chengshuang nodded, yes, he's very strong. Wen Qingling corrected him, not just very strong, but extremely strong. His strength is on par with the owner of the corpse bear. If you continued to fight him, the one who would have died is you. Mo Chengshuang deeply looked at Wen Qingling. He was older than Xiao Hen and Lei Yuxiao and more composed. After this battle, he finally understood the terrifying nature of Wen Qingling. As a top-tier powerhouse capable of easily taking their lives, Wen Qingling couldn't be defeated even when they joined forces. They were forced into a desperate situation by Wen Qingling, only able to forcefully break through the city gate, kill the guards, and escape the city for safety. This person was truly frighteningly strong. Chapter 124. Nowadays, the central giant city has been divided into 7 parts by tall wooden walls. The second district is surrounded by high walls, with only one city gate for exit. Everywhere else is inaccessible. This is the advantage of having a city gate. In the 5th, 6th, and 7th districts, which lack city gates, they are completely enclosed and unable to leave. Of course, even if the 4th district has a city gate, they can't get out because Wen Qingling blocked it. It's the same either way. The high-ranking officials of each district, who had been observing the situation, couldn't sit still anymore. Helicopters took off again, searching throughout the city to find the mastermind behind all of this. The soldiers who came out with Mo Chengshuang were all looking at him, trying to make their colonel say something. The entire district was sealed off. How could they resolve this situation? No, this couldn't even be considered a seal. Compared to the 4th district, at least they could still see the moon in the sky. Mo Chengshuang knew that the situation was too volatile to be handled recklessly. He invited Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen to accompany him to the military headquarters in the 2nd district. If they went, it wouldn't be just a simple visit. Wen Qingling looked up at the sky, watching the helicopters circling above. He knew they were being frightened again. Wen Qingling had exhausted himself and needed time to absorb energy and replenish himself. He shouldn't be able to handle any more struggles at the moment. Xiao Hen said, there's no need to sit around. While the district is sealed off, it's more important to clean up the undead and monsters within the district. Only by cutting off their circulation could they find a better solution. As long as they cleaned up their own district, they wouldn't have to worry about undead and monsters from other districts coming over. It might be inconvenient to be separated, but it was the best option for now. Mo Chengshuang looked at Wen Qingling lazily lying on Xiao Hen's back. In that case, please take a rest in the 2nd district. No need, I'll take him back to the 3rd district. General Mo, please prepare a vehicle for us. Xiao Hen interrupted him. He understood their thoughts, and rather than putting Wen Qingling in a dangerous situation, he would prefer to take some time and bring Wen Qingling back to the 3rd district. Mo Chengshuang didn't immediately agree, clearly having some concerns. Wen Qingling said, don't overthink it. If I wanted to take action against the central giant city, I wouldn't have waited until now. Mo Chengshuang, speechless. Lei Yuxiao, speechless. Aren't you taking action against the central giant city right now? Wen Qingling added, but isn't this district a bit too much? Why not get rid of a few? Mo Chengshuang and Lei Yuxiao instantly tensed up, all staring at them cautiously. Get rid of a few. Who should be eliminated? Who should be spared? Wen Qingling took out a purple beast crystal and played with it in his hand. Why are you so nervous? The central giant city is not my home. I don't care whether you live or die. Even if you all kill each other, it has nothing to do with me. Mo Chungshuang, speechless. Lei Yushao, speechless. The accompanying soldiers, speechless. Xiao Hen said, "Don't worry, we are not people from the central giant city. We don't care about its affairs. Whatever decisions you make and however you resolve them, it's your own business and has nothing to do with us." Everyone, speechless. Don't you feel guilty saying that? Aren't you people from the central giant city? Then whose father is General Xiao in the 3rd district? Mo Chungshuang pondered for a moment and spoke, "Can I take your words seriously?" Xiao Hen replied, "Of course." Mo Chungshuang looked at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling waved his hand. "As long as you don't rush to offer heads, I won't harm you." Mo Chungshuang fell silent. In other words, the 4th district rushed to offer heads, which irritated the great leader. Mo Chungshuang said, "I understand. I'll prepare a vehicle for you." The soldiers were all shocked, their eyes questioning the colonel. "Are you really letting them leave like this?" Mo Chungshuang was helpless. What else could he do if he didn't let them go? Their power levels were simply not on the same level, and there was no chance of winning if they fought. It was better to befriend the great leader than to make enemies. Xiao Hen drove, taking Wen Qingling away and also sending Lei Yushao and the people he brought back to the 5th district. Wen Qingling opened a door on the tall wooden wall, sending them back and sealing the door again, continuing to close it and leaving them to solve their own problems. On the way back, Wen Qingling didn't forget to remind Xiao Hen to bring back the master of the flying corpse bees as well. Hongfa and the others managed to escape, but they left behind the infected Alan. It wasn't that they didn't want to take Alan with them, but there was simply no chance, especially since Alan was already infected. Even if they forcefully took him out, he wouldn't survive. For the sake of the team, they had no choice but to abandon Alan. Alan was found in a vehicle, with the zombie virus spreading throughout his body. He was waiting for death. Xiao Hen returned to the 3rd district with Wen Qingling. After settling Wen Qingling, Xiao Hen immediately went to the command center to report the situation to General Xiao and assigned the task of interrogating Alan to others. Wen Qingling had exhausted a great deal of his powers this time, completely draining himself. He stayed alone in the villa, recklessly absorbing the beast crystals to replenish his energy. Xiao Hen hurried to the command center of the 3rd district, where everyone was waiting for him. General Xiao, holding Kui Bao No. 2, had an angry expression on his face. Before he could get angry, Xiao Hen explained the whole situation to him and the others. When they heard that the 4th district and the tall wooden walls were all the work of Wen Qingling, everyone became unsettled. Each person's gaze towards Xiao Hen was complicated, questioning why he hadn't brought Wen Qingling back earlier. If Wen Qingling had arrived sooner, the central giant city wouldn't have encountered such problems. Someone tactfully asked, "I wonder, what does Dr. Wen plan to do next?" Xiao Hen replied, "He's resting." Someone thought Xiao Hen might not have understood and explained more clearly. Now the entire central giant city is practically under his control. Can't we consolidate and redistribute power? This statement was more direct. Wen Qingling was Xiao Hen's wife, and now the entire central giant city was in the hands of Xiao Hen's wife. Did that mean the 3rd district could unify the central giant city? How could Xiao Hen not see their thoughts? Many of them were his uncles. Some things couldn't be said directly, so he said, "Now is the best opportunity to clean up the districts. The 2nd and 5th districts have already started. Shouldn't the 3rd district start as well?" General Xiao's face turned serious as he began arranging the cleanup matters, assigning tasks to everyone, and keeping them all busy. Once everyone had left, only Xiao Hen and old Shui remained in the meeting room. General Xiao had an unpleasant expression. "Now you can speak the truth. What exactly are your plans?" Xiao Hen pulled out a chair and sat down. "I have no plans. This is an issue for your central giant city and has nothing to do with us." General Xiao grabbed a stack of documents and threw them, but Xiao Hen avoided it, allowing the papers to scatter on the floor. Old Shui hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, calm down. Let's talk calmly without resorting to violence." General Xiao slammed the table in anger. "Does he look like someone who can talk calmly?" Xiao Hen leaned back in his chair. "I am talking calmly, it's just that you don't like to listen." General Xiao wanted to throw something again, but there was nothing left to throw. He raised Kui Bao No. 2 in his arms, realizing he couldn't stoop so low as to throw a child. Even if it wasn't a normal child. Old Shui understood General Xiao. He must have been struck by Xiao Hen's use of the phrase, "your central giant city," which caused him to explode. Old Shui busied himself comforting Xiao Zhang and asked Xiao Hen, "Do you really have no thoughts?" Xiao Hen replied, "I have no thoughts. It's just that Wen Qingling said there are too many major districts in the central giant city, and some can be reduced." Xiao Zhang remained silent. Old Shui chimed in, "Of course, we also want to reduce some districts, but is that even possible? It would touch the interests of too many people. Otherwise, the central giant city wouldn't be in the current situation." Old Shui pondered and asked, "Did he mention which districts might be reduced?" Xiao Hen responded, "The first district definitely won't exist anymore, and the fourth and sixth districts probably can't be saved either. The fate of the seventh district is still uncertain. I heard there's a grudge between Sha Zhang and Wen Qingling. The grudge between them was baseless, of course. If it were true that Sha Yunhan hated Wen Qingling because of Sha Zhang and vowed to fight him to the death, it would deeply affect Wen Qingling's heart. Of course, Wen Qingling might not care." Xiao Yang's expression turned serious. "So, it's possible that only the second, third, and fifth districts will remain." Xiao Hen didn't respond. He tapped his fingertips on the table and suddenly asked, "What are you persistently guarding the central giant city for?" Xiao Zhang immediately became angry. What kind of nonsense question is that? The central giant city has accommodated so many survivors. If we don't guard it, who will take responsibility for their life and death? The Earth hasn't exploded yet, and though many countries have been heavily damaged, they still exist. Are you suggesting that China should be the first to disappear from the Earth? Xiao Hen earnestly replied, "If you truly care about China and the survivors, I hope you'll listen to my advice. Take the survivors and leave the central giant city, move south. We are too close to Yunjing City, and we could face a disaster at any moment." Xiao Hen paused and added a reminder, "There is something extremely dangerous lurking in Yunjing City. Who knows when it will emerge? If that happens, the central giant city will be the first to suffer." This time, Xiao Zhang didn't get angry again. He contemplated for a long time before saying, "How do you know?" Xiao Hen replied, "I can sense it, just like when I left the central giant city and urged Old Shui to stop you from using energy weapons. You didn't listen, and the energy dissipated into the air, giving rise to the existence of the Flesh Mountain. Moreover, the evolved corpse beasts have become more powerful. Now, I sense the danger in Yunjing City. I suggest you relocate as soon as possible, the farther the better. Of course, if you don't listen, I can't do anything. I can only offer advice." Xiao Hen took all these matters upon himself and didn't mention Wen Qingling's potential precognitive abilities. Wen Qingling's presence was already prominent enough, and further mythologizing him would not be beneficial. Cedric and the others were very powerful, and Xiao Hen was concerned about their sudden appearance within Chinese territory. Xiao Zhang didn't know whether to believe it or not and sneered, "You make it sound simple, but isn't relocation a difficult task? Leaving aside whether they are willing to leave the central giant city, even if they are willing, the journey is perilous. How many people can truly survive? And even if they survive, where can they go? Is there anywhere safer than the central giant city?" Xiao Hen said, "Wen Qingling has built a civilized city in Ling City. The surrounding counties are protected by the civilized city, with separate areas for zombies and humans. As long as they don't cross the boundary, humans won't be in danger. People can engage in farming, hunting, and live peaceful lives. The life there is beyond your imagination. The most important thing is that survivors there are no longer afraid of zombies. If they get infected, they can buy antidotes in the civilized city. If conditions permit, they can also purchase vaccines. The zombie virus is no longer a nightmare." Xiao Zhang and Old Shui were both shocked. Since they were rescued, they had been overwhelmed by a series of events and hadn't had time to ask about the antidote. Now, not only the antidote but even vaccines have come out. Vaccines, huh? The central giant city invested a tremendous amount of manpower, resources, and finances with the ultimate goal of researching vaccines. But in the end, they couldn't develop any, while Ling City managed to succeed. Xiao Hen took out a colorless and transparent potion from his space and said, "This is the zombie virus vaccine. The research lab in the civilized city is understaffed, so the research progress is slower. The current vaccine can only immunize against the ordinary zombie virus. The vaccine for the evolved zombie virus is still under research and should yield results soon." Xiao Hen looked at their shocked faces and calmly said, Old Shui, you don't need the vaccine anymore. You already have antibodies that are effective against both the ordinary and evolved zombie viruses. Speaking of this, Xiao Hen remembered the debt these two owed him. Xiao Hen asked for the debt on the spot. By the way, is the reward ready for Wen Qingling saving you? Don't wait for him to ask for it. You should prepare it proactively. It's a total of 1,100 ordinary beast crystals. Xiao Zhang, speechless. Old Shui, speechless. They were still immersed in shock and couldn't extricate themselves when they were pressed for the debt. Xiao Zhang reluctantly settled the bill with a gloomy face. Old Shui's face didn't turn dark, but... Can I use zombie crystal nuclei? I don't have that many beast crystals. Old Shui's old face looked a little embarrassed. We only accept beast crystals on our side, not zombie crystal nuclei, Xiao Hen replied. The news about zombies being able to transform into new humans had to be kept confidential for now, or the whole world would go crazy. Old Shui, speechless. Xiao Zhang directly threw a bunch of keys to Xiao Hen and said, "In the safe at home, take whatever you need. I'll cover the cost for Old Shui." Satisfied, Xiao Hen took the keys and left. Xiao Zhang stopped him and said, "Leave the antidote and vaccines." Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, robbery. Xiao Zhang almost swung a chair at him and said, "I've given you access to the safe. Are you afraid I won't return your potions?" Old Shui hurriedly interjected, "We will discuss your proposal. The antidote and vaccines could be a breakthrough." Xiao Hen understood and left them each with one dose of antidote and vaccine before heading to the safe. Chapter 125. The first district has now become a boiling pot of ants. They took a detour through the 5th district and launched an attack on the 2nd district, sending top-tier Esper powers to ambush Lei Yuxiao and Mo Chengshuang. They thought the plan was perfect, but unexpectedly, they encountered a major obstacle along the way. The well-prepared team was divided into 3 segments, and the forces trapped between the 5th and 2nd districts couldn't even retreat. With their people dispatched, the 1st district was left empty internally. The high-ranking officials of the 1st district were furious and went to seek advice from General Yin. General Yin was extremely angry and ordered the Air Force to prepare for battle. Unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to use highly destructive weapons. They merely wanted to eliminate the disobedient people and unify the central giant city, not destroy it. However, at this point, they couldn't afford to consider such matters. If they didn't take action first, they would be the ones to die in the end. A series of orders were swiftly issued as General Yin prepared for a final fight. An adjutant rushed in and whispered something to him. General Yin's expression turned cold. "They have the audacity to come back. Let them in." Yin Cheng immediately became alert. "Did Cedric and the others come back?" General Yin's expression eased slightly. "Yes, I thought they had the ability, but they've been messing around all this time and haven't brought back any good news. They're worthless." Yin Cheng couldn't sit still. "We can't let them in. The mission failed, and if they come at this time, it can't be for anything good." General Yin interrupted his grandson, his eyes filled with coldness. "I know, a bunch of ignorant brats. If they dare to come, let them come and never leave." Coincidentally, Cedric and his group shared the same sentiment. When the two sides met, Cedric didn't exchange pleasantries and asked directly, "What is the hope of humanity? Where is it?" General Yin sat upright in his seat, with Yin Cheng and his team on one side and the Esper guards present as well. General Yin sneered, "I've said that once the mission is complete, I will tell you. What right do you have to question me now?" The 6-person team, having lost Alan, irritated red hair. "Old man, when our boss asks you a question, it's giving you face. Don't refuse to show us respect." Yin Cheng's face darkened, and the bright office was instantly engulfed in darkness. In the darkness, a sharp dagger was aimed at Red Hair's back. The group was well prepared. They didn't come for peaceful negotiations this time. They expected General Yin to attack them, and they didn't plan on letting the other side live after obtaining the answers they wanted. That was their way of doing things. The fire of battle was about to ignite. Neither side held back, and while Cedric and his group had considerable strength, invading the 1st district and leaving unscathed was far from guaranteed. General Yin had already been escorted out of the darkness, and Yin Cheng, along with his team and the guards, surrounded Cedric and the others. In addition to the ambush here, there were military forces and heavy weaponry waiting for them downstairs at the command center. As a psychic Esper, Molly was unaffected by the loss of vision and had been reporting positions to her companions. Baruth transformed into a giant wolf, carrying the teenager on his back, and Cedric, Molly, and Red Hair followed closely. The command center of the first district collapsed in an instant, burying everyone inside. Only a few powerful espers managed to escape. Yin Cheng looked at the ruined command center and went mad. His grandfather was still inside. General Yin was escorted downstairs, but in such a short time, it was impossible to escape. General Yin was buried inside. Yin Cheng's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted, "Kill them!" Armored vehicles loaded with energy cannons appeared around the command center, aiming their barrels at Cedric and his group. Cedric and the others quickly moved away, but the energy cannons opened fire, bombarding the area where they were trapped. Cedric's group couldn't just wait to die. The teenager reluctantly erected a barrier to protect his companions, and they chased after Yin Cheng and his team in the fastest possible direction. The attacks from the armored vehicles didn't cease. The teenager's psychic powers were depleted, and he fell into a coma. The giant wolf had no choice but to transform into a half-human, half-wolf form, carrying the teenager while running frantically, covered in blood and severely wounded. Cedric was also covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot. Even if they died here, they were determined to complete their mission. This was the purpose of their arrival in Washa. "Poppy, go." Cedric no longer restrained the Arctic corpse bear and let it roam freely. The Arctic corpse bear, which had been guarding nearby, heard the command and chased after Yin Cheng and his team, sweeping away all the interceptors and enduring countless attacks. It successfully pounced on Yin Cheng, tearing apart his companions with a swipe of its claws. The Arctic corpse bear held Yin Cheng in its mouth, stood up, and unleashed a deadly onslaught with its two sharp front paws. All the soldiers and espers who surrounded it were swept away, blood splattering everywhere. Yin Cheng was not yet dead. The Arctic corpse bear didn't devour him, as he knew why Cedric wanted to keep him alive. It was solely to ask about the hope of humanity. They had made a deal with Cedric based on that. In this dangerous apocalypse, they had come to Washa after enduring hardships, all to find the hope of humanity. Regardless of what struggles or power struggles the Washa people faced internally, it was their own matter, unrelated to outsiders like them. Yin Cheng had no intention of revealing the hope to them, even if they completed their mission. If the hope of humanity truly lay in Washa, it would be the hope of the Washa people themselves, not outsiders like them. They wouldn't allow them to lay their hands on the hope. Yin Cheng looked at Cedric and his group, who were also severely injured. A mad smile appeared on his face. With great effort, he raised his hand and threw the hand grenade he had been holding into the mouth of the Arctic corpse bear. A tremendous explosion echoed, reaching the 3rd district. The high-ranking officials in the 3rd district wore solemn expressions. They were adjacent to the 1st district, and such a significant disturbance couldn't go unnoticed. Wen Qingling, who was still recovering, opened his eyes and saw the remnants of beast crystal scattered around. He left the villa. On the streets of the 3rd district, soldiers were cleaning up the corpse monsters, and they felt a gust of wind passing by. Startled, they turned their heads but found nothing unusual, so they continued their work in confusion. Wen Qingling swiftly jumped over high walls and entered the territory of the 1st district, heading towards the battlefield. Yin Cheng had bad luck. The grenade he threw was swallowed by the Arctic corpse bear, piercing its stomach and breaking its spine, but its head remained intact. The battered Arctic corpse bear lay on the ground, still alive. However, the injuries inflicted on the Arctic corpse bear greatly affected Cedric. Covered in blood, he approached Yin Cheng step by step, lifted his head, and gritted his teeth as he asked, "What is the hope of humanity? Where is it?" Yin Cheng was on the verge of death. He could no longer see clearly and was unable to speak. He felt regretful that he couldn't take out these intruders before he died. He felt a bit unwilling. "It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I will take your brain back, and we will surely extract all the information from it. If you want any information, why not tell me? Perhaps I might know something." Wen Qingling squatted on a balcony, watching the spectacle. Upon hearing Wen Qingling's voice, Yin Cheng's face contorted momentarily, but then it turned joyful. With Wen Qingling's ruthlessness, he would never let these intruders escape. Great, the unfinished task was completed by Wen Qingling instead. Cedric's face turned pale. He turned his head and saw Wen Qingling, who had appeared out of nowhere. He immediately thought of Molly not giving him a warning, and when he turned back to find her, he discovered Molly lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Cedric swung his blade, severing Yin Cheng's head, and threw it to Barrett. "Go first. We'll hold him back." Barrett held the head, carried the teenager, and turned to run. The soldiers surrounding them had mostly been eliminated by the Arctic corpse bear. Apart from Wen Qingling, no one could stop them. Wen Qingling watched them escape with interest, crouching without moving. The red-haired individual was also heavily injured. Cedric and the red-haired person joined forces to buy time, launching fireballs and bullets in Wen Qingling's direction. Wen Qingling leapt high into the air, easily evading all the attacks. "Are you really not going to tell me what you're looking for?" In response to Wen Qingling, a barrage of bullets came, and Cedric and the red-haired person fought and retreated. Wen Qingling found it interesting. "I heard you're looking for the hope of humanity. I wonder if you're looking for me. Let me claim it." Cedric was stunned, looking at her in disbelief. The red-haired person didn't understand. "Cedric, you are the hope of humanity." Wen Qingling, "Perhaps. After all, they all call me that." Cedric shook his head. "You are not the hope of humanity, you are the despair of humanity." Wen Qingling pondered for a moment. "I feel the same way." Wen Qingling walked in the direction where Barrett disappeared with the teenager. "Being able to die by my hands, you should feel honored. After all, I am the despair of humanity, and not everyone can have your privilege." Cedric and the red-haired person watched Wen Qingling leave and immediately chased after him. "Stop." After shouting, Wen Qingling didn't stop, but they did. Thorns pierced their hearts, pinning them to the ground. Wen Qingling reached out, taking the things from Cedric, the red-haired person, and Molly's waist. Barrett held the teenager, carrying the head, and ran desperately. "Don't run. If you manage to escape, where will I put my face?" Wen Qingling's voice appeared in Barrett's ear. Unfortunately, Barrett couldn't understand Mandarin. Wen Qingling clicked his tongue, thinking they were really unprofessional. Coming out to execute a mission without picking someone who understands Mandarin, is that looking down on someone? Did they think they can carry out the mission even without understanding Mandarin? Barrett continued to run desperately, while Wen Qingling followed leisurely behind. When Barrett finally reached the city gate after great difficulty, he discovered that the gate had been sealed with wooden walls. It wasn't sealed when they entered. Barrett looked up at the towering wall, reaching 100 meters in height, and contemplated the possibility of climbing over it. There was almost no possibility, unless he could fly. With no way out, Barrett had no choice but to hide the teenager and the head in a residential area, attempting to leave someone alive. He himself ran in another direction, preparing to face Wen Qingling head-on. "Wen Qingling, aren't you disrespecting me a bit too much? Hiding things in front of a psychic ability user. Do you think I'm blind?" Barrett still couldn't understand and transformed into a giant wolf, waiting for Wen Qingling to appear. Indeed, Wen Qingling appeared. He stood on a rooftop, looking down, and threw the teenager he was holding in his hand. "The little dog likes hiding things, so I found it for you." Next, Barrett, in his giant wolf form, trembled in his pupils, not because he understood Wen Qingling's words but because he saw the teenager being thrown towards him. Barrett quickly transformed back into human form, reaching out to catch the teenager, but a dark shadow fell upon them, and Barrett and the teenager fell to the ground instantly. Wen Qingling clapped his hands, deeply feeling that it made sense for the ugly freaks to like throwing things. It was much more convenient to have a car smash them than personally intervening. Wen Qingling walked over, lifted the car with one hand, and dragged the person out from inside, dragging them all the way back. Everyone in the 3rd district witnessed a young person with a tender face, holding a blood-soaked person in one hand, dragging them all the way to the command center. Everyone, speechless. Damn, where did this boss come from? They can even carry such a big figure. Impressive. Wen Qingling threw the 2 bloodied individuals onto the ground. Xiao Hen, accept the delivery. Chapter 126. This shout, almost everyone in the command center heard it. Xiao Hen, who had just returned to the command center, speechless, a figure appeared downstairs. The others glanced at each other and followed downstairs, wanting to see what Wen Qingling, the legendary figure, looked like. And then, they saw a handsome boy standing between 2 bloody figures, and everyone fell silent. Xiao Hen glanced at the 2 people on the ground. "You went to the 1st district." Wen Qingling raised his chin, the situation has been resolved. When are you going back? Xiao Hen hesitated. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't want to go back. Xiao Hen thought for a moment and shared his thoughts with Wen Qingling. The central mega city is very unsafe. If possible, Xiao Hen hopes that the entire city can migrate south and move away from Yunjing City. Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen for a moment, then looked at the high-ranking officials of the 3rd district. He beckoned to Kui Bao number 2, and the little one quickly jumped down and ran towards Wen Qingling, looking at him eagerly. Wen Qingling extended a finger to it, and Kui Bao number 2 happily grabbed onto it. Wen Qingling said, "Which place in the south are you referring to?" Xiao Hen replied, "Naturally, the closer to the civilized city, the better." Wen Qingling looked at him. "The civilized city is my territory." Xiao Hen said, "I know the civilized city doesn't accept outsiders. I just want them to migrate south and get away from the Yunjing city." Wen Qingling responded, "You need to understand that the civilized city, its surroundings, and even the entire Blue Province are under my control. You can let them migrate, and I won't stop you, but you're not allowed to set foot in the Blue Province." Their conversation was overheard by the high-ranking officials, and some of them wanted to refute immediately. They were still discussing the migration, but based on their intentions, they had no intention of leaving central mega city. They believed the city was safe, and even if there were dangers, it would be difficult to destroy the city. Xiao Hen's concerns were completely unnecessary. They hadn't decided whether to migrate yet, but Wen Qingling had already declared the Blue Province off limits to them, directly forbidding them from setting foot there. They wanted to tell this young man that all cities within the borders of Huasha belong to the country and not to individuals. However, before they could speak, Xiao Zhang stopped them. Xiao Hen said, "They can relocate to Lan City." Lan City did not belong to the Blue Province but was located on its border. It was close to Ling City and was one of the directly governed cities. It was more prosperous than Ling City and had a population 3 to 4 times larger. It only took a few hours to drive from Ling City to Lan City. When Wen Qingling brought back firearms and ammunition, they were often sourced from Lan City. It was indeed a close distance. Lan City, Wen Qingling pondered. "You really know how to choose a place." Xiao Hen remained silent. Lan City was a true first-tier city, close to the civilized city. There was no city more suitable than Lan City. Xiao Hen, driven by personal motives, wanted to find the best place for the 3rd district. Xiao Hen said, "The central mega city has a larger population, and Lan City had a population of over 20 million in the past. With a bit of crowding, accommodating tens of millions of people shouldn't be a problem." Wen Qingling sneered, "First, ask how many people are willing to follow you into the unknown." Xiao Hen was thinking long-term and even prepared to accommodate tens of millions of people. Unless Wen Qingling said otherwise, if he could rally 10 million people, it would be considered a strong appeal. "Handle it quickly and then return to the civilized city," Wen Qingling said and was about to leave but was stopped by the high-ranking officials. "Wait, what are you talking about? We're supposed to move to Lan City. Am I not hearing it wrong? Do you know how many zombies are in Lan City now? Are we going there to live with the zombies or to feed the zombies? This is utter nonsense." Wen Qingling had no intention of arguing with them. Since Xiao Hen wanted to help them, let him figure it out on his own. In the end, it would be determined whether more people would be grateful to him or resent him. Wen Qingling tossed the 2 bloody figures to Xiao Hen and left. The high-ranking officials couldn't even get a few words from Wen Qingling and were left fuming. Time was limited, and this matter needed to be decided quickly. Wen Qingling didn't care about Xiao Hen's struggles. He went back to continue absorbing the beast crystals and also searched for Mi Yan and Luo Fengju, who had gone missing. After a day and night of cleanup, the undead, corpse creatures, and corpse slaves trapped in the various districts were mostly eliminated. To prevent any remaining threats, blood tests were conducted on all personnel in the districts. Everyone had to undergo testing, and anyone who dared to escape or cause trouble would be treated as an undead. After such a cleanup, the central mega city could finally start anew. Due to the demise of General Yin Zhong and Yin Cheng, their previous order to carry out an armed helicopter bombardment was revoked. The 1st district was currently leaderless, and every high-ranking official was in danger. The 1st district would bear the primary responsibility for the undead incident, and they couldn't escape the blame. With wooden walls dividing the city, movement within the city became very inconvenient. At the request of the high-ranking officials, Xiao Hen found Wen Qingling and asked him to remove the wooden walls. Wen Qingling had no objections and removed the wooden walls. This allowed him to regain some wood-based energy. Except for the 4th district, where no changes were made, the wooden walls in the other districts disappeared. Upon receiving the notification, all the high-ranking officials from the districts gathered in the 3rd district for a meeting, except for those from the 1st district and the 4th district. The former had perished, and the latter was still sealed and hadn't emerged. As for the Ni family from the 6th district and the Sha family from the 7th district, the Ni family had long been in close contact with the 1st district, and they had played a significant role in the undead attack. It was evident that they had reached an agreement with the 1st district beforehand. Now that General Yin Zhang had fallen, Ni Zhang managed to survive but couldn't establish himself in the central mega city. Due to the news that had spread from the 1st district, Sha Zhang had always harbored resentment towards Xiao Hen and Wen Qingling. After this battle, he began to doubt the truthfulness of the news and personally went to the 3rd district to seek clarification on the true cause of death of the 4 research assistants. With a substantial population in the 4th district, it was not feasible to keep it sealed indefinitely. Xiao Zhang, Lei Zhang, and Mo Zhang took the lead and wanted Wen Qingling to release Hua Zhang first to discuss urgent matters. Wen Qingling didn't give face to anyone. If they wanted him to release Hua Zhang, they had to let him do it willingly, otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss of face for him? The 3 generals had no choice but to ask Xiao Hen to help persuade him. Xiao Hen thought, if he spoke up, it would force Wen Qingling to beat him up. He wasn't that foolish. Xiao Hen said, the people from the 4th district were at fault initially. Both Hua Fei Yan and Hua Fei Huang offended him. If they want him to lift the seal, they need to show sincerity. We can't just let this matter slide with mere words. Mo Zhang suggested, why don't we release Hua Zhang and ask for his opinion? Xiao Hen relayed the general's words to Wen Qingling, who agreed to remove the seal from the 4th district but kept the wooden walls intact. Before Wen Qingling could open the gate for the 4th district, a helicopter took off and flew directly to the 3rd district. 2 soldiers carried a person down from the helicopter, and Hua Yang's face was filled with anxiety. Seeing the approaching generals, Hua Zhang didn't waste time and immediately asked, has Xiao Hen returned? Where is he? I want to see him. They didn't recognize Wen Qingling but knew Xiao Hen. The generals understood the situation as soon as they saw the person lying on the stretcher. Hua Yang's eldest daughter, Hua Fei Huang, had been infected and was currently on the verge of death. Her exposed skin had turned dark, and her wounds caused by the flying corpse insects were oozing black pus. Hua Zhang wanted to see Wen Qingling through Xiao Hen, hoping that Wen Qingling could help save Hua Fei Huang. Xiao Hen's expression became extremely complicated. After all the hardships, they didn't even know who had offended whom. He wondered how Hua Zhang had educated his children. Thinking about his own parenting, Xiao Hen couldn't help but feel guilty. Xiao Hen was indeed outstanding, but their father-son relationship had been tense at times and was not a good representation. When Xiao Hen appeared, he looked at the stretcher with an expressionless face and asked, Hua Zhang is looking for me. Hua Zhang was desperate, sweating profusely. I heard that you know Dr. Wen from Lingcheng. Can you please help me get his recommendation? Huang has been infected, and if we don't treat her soon, she might not make it. Xiao Hen was very dissatisfied with Hua Yang's words. What did he mean by knowing? It was obvious that Wen Qingling was his wife. Didn't he have any insight? Xiao Hen said, before asking for help, first tell me who your daughter offended. Hua Zhang was stunned. What do you mean? Hua Zhang looked at Xiao Hen and then at all the generals present. Everyone's expressions were complex. Hua Zhang wasn't a fool and almost immediately thought of an utterly impossible possibility. Hua Zhang felt dizzy and almost collapsed on the spot. Trapped in the 4th district, watching his daughter's condition worsen by the day, he couldn't even take her out of the central mega city and go to Ling City. The longer he was trapped, the more he hated, and he had cursed the mastermind responsible for all of this countless times. And now, the person he sought help from was the person he hated the most. Xiao Hen said, do you know what your daughter did? She deliberately attracted the flying corpse insects and directed them toward Dr. Wen. She wanted to use Dr. Wen and his friends and pet to fend off the insects. Fortunately, Dr. Wen is formidable and didn't let her succeed. However, his friend was infected in the process. And that's not all. Your daughter went mad and shot Dr. Wen's pet. Do you know what that means? Hua Yang's face turned extremely ugly. Others didn't know the reason, but he did. Hua Fei Huang recognized that Katan knew that Wen Qingling was the one who disfigured Hua Fei Yan's face. He was also the person the 4th district had been pursuing. At that time, she didn't even hesitate and just wanted to drag them down. She never expected that he was Wen Qingling. If she had known earlier, she would have been more cautious before making any decisions. But now it was too late. Hua Fei Huang's condition couldn't wait any longer. Hua Zhang said, "On behalf of Huang and Yan Yan, I apologize to Dr. Wen. Doctors have compassion, so I implore you, Dr. Wen, to save Huang. She can't hold on much longer." Wen Qingling replied, "Do I look like a kind-hearted person to you?" The generals remained silent, unsure if it was really okay to speak for themselves. Hua Zhang gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want in order to save her?" Wen Qingling responded, "I won't save her, no matter what." Hua Zhang felt a surge of air stuck in his chest, watching his daughter coughing up black blood again. His eyes turned red, and he said, "Wen Qingling, I beg you, please save her. She really can't hold on any longer." Wen Qingling replied, "Then let her turn into a zombie." "Wen Qingling," Hua Zhang angrily exclaimed, "I am willing to make up for their mistakes. As long as you can save her, with your attitude, you still expect me to save her." "Dream on," sneered Wen Qingling. Hua Zhang clenched his teeth, his knee bending as he was about to kneel down. Everyone's hearts tightened, knowing that if he truly kneeled, Hua Zhang would lose all his dignity at that moment. A vine suddenly appeared, blocking Hua Yang's knee. "Hua Zhang, you better stand firm. I won't lend a hand a second time," said Wen Qingling. Hua Yang's eyes were bloodshot, and he could barely stand. He had lost all his loved ones, except for these 2 daughters. He couldn't afford to lose another family member. A silence fell over the scene. After a long while, Wen Qingling sighed softly, "Considering your misunderstanding of my compassion, I can give her an antidote. However, you can make any request you want," Hua Zhang immediately responded. Wen Qingling bluntly stated, "I've said before that I want to destroy her reliance. So, my condition for saving her is that you step down and relinquish the 4th district. You can leave Central City with them or stay inside as an ordinary person." "I don't care about that." There was a collective gasp in the room. Hua Zhang fell into silence and didn't immediately agree. Wen Qingling gave him time to consider and added, "Since the generals are present, let me say a few more words. Apart from Hua Zhang stepping down, Ni Zhang of the 6th district, I hope you can consider retiring on your own for the sake of the unfortunate survivors in the 6th district. Don't make me take action. You're already old, why not enjoy your retirement peacefully? Why fight for power and seize authority? Those are things for young people. Don't blindly get involved." Ni Zhang, speechless. Old Ni almost spat out a mouthful of blood out of anger. Wen Qingling continued, "Ni Zhang, haven't you forgotten what Yu Jinwei did to my friend? I always stand up for my friends and hold grudges. Just because Yu Jinwei is dead doesn't mean this matter is over. I remember very well how you pursued and hunted me and Xiaohen. For the sake of the 6th district, retire on your own. Don't make me take action." Ni Zhang, speechless. This time, a mouthful of blood really did spray out, and he fainted on the spot. Wen Qingling said, "Sha Zhang of the 7th district." Sha Zhang replied, "I have something to ask you too. Did you have anything to do with the deaths of the 4 research assistants?" Wen Qingling replied, "Although I'm not a good person, I won't take the blame for something I didn't do." Xiaohen, speechless. "No, you're actually a very good person. No, a very good little zombie." Sha Zhang coldly chuckled, "Now that Yin Zhang and Yin Chang are dead, are you going to blame it all on Yin Chang?" Wen Qingling, speechless. "Damn it, you've said it all, what else can I say?" Wen Qingling thought for a moment and said, "If I did it, I would admit it. If I didn't, no one can accuse me." Sha Zhang snorted. Wen Qingling added, "They didn't die, they're still alive and helping me with research." Sha Zhang didn't believe it, just empty words. "How can I trust you?" Wen Qingling replied, "Whether you believe me or not is none of my concern. If you want revenge, come and get it. I can beat up Sha Yunhan and feed him to the zombies. If the zombies are willing to eat." Sha Zhang was speechless, unable to retort to Wen Qingling's words. He didn't know if what Wen Qingling said was true or false. Xiao Hen said, "Qingling doesn't lie. Everything he said is true. Yin Cheng ordered people to throw them to the zombies, and it was Qingling who saved them. They are currently in Ling City. No, it's now called Civilization City, conducting research there." Sha Zhang remained skeptical. Xiao Hen said, "If Sha Zhang doesn't believe it, you can go to Civilization City and see for yourself. However, outsiders are not allowed to enter Civilization City. If Sha Yunhan acknowledges your familial relationship, he can come out and meet you." Sha Zhang was puzzled. What did that mean? He couldn't even enter Civilization City. Sha Zhang asked, somewhat bewildered, "If outsiders are not allowed in Civilization City, who lives there?" Xiao Hen chuckled, "That's a secret of Civilization City." Wen Qingling timely interjected, "It might not be a secret anymore. These foreign people who came searching for humanity's hope, I strongly suspect they're looking for me." Everyone, speechless. "No, when you're bragging about yourself, could you be a bit more subtle? Too much boasting might cause cracks." Only Xiao Hen knew that Wen Qingling was telling the truth. After much contemplation, Hua Zhang agreed to Wen Qingling's conditions. He stepped down and handed over the 4th district. He had no choice but to comply. Wen Qingling would continue to trap the 4th district. Instead of letting the people of the 4th district know the true reason for their predicament and forcing him to step down amidst criticism, it was better to maintain a good reputation and voluntarily step down. Xiao Hen had someone feed Hua Yang's daughter, Hua Feiwang, an antidote. In front of everyone, she was brought back from the brink of turning into a zombie and woke up completely unharmed. The appearance of the antidote for the zombie virus caused a significant sensation. The other generals who had just learned about this news were excited, their eyes bloodshot, wanting to grab Xiao Hen and extract every piece of information about the antidote. The news of the antidote for the zombie virus quickly spread throughout Central City, bringing hope to the terrified and anxious survivors who had endured great hardships. Everyone was thrilled, and those with connections sought information about the antidote through various channels. Where could they buy it? Would having the antidote mean they were no longer afraid of the zombie virus? To avoid misunderstandings, Xiao Hen explained in detail the treatment direction of the antidote, clearly stating that it could only deal with the ordinary zombie virus. It was not a vaccine, only an antidote without antibodies. Even so, the people in Central City remained excited. They eagerly awaited the day when the antidote would be publicly available for sale. Wen Qingling's strength was evident. He alone could challenge the entire Central City. The arrangements he made for the 4th and 6th districts were apparent. Hua Zhang voluntarily stepped down, while Ni Zhang had no choice but to step down. Xiao Zhang, Lei Zhang, and Mo Zhang had doubts about the 4th and 6th districts, so they dispatched people to thoroughly clean them to ensure that no one slipped through. Only then did they gather together to discuss the issue of relocation. The tall wooden walls of the 4th district were finally removed. Hua Zhang stepped down but did not leave Central City. He didn't know where to go if he left. He could only stay in the city and busied himself with comforting his 2 daughters. Hua Feian, upon learning that her father had stepped down for her sake, caused trouble at home every day, arguing with Hua Zhang and her sister. After Ni Zhang vomited blood, his health deteriorated even further. The Ni family was in constant turmoil. Their son complained, their daughter-in-law wore a cold expression, and their grandson continued to be a handful, clamoring to marry Hua Feian. Wen Qingling's intervention undoubtedly reduced many conflicts. At least they didn't have to resort to violence to easily resolve numerous issues within the districts. Currently, only the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th districts remained intact in Central City. The other 3 districts were preparing to merge with the existing 4 districts. However, Xiao Zhang raised the question of relocation, rendering the proposal for a district merger meaningless. Relocation involved numerous complications. Aside from the fact that they were accustomed to living in Central City and might not be willing to leave, there were also concerns about the long and dangerous journey ahead. How would they deal with the countless zombies in Land City and other issues to consider? There were too many problems to contemplate. The leaders of the 4 districts argued every day, with the majority believing that relocation was not a wise move. It was impossible to find another safe place like Central City within the borders of Hua country. Xiao Hen had been listening for a few days, suffering from a splitting headache, and had no choice but to go back and discuss with Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen couldn't make decisions on Wen Qingling's behalf, he could only inquire about his intentions. After another argument broke out, Xiao Hen finally spoke up. Xiao Hen said, I suppose everyone has heard about Dr. Wen's ability to control zombies. Everyone looked at Xiao Hen with confusion, not understanding why he would bring up this topic at this time. I've heard the rumors, but I don't believe them, someone immediately expressed their opinion. Someone chimed in, I don't believe it either because I've never seen it. Xiao Hen responded, it's not a rumor, it's true. Someone in the room burst into laughter, saying, they say that if one's mental power reaches a certain level, they can control zombies. But so far, we haven't seen it. Even if it's true, what good is it to control a few zombies? Xiao Hen sneered, have you ever thought about how Wen Qingling managed to establish a civilized city in Ling City, also known as the City of Zombies? Everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Hen with doubt. Xiao Hen continued, right now, the entire Ling City, even the outskirts, is enclosed by Wen Qingling within the civilized city. That's impossible. If they could really build a new city in Ling City, then what happened to all the zombies there? Someone interjected impatiently. Xiao Hen replied, that's exactly what I'm saying. Wen Qingling relocated all the zombies in Ling City to a specific area. He divided the living areas for humans and zombies, and neither side dares to cross the boundary. We don't care about the casualties caused by crossing the boundary. Wen Qingling's voice suddenly appeared in the meeting room, talking won't change anything. Seeing is believing. Aren't there many helicopters in Central City? Xiao Hen chuckled. Every aspect of the civilized city was unbelievable, and even if Wen Qingling was willing to tell them some things, they wouldn't believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Xiao Hen looked at everyone present and asked, what do you think? Do you want to take the helicopter and see it for yourselves? Was there even a need to ask? Of course, they wanted to see. However, they couldn't all leave Central City. Xiao Zhang, Lei Zhang, Mo Zhang, and Sha Zhang would lead a few people to go and see. Knowing Wen Qingling's nature well, Xiao Hen didn't believe that he would be so generous as to invite people to his own home. He was probably just too lazy to drive back and wanted to hitch a ride on the helicopter. A row of helicopters departed from Central City and headed towards Ling City. Mi Yan and Luo Fengju followed suit, but Da Bai was too big to fit in the helicopter. He could only be placed in a cage and hung on the helicopter. The row of helicopters flew overhead, creating a spectacular sight. Wen Qingling patted the helicopter and said, having helicopters is great. We can fly wherever we want. Xiao Hen remained silent, understanding that this was Wen Qingling's way of getting a helicopter ride. Chapter 127. They flew high and saw far. With so many helicopters flying overhead, it was impossible for the people in the civilized city not to hear them. The civilized zombies who were working immediately stopped their tasks and looked up at the sky. Some of the higher-ranked civilized zombies even jumped to higher places, intending to bring down the helicopters hovering above. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong realized something was wrong and quickly ran up to the city walls to observe the situation. The colors of these helicopters were too familiar, they were the same type they often used. To prevent the helicopters from being shot down, Wen Qingling's voice appeared in the ears of every civilized zombie. Don't worry, they have come to deliver the helicopters to us. Upon hearing the voice of the city lord, all the civilized zombies let go of their guard and calmly resumed their work, ignoring the helicopters hovering in the air. Ji Rong and the others, who were waving their arms, paused at Wen Qingling's words. Xiao Hen, sitting next to Wen Qingling, felt quite helpless. How many do you want? Wen Qingling replied, half of what Central City has. Xiao Hen sighed. He only knew the quantity in the 3rd district, but he couldn't accurately estimate the number in other districts. Wen Qingling said, I'll talk to them myself. Besides agreeing, what else could Xiao Hen say? The 4 generals and the high-ranking officials who came with them in the helicopters were already shocked to the point of their eyes bulging. Looking down from a high altitude, they could see the complete layout of the civilized city. The enormous civilized city was situated in the middle. Unlike Central City, the civilized city was divided like a layered cake. It was a concentric circle with walls and gates at each ring, meticulously planned. To the east, south, and west of the civilized city were 3 sizable county towns. These towns were enclosed by wooden walls, forming 3 large bases. From the bases to the civilized city, high walls were erected, creating a straight road leading to the city gates in 3 directions. That was no ordinary road, it was a planting area enclosed by high walls. The road ran through the middle of the planting area, where many people were working. Men, women, young, and old, adults were cultivating and farming while children ran and played in the fields. They didn't live the arduous and difficult lives one would imagine. They lived well, and the smiles that had been worn away by the apocalypse could be seen everywhere. The civilized city was indeed a massive city. The crops in the civilized city were mature, and all the civilized zombies were busy harvesting. Looking down from above, the outermost ring of the concentric circle was a golden and orange expanse. Some areas had already been harvested, and the harvesters were busy at work. Many people gathered in the fields to help, creating a lively atmosphere. What shocked the generals the most was the dense sea of zombies beyond the high walls. They roamed around, searching for food, but not a single zombie tried to destroy the erected walls. The seemingly not so tall enclosing walls became the last bastion of peace between humans and zombies. If the zombies wanted to invade human territory, these walls wouldn't serve any purpose and could easily be knocked down. Such a dangerous situation made those who witnessed it break into a cold sweat. However, the people living within the walls seemed to be unaware of the fear. They didn't seem to be afraid at all. How could they be so bold with so many zombies gathered outside? Weren't they afraid of a potential horde forming? Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen were not focused on the zombies but rather on the city gates in the east, south, and west directions. Many people had gathered there, forming a bustling marketplace, and many vendors had set up stalls. Outside people cannot enter the civilized city. If they want to buy or exchange things, they can only do so at the city gates, and over time, this formed the marketplace. The helicopter landed in the planting area outside the South City Gate. The group of people got off the helicopter and looked at the lively marketplace ahead, feeling a bit bewildered. Wen Qingling took the lead and walked forward, followed by Mi Yan and Luo Fengju, their eyes wide open. As they walked, people who knew Wen Qingling warmly greeted him. Wen Qingling had a blank expression on his face, not responding or speaking. The people who greeted him didn't find it awkward at all, instead, they were happy. Finally, they had the chance to see Lord Wen, the city lord of the civilized city. It was not something everyone could encounter. A bold person ran up and asked, "Lord Wen, you have finally returned. I heard that you went on a journey. I am from the Shu County base, and our base needs more detoxifiers. Recently, many survivors have joined our base, and the original amount is not enough. Can you consider increasing it?" Wen Qingling replied, "Go find the relevant person in charge." "All right, as long as you say so." The person smiled and ran off. Another person blocked their path. "Lord Wen, we are from the Shang County base. Our base has a larger population and we need a large number of seeds, detoxifiers, and vaccines. Can you consider providing us with some as well?" Wen Qingling continued walking. "Let Chong Boong come and talk to me." "Okay, I'll go inform the leader." The person immediately got into a car and drove back to the Shang County base, afraid that they would be late and the medicines and seeds would be snatched by the other two bases. Wen Qingling paused for a moment as he saw a young woman holding a baby in her arms, breastfeeding. She was sitting on a small stool, and in front of her were two mutated hens in a cage. The young woman's attention was focused on the baby in her arms. When she looked up and saw several people standing in front of her stall, a smile immediately appeared on her worried face. "Do you want to buy mutated hens? These two hens are about to lay eggs. If you buy them, it will definitely be worth it." Wen Qingling kept staring at the baby. "Is the milk enough?" The young woman was taken aback. "What?" Seeing Wen Qingling's gaze, the woman hurriedly pulled down her shirt to cover the baby's face while nursing. Mi Yan stared blankly, not expecting Wen Qingling to be like this. Luo Fengju also felt embarrassed and quietly pulled Wen Qingling, asking him to be more aware of the impact. Xiao Hen followed behind, his attention focused on Wen Qingling. When he saw the situation, he quickly approached, pulling Wen Qingling aside and apologizing to the startled woman. "I'm sorry, he didn't mean anything else." Wen Qingling continued to stare at the baby. "Is your milk enough? When was the baby born? How old is the baby?" Xiao Hen also saw the baby in the woman's arms. It was very small, and he hadn't seen such a small baby in a long time. The young woman was still a bit panicked, holding the child tightly, not knowing what this strange person intended to do. Xiao Hen said, "Don't be nervous. This is Lord Wen, the city lord of the civilized city. He won't harm you. He just wants to know if your baby is getting enough to eat and how old the baby is. The young woman hesitated for a moment. Since she arrived here, she had been hearing stories about Lord Wen. She didn't expect the city lord of the civilized city to be so young and look calm and peaceful, completely unlike the rumored cold-blooded killer. The achievements of Lord Wen were well known, and his terror was equally renowned. The young woman's knees trembled. And no, it's not enough. I have very little milk. Wen Qingling frowned slightly. Hens can lay eggs. Why do you want to sell them? Tears welled up in the young woman's eyes. My boyfriend got scratched on his face while trying to catch a mutated sheep to stimulate milk production for the child. He got infected during a conflict with zombies when we were outside. We don't have crystal nuclei, and we can't buy detoxifiers. I can only try to sell the hens and see if I can exchange them for a detoxifier. Wen Qingling squinted his eyes. Which base are you from? The young woman became nervous. I'm from the U County base. U County base. Wen Qingling narrowed his eyes. I'm not familiar with that. I'm currently away, and the U County base seems to have been established on its own. When they left, Fang Shenlong had just taken over the Shu County base. Under the jurisdiction of the civilized city, there were only two affiliated bases left, Shang County base and Shu County base. Wen Qingling originally planned to return and rebuild the U County base, but he didn't expect that the U County base had already been established on its own. While on the helicopter, Wen Qingling noticed something was amiss. U County had imitated Shang County and Shu County by enclosing itself with a wall. They had also built a similar gate leading to the civilized city, although it was crooked and poorly constructed. Wen Qingling was curious about how the U County base had been established without him relocating the zombies from U County. When Xiao Hen saw the situation in U County from the helicopter, he knew it was not good. Unexpectedly, they encountered someone who claimed to be from the U County base. Xiao Hen said, "If you're from the U County base, how did you end up here?" The southern gate led directly to the Shang County base, while the U County base was in the opposite direction. It was impossible for a young woman to fly across the zombie-infested area. The young woman realized her mistake and hurriedly corrected herself. I made a mistake. I'm from the Shang County base. Yan chuckled. Are you going to say you're from the civilized city next? The young woman shook her head in fright. The civilized city doesn't accept outsiders. I know that. Yan continued to inquire. Then which base are you really from? The young woman stammered. I was originally from the U County base, but my boyfriend brought me to the Shang County base later. They accepted us because I was pregnant. Wen Qingling pressed his waist, and a detoxifier appeared in his hand. He handed it to the young woman and said, "Take this back, and bring the hens back too. It's been a long time since there were babies born. Take good care of them." The young woman expressed her gratitude and watched Wen Qingling leave. Under the rule of the civilized city, the security of the bases was guaranteed. Anyone caught engaging in criminal activities would be thrown out of the walls to be fed to the zombies. This kind of deterrence was very effective, and hardly anyone dared to have evil intentions. Wen Qingling hadn't gone far when Jirong, He Lin, and Shi Chong arrived at the southern gate. Jirong smiled happily. You finally came back. Things are lively now, everything is on the right track. Xiao Hen signaled him with his eyes. Jirong didn't react immediately and looked a bit foolish. He Lin secretly kicked him. Jirong looked at Wen Qingling and met his cold gaze, causing his heart to tremble. Wen Qingling said, "Indeed, it's lively. Even the places that shouldn't be lively are now bustling." Jirong, speechless. Jirong took a step forward and whispered, "I can't do anything about U County's situation. I have no control over it." Wen Qingling coldly stared at him. You're saying you have no control? As the eastward general of the civilized city, you can't control matters in the east. Did I give you the position and authority just for show? Jirong hurriedly said, the situation in U County was caused by Blood Corpse. He acted against everyone's objections, and I couldn't stop him. We had several battles, with wins and losses on both sides, but neither of us could persuade the other. Xiao Hen was worried that Wen Qingling might lose his temper and attack Jirong. He spoke up, what happened exactly? Chapter 128. Wen Qingling originally planned to return and develop U County base, but unexpectedly, U County base had been established on its own. While in the helicopter, Wen Qingling noticed something was wrong. Yu County had imitated Shang County and Shu County by building a wall and a gate leading to Civilization City. Although it was poorly constructed, it still resembled the original. Wen Qingling was curious about how Yu County base was built without him relocating the zombies from Yu County. Shortly after Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen left, more and more survivors were attracted by the detoxifying agents and vaccines. Some survivors migrated as a group, causing trouble and becoming difficult to manage. Neither Shang County nor Shu County accepted such survivors. They wanted to separate them and suppress their momentum, but their plan backfired, as the survivors went on to establish their own base in Yu County. Yu County was under the jurisdiction of Jirong and Blood Corps, and someone took control of it while Wen Qingling was away. This was unacceptable, and the intruders had to be driven out. Jirong was busy with matters in Civilization City and couldn't go, so the Blood Corps went instead. However, to their surprise, the leader of the survivors who occupied Yu County turned out to be someone Shui she knew. He Lin briefly explained what happened. After Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen left, survivors were attracted by the detoxifying agents and vaccines. They arrived at Yu County and were led by Yuan Chen, who learned from Shang County and Shu County and started building a wall. By the time they received the news, it was already a day later. With Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen absent, Yu County, which belonged to Civilization City, couldn't be occupied by others. Jirong confronted the Blood Corps, and they ended up fighting each other fiercely. The Blood Corps was a chaotic individual who only respected Wen Qingling's power and didn't fear anyone else. He acted according to his own preferences and did as he pleased. He didn't care about Jirong and the others. They fought several times, but neither could gain the upper hand. Jirong truly couldn't handle the Blood Corps. Of course, if they really wanted to eliminate the Blood Corps, they had a way. Civilization City had plenty of weapons. However, they were afraid that if the Blood Corps went mad, he would unleash a horde of zombies and flood Shang County base and Shu County base. All their efforts would be in vain. Thus, the issue remained unresolved until now. Wen Qingling used his spiritual power to scan the entire Civilization City but couldn't find the Blood Corps. He asked, "Where is he?" He Lin replied, "If he's not in Civilization City, he may have gone back to Yu County." Wen Qingling was almost driven to madness by this. He said, "I think he wants to die." Just as Wen Qingling was about to go to Yu County to capture him, the Blood Corps appeared within the range of his spiritual power. Wen Qingling halted and shouted angrily, "Come over here." The Blood Corps, who had just returned from Yu County, shivered all over his body. He hadn't even entered the city yet, but he had already heard Wen Qingling's voice. After a moment of contemplation, the Blood Corps didn't back down and headed towards the south gate. Taking advantage of the Blood Corps not having arrived yet, Xiao Hen asked how to arrange things with the central giant city. They couldn't stay here indefinitely. If they were to witness a great battle between Wen Qingling and the Blood Corps, it would undoubtedly be too stimulating for them. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen and the others and said, "You've seen enough. You can go back now." Xiao Hen responded, speechless. The people from the central giant city remained silent. They were already at the city gate. Why weren't they allowed to go in and take a look? Wen Qingling understood their thoughts and said, "You are not residents of Civilization City. You cannot enter. You can go back now." Xiao Hen and the others were crucial to the central giant city and couldn't be away for too long. Having witnessed the prosperity of Civilization City, they already had an answer in their hearts regarding what choice to make. Sha Zhang said, "I want to see Yunhan." Wen Qingling glanced at him and said, "He's in the West City, which is quite far from here. If he comes over, are you not planning to return tonight?" Sha Zhang looked at the others. It wouldn't be good to delay them. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is he really still alive?" Wen Qingling replied, "Absolutely." Sha Zhang nodded, having made his decision. The matter of the central giant city couldn't be done without Xiao Hen. This time, Wen Qingling didn't stop him and allowed him to leave quickly and return quickly. Xiao Hen was helpless. He knew that Wen Qingling was letting him go not out of goodwill but because he wanted to borrow his helicopter. If possible, it would be even better if Xiao Hen could bring back some beast crystals. Xiao Hen discussed with Xiao Zhang and decided to leave 2 helicopters behind for any future needs. Without entering the city, Xiao Hen left with the people from the central giant city. Wen Qingling entered the city, curious about what the Blood Corps was up to. Suddenly, Wen Qingling remembered something. Have the undead attacked Civilization City? Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong exchanged glances. They were confused. Only if the undead went insane would they dare to openly attack Civilization City, right? The undead were still hiding from them. He Lin replied, no. Wen Qingling thought for a moment, then pressed something on his waist, and a bag containing blood testing devices appeared in his hand. He had solved such a big problem for the central giant city, and they couldn't refuse to give him something in return. Unless they didn't want the detoxifying agents and vaccines in the future, Lord Wen could ask for anything he wanted. Not only did he want the blood testing devices, but he also wanted beast crystals. He even wanted the helicopters that Lord Wen took a liking to. That was how domineering and unreasonable he was. As for the thing on his waist, it was Wen Qingling's spoils of war, a total of 6 pieces that he had brought back. Wen Qingling had already figured out how they worked. These things were storage spaces developed by Western countries and were very practical. They could be attached to the waist or placed in pockets, although putting them in pockets might lead to losing them, so it was safer to keep them on the waist. The storage spaces were shaped like hexagrams, silver-white in color, with a metallic texture. They were covered in intricate patterns that served some unknown purpose. In the center of each hexagram was a blue beast crystal. Judging by the size of the crystals, they seemed to be cut from complete beast crystals. They looked beautiful, and as long as the user infused them with their abilities, the storage spaces would open. The storage spaces weren't large. Wen Qingling only had 6 pieces, with the largest one being about 3 cubic units and the smallest one about 1 cubic unit. Making these storage spaces must have been very difficult. Cedric and the others each had one, but they didn't even have a spare one. But now, they were all Wen Qingling's things. Even the researchers from the central giant city failed to borrow them for study. Ji Rong and the others were astonished as the bag appeared out of thin air. Empty. Spatial ability. Ji Rong's eyes widened. You awakened a spatial ability. Wen Qingling retorted, do you think abilities are as common as a cabbage? I awaken whichever one I fancy. Ji Rong and the others were even more amazed. Then this is, Wen Qingling said, I have a storage space. Their jaws dropped. They all had storage spaces too. Who could say it wasn't a spatial ability? Wen Qingling took out the hexagram and let them have a look. This is a storage space. It has a created dimension inside that can be opened using abilities. I snatched them from several Westerners. Ji Rong and the others examined them repeatedly, marveling at such craftsmanship. They all wanted to know how these storage spaces were made. It was truly impressive. Wen Qingling never did anything to boost his enemy's morale or undermine his own prestige. He raised his chin and said, we have detoxifiers and vaccines, and we're also formidable. Ji Rong quickly said, yes, we're more formidable than them. They couldn't survive without storage spaces, detoxifiers, and vaccines. But this storage space was truly impressive. Wen Qingling took back the hexagram and carefully put it away, treasuring it. Wen Qingling gave the blood testing devices to Heilin and Shichong, instructing them to deliver them to the Shang County base and Shu County base respectively. They were to conduct blood tests and screenings on everyone at the bases. If they found any corpse people, they were to kill them without hesitation. Furthermore, when receiving survivors, they must conduct thorough screenings and blood tests to prevent any loopholes for the corpse people. Heilin and Shichong received their orders and also took Luo Fengju and Mi Yan to the Shang County base. Luo Fengju's father, Luo Ji, was at the Shang County base, and he couldn't wait to see his father. Mi Yan was also looking forward to the moment when Lord Wen would transform his parents into humans. Mi Yan was human and couldn't live in the civilization city. That was the rule, so he had to be sent to Shang County as well. Ji Rong accompanied Wen Qingling to settle the score with the blood corpse. The blood corpse didn't dare to get close to Wen Qingling and stood far away, sensing that he was about to be beaten. Wen Qingling didn't beat around the bush and asked, what's going on in Yu County? The blood corpse hesitated for a while, seeing Ji Rong's gloating expression, and suddenly anger surged from his heart. He straightened his neck and said, Yu County was empty, but now not only are survivors from the Blue Province converging here, but survivors from neighboring provinces who have received the news are also coming one after another. The Shang County base and Shu County base are already full, but the Yu County base is still empty. What's wrong with me building the Yu County base? Isn't that a good thing? It saves you the trouble. Isn't it great now? Wen Qingling asked, do you think it's great? The blood corpse replied, I think it's great. The walls of Yu County and the walls leading to the civilization city have been built, just like in Shang County and Shu County. Wen Qingling reached out from a distance, and the blood corpse was prepared. He turned around and tried to escape but was still caught by Wen Qingling. With your ugly construction, how dare you say it's the same as Shang County and Shu County? Whose aesthetic sense are you insulting? Wen Qingling retorted. The blood corpse, realizing he couldn't escape, gave up on running and turned around, trying to claw at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling slapped him precisely on the face, and the blood corpse was sent flying. Enraged, the blood corpse roared and all the zombies outside the walls became restless. The imposing pressure of the high-level zombies emanated from Wen Qingling, and the restless zombie horde quickly calmed down. Ji Rong and the blood corpse, who were closest to Wen Qingling, were almost flattened under the pressure. Ji Rong hurriedly moved away from the big boss, not daring to provoke him. Wen Qingling eased the pressure and gestured towards the blood corpse. It felt like a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him, causing the blood corpse to directly lie down, face down. He struggled desperately like a salted fish, and after finally turning over, his face was facing up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he angrily shouted, "You're biased. I won't accept it. The leaders of Shang County and Shu County are your people, so what if I want just one Yu County? Yuan Chen, the leader of Yu County, is my cousin. He just wants a county as his base. What's wrong with me giving it to him? I am the Eastern Zombie General of the Civilization City, and Yu County is also in the East. What's wrong with me setting up one Yu County?" Chapter 129. Ji Rong was stunned and shrank to the side, not daring to speak. Wen Qingling walked over and looked down at him, saying, "Who gave you the face to stand on equal footing with me?" The blood corpse roared loudly, trying to break free from the suppression. "I was the first one to recognize you. Whatever you say goes. You said not to eat humans, so I won't. But what have I gained? Besides obeying your orders, I have to listen to other people's commands too. Why? What gives them the right to order me around? What makes them higher in rank than me? What makes them stronger than me? I refuse to accept it. You're biased." Back when the blood corpse had just regained consciousness, he could easily defeat Xiao Hen and his group of 4. But now, Xiao Hen had a higher position and stronger power than him. Even Ji Rong could fight him on equal terms. He was the Eastern Zombie General, but he was just a corpse commander. Leading a group of zombies as a corpse commander. Every day, a group of zombies in Civilization City transformed into civilized zombies and joined the city. The blood corpse increasingly felt that the position of a corpse commander was like that of a shepherd overseeing a flock of sheep. If the sheep were gone, did the shepherd still have a reason to exist? Originally, he was quite content, thinking that the position of a corpse commander was the same as Ji Rong's position as the main commander. But now, Ji Rong could handle the affairs of the Civilization City, while he had no right to interfere in city matters. His responsibilities were limited to the unconscious zombies outside the city. Wen Qingling was also angered and wished to just kill him directly. However, Ji Rong thought of something and quickly said, "He should have been brainwashed. He suddenly found us before, wanting to manage the Civilization City." The blood corpse didn't like dealing with these matters, and even if he was given the authority, could he handle the affairs? At that time, Ji Rong just found it strange, but now, hearing what he said, he suddenly realized that the blood corpse might have been incited by someone. Wen Qingling knew the blood corpse's nature well. The blood corpse did enjoy causing trouble, but he didn't dare to bring trouble to Wen Qingling. Now, he had crossed the line, not only disturbing Wen Qingling, but also trying to elevate himself to Wen Qingling's level. Wen Qingling had affiliated bases like Shang County and Shu County, and now the blood corpse wanted to establish Yu County as an affiliated base. Wasn't he going mad? Upon hearing Ji Rong's complaint, the blood corpse angrily shouted, "You've been brainwashed. Your whole family has been brainwashed. I haven't been brainwashed, my mind is perfectly fine." Wen Qingling slapped him, and the blood corpse was tied up with vines and dragged away. Then, the people who came to the Civilization City for resource exchange saw a vine protruding from the city wall, with a person hanging upside down from it. He was completely entangled in black vines, swaying in the air like a pupa. Wen Qingling coldly said, "Pour out the water in your brain. When it's clean, I'll release you. If you dare to escape, I'll kill you." The blood corpse's mouth was covered, and he could only make whimpering sounds, swinging helplessly in the wind. Wen Qingling turned around and jumped off the city wall. Go to Yu County. Ji Rong followed behind. As the city lord, going there in person, aren't you giving Yuan Chen too much face? Wen Qingling stopped and looked at Ji Rong. Ji Rong said, why not let Shang County or Shu County handle this matter? They are affiliated bases and should solve problems for the civilization city. Yuan Chen has always relied on the Blood Corpse's protection and acted arrogantly. Now that the Blood Corpse can't protect him, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Wen Qingling thought Ji Rong made sense. He was the city lord of Civilization City, and not just anyone could approach him. Wen Qingling, leave it to Shang County base. Ji Rong, all right, I'll go deliver the message. Feeling relieved, Wen Qingling was driven home by the gate guards. As soon as he got out of the car, before Wen Qingling could say anything, a little ball rushed out from the house and pounced toward Wen Qingling. Halfway through its pounce, it suddenly stopped because another identical little ball came out of the car. Kui Bao. Kui Bao, QAQ. Kui Bao number 2 saw another little ball just like itself and started laughing happily. Kui Bao. With a cry of surprise, it turned around and ran. Zhang Lan, who was preparing dinner, heard Kui Bao crying and rushed out with a ladle. What's wrong? Why is the little darling crying? As soon as she looked up, she saw Wen Qingling standing at the door. Zhang Lan was delighted. Child, you're finally back. Zhang Lan held the ladle in one hand and carried Kui Bao in the other, not having a hand to hold her own son. She quickly beckoned her son to come inside and get ready to eat. Kui Bao was crying miserably, pointing at the little ball next to Wen Qingling's leg. Nana, 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 hey hey hey, what's wrong, sweetheart? Zhang Lan responded in a stack of voices. She lowered her head and saw the timid milk ball hiding beside Wen Qingling's leg, nibbling on its little hand. Oh my sweet little heart, when did you bring another one out? Zhang Lan's heart instantly turned into a pile of cotton. She quickly put down the ladle and went over to pick up Kui Bao number 2, giving it 2 kisses on the face. Kui Bao number 2 started laughing again. Zhang Lan was overwhelmed by cuteness. They look so alike. Child, this one is definitely your biological child. It looks just like you when you were little, so cute and silly, always smiling, very adorable. Kui Bao number 2 was mischievous, loved to laugh, and had a very expressive face. On the other hand, Kui Bao seemed to naturally lack the ability to express emotions. Compared to the silly and adorable Kui Bao number 2, Kui Bao was aloof and domineering. Seeing that her father and grandmother were being snatched away, Kui Bao threw a punch directly. Kui Bao number 2 was still giggling when it was punched in the face, and it froze. Zhang Lan exclaimed, oh dear, and quickly stopped them. Da Bao, you can't hit your little brother. The jealous Kui Bao, overwhelmed by vinegar, threw another punch. In a childish voice, it shouted, cry. After being punched twice in a row, Kui Bao number 2 couldn't laugh anymore. It didn't cry, it just followed the punches. The 2 little ones fought in Zhang Lan's arms. Oh dear, don't fight. Son, come here, the 2 little ones are fighting. Zhang Lan had one child in each hand, with no hands to break them apart. She could only shout for Wen Qingling's help, but Wen Qingling was slouched on the sofa, motionless. Wen Qingling, they're not ordinary children, no need to worry. Zhang Lan put both children on the ground, one in each hand, trying to separate the 2 little ones who were wrestling. However, both little ones were very agile and evaded Zhang Lan's hands, continuing their punches. The 2 little ones rolled together, throwing punches, kicking legs, and tugging at clothes. Finally, in their hastiness, Kui Bao number 2 opened its mouth to bite. Wen Qingling slapped their heads, one with each hand, and both little ones were beaten. When Wen Zheng came back, he saw 2 identical little ones standing in the yard, tears in their eyes, holding a plate with half a blood anemone on it. The 2 little ones stood upright, not daring to move. Wen Qingling's voice came from the living room, stealing, spilling, dropping. You'll both get beaten. Let's see if you dare to fight again in the future. Wen Zheng entered the house. How long have they been standing in punishment? Wen Qingling, a few minutes. Wen Zheng lectured him, you suddenly bring a child home without discussing it with Kui Bao. It's certain that he would be in a bad mood. The one who should be punished is you, not them. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling began to doubt if he was his biological father. Zhang Lan brought the food to the table, constantly glancing outside, and asked, Xiao Xiao didn't come back with you. Wen Qingling replied, he had something to do, so he came back and left again. Zhang Lan looked at Wen Zheng and didn't continue asking. The affairs of young people should be resolved by themselves. Zhang Lan said, Da Bao, Xiao Bao, it's time to eat. There was no movement outside the door. Zhang Lan tapped the bowl and pretended to scold Wen Qingling, trying to make him say something. Wen Qingling said, don't worry about them, let's eat first. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng couldn't bear to eat by themselves and let the two children go hungry. They wanted to call the children inside but were stopped by Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling had no concept of feeling sorry for someone. In his understanding, once they made a mistake and were punished, it should teach them a lesson and they wouldn't make the same mistake again. The two little ones were not ordinary children. They had both danger and combat abilities. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng were often deceived by their appearances. When the two children were punished, they also sat restlessly. It was not until Wen Qingling asked them if they would fight again next time that the two little ones immediately shook their heads, indicating that they would never fight again. Only then did Wen Qingling let them go and let them carry their plates to the dining table to eat. The two little ones were well behaved. After Da Bao finished eating, he even wiped the juice off Xiao Bao's mouth, playing the role of a considerate older brother. With the two little ones causing a ruckus at home, Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng were finally not lonely anymore. They were happy every day. Kui Bao had already been taught to speak simple words by Zhang Lan, but Kui Bao number 2 was still babbling and didn't know anything. It was mischievous and naughty. Now Zhang Lan had more work, teaching the two little ones to speak every day. The matters at Yu County base were still unresolved, and the blood corpse would remain suspended for another day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the matter at Shang County base was still not resolved. Wen Qingling called Ji Rong over to inquire. Ji Rong scratched his head and said, that Yuan Chen is quite capable. After Chong Boong met him, he and Wen Chu had a fight when he returned home. They have reached the point of breaking up. Wen Qingling, speechless. Ji Rong continued, Yu County base has also been restless these days. People are always arguing and fighting over trivial matters, treating each other like enemies. It's very strange. Wen Qingling asked, so, this is what you mean by, unable to calm the waves? Ji Rong, speechless. Wen Qingling said, go and bring him here. I want to see what kind of strange ability he has. Ji Rong had no choice but to personally go to Yu County and bring Yuan Chen back. Yuan Chen, upon hearing that the Lord of Civilization wanted to see him, didn't hesitate and followed Ji Rong. He was very confident. Yuan Chen looked to be around 30 years old, and he didn't resemble a blood corpse at all. Blood corpses generally looked aggressive, but Yuan Chen had an honest face, indicating that he wasn't as honest as he appeared. Yuan Chen, like all the other survivors outside, was full of longing for Civilization City. Throughout the journey, his eyes couldn't get enough as he looked everywhere, even staring at the passers-by on the roadside. Yuan Chen was observing them and trying to figure out what was different about them compared to the other survivors. Why were they so lucky to live in the Civilization City while others didn't even have the qualification to enter? Like everyone else, he yearned to live in the Civilization City. Throughout the journey, Yuan Chen kept inquiring about the conditions to become a resident of the Civilization City, his thoughts straightforward. Ji Rong dealt with it without saying much. In fact, if he hadn't caused trouble in Yu County, he might have had the qualification to live in the Civilization City. Even if he couldn't enter the central city or inner city, at least he would have a place in the outer city. After all, he was a blood corpse, and as a relative, he had a good chance. Unfortunately, the two of them caused too much trouble. Chapter 130. Wen Qingling did not go to the core city and instead met Yuan Chen at the clinic. There was not even a single bodyguard by his side, and the clinic was empty, with only Wen Qingling alone. It could be said that he had no airs and no facade at all. Yuan Chen couldn't gauge Wen Qingling's depth and felt that the rumored Lord of Civilization was too young and seemed lacking in sophistication. Yuan Chen cautiously introduced himself and then asked Wen Qingling the reason he sought him out. Throughout the conversation, Yuan Chen kept staring into Wen Qingling's eyes. Similarly, Wen Qingling liked to look into people's eyes when speaking because that was the only way to better understand the other person's thoughts and intentions. Wen Qingling said, I want to ask you how you persuaded your cousin to give you control of the U County base. Yuan Chen smiled and said, my brother and I have had a good relationship since we were young. After graduating from college, we went our separate ways and were busy with our own careers. In the post-apocalyptic world, we thought there were no more relatives left, but unexpectedly, we were able to see each other alive. I also heard about the situation in Ling City. That's why I brought the people from the base to seek refuge here. However, too many people came over, and Shang County and Shu County are already overcrowded. Housing is extremely tight. When we passed by Yu County, we discovered a base there, so we decided to settle there first and make further plans. Later, Yuan Li suddenly approached us. We didn't know he was still alive, and we were extremely happy. We talked about the situation here, and he invited me to live in the civilization city. Due to the regulations of the civilization city, only I could come, and the survivors who came with me couldn't. I couldn't just abandon them. After discussing with Yuan Li, we decided to establish Yu County base so that we can accommodate more survivors. Yuan Chen sighed, this is also thanks to Yuan Li. I didn't know he had the ability to control the zombie horde. He's truly amazing. Yuan Chen looked into Wen Qingling's eyes and smiled, now that the Yu County base has been established, it's okay if I'm not there occasionally. I promised them that one day we would live in the civilization city. Now that you're back, I wonder if we can move and live there. Ji Rong, speechless. Is this person out of his mind? The rules state that outsiders cannot live in the civilization city, and Wen Qingling himself established those rules. How can he have the audacity to ask Wen Qingling to change them for him? Wen Qingling remained expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. Ji Rong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Is the boss really considering this? Wen Qingling said, how many people do you have? Where do you want to live? Yuan Chen's smile was warm. The leadership team will definitely move in, around 100 or so people. As for the place to live, it would be best to be closer to the core city. It depends on your arrangements, Lord. Wen Qingling said, currently, the population in the civilization city is still scarce, and there's plenty of space available. You can choose where you want to live. Ji Rong, speechless. What's going on? Has Wen Qingling been bewitched? Yuan Chen politely said, what do you think of the inner city? Wen Qingling nodded, it's fine. Let me know where you want to live, and I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible. Hold on. Ji Rong felt increasingly suspicious. City Lord, outsiders are not allowed into the civilized city. It's a rule. Wen Qingling replied, I made the rules, and now I allow them to live here. Yuan Chen looked into Ji Rong's eyes, Master Ji, from now on, we are on the same side. I am not an outsider. Ji Rong was momentarily dazed, but when he regained his senses, he had a favorable impression of Yuan Chen. He smiled and said, that's right, we are on the same side. It's only natural for us to move to the civilized city. Yuan Chen smiled, City Lord, I am more skilled in governance. I heard that the management team in the civilized city is severely lacking talent. I wonder if there's a position for me. Wen Qingling asked, what position do you want? Yuan Chen replied, I think the position of Deputy City Lord would be good enough. Wen Qingling slowly curled his lips and said, isn't Deputy City Lord too low? Should I give you the position of City Lord instead? Yuan Chen was taken aback and looked at Wen Qingling strangely. He was very confident in his hypnosis ability. Since awakening his powers, except when facing opponents whose strength surpassed his, he had to be cautious. Since reaching grade D, his hypnosis had become more than 100 times stronger, almost invincible. No one had been able to escape his hypnosis and brainwashing. Yuan Chen was confident that this young city lord would be no exception. However, he knew when to stop. If his demands were too excessive, it would trigger a strong resistance in the person under hypnosis, leading to a high risk of control failure. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes and end up being hunted down again. Being cautious like steering a ship for thousands of years, Yuan Chen smirked and said, City Lord, don't joke with me. At best, my abilities only qualify me as Deputy City Lord. The position of City Lord belongs to you, and I would never dare to compete with you. Wen Qingling asked, if I want to give it to you, would you dare to take it? Yuan Chen continued to gaze at Wen Qingling, using his strongest mental power. He saw Wen Qingling's gaze momentarily lose focus, and only then did he feel relieved and smiled, if you don't want to be the city lord, I would be more than happy to take the position. Slap. Yuan Chen was slapped and fell to the ground. The force of this slap was not small. Yuan Chen felt like his brain was shaken, lying on the ground unable to get up for a while. His mouth was filled with a metallic taste as he spits out 2 teeth. Half of his face immediately swelled up. Wen Qingling said in a low voice, "Psychic ability, hypnosis. Are you controlling and brainwashing people with this?" Yuan Chen couldn't believe it and looked at him. "It's impossible, how did you? Why wasn't I hypnotized by you?" Wen Qingling swept his mental power over Jirong, causing him to regain his clarity. "Before you laid a hand on me, did you bother to find out what my ability is?" Yuan Chen sat dazed on the ground, wood element and psychic element. He had long learned about Wen Qingling's abilities from the blood corpse. That is, from Yuan Li's mouth. Dual elemental abilities sounded formidable, and Yuan Chen was a bit worried. That's why he tested the waters at the beginning, only to discover that Wen Qingling seemed unaware. So he slightly increased the intensity of his hypnosis. He wanted to see if he could control Wen Qingling. If successful, he would strike it rich, gaining control over the entire civilized city, Shang County, Shu County, and Yu County base. He would become the ultimate winner in life. Even if there was a risk of failure, he was willing to try. He asked Yuan Li about the nature of Wen Qingling's psychic abilities. Within each major elemental ability, there are many sub-abilities. For example, Yuan Chen himself possessed a hypnotic ability, which was a branch of the psychic elemental ability called hypnosis. Hypnosis could control a person's behavior by inducing a hypnotic state. At an advanced level, it could even modify or erase the target's memories, which was incredibly powerful. Based on the information he received from Yuan Li, Wen Qingling liked to use his psychic power to explore the outside world. Yuan Chen assumed that Wen Qingling's psychic power belonged to this category of abilities. As long as his hypnosis was effective, he believed he could control Wen Qingling. Little did Yuan Chen know that Wen Qingling possessed both wood elemental and psychic elemental abilities. And he wasn't just proficient in specific branches of these abilities, he had mastery over the entire elemental spectrum of both elements. Although there were many unexplored branches within these abilities, Wen Qingling's true potential had been underestimated. Wen Qingling had never used his hypnosis ability and hadn't even thought about developing it. He considered such abilities beneath him. He believed that there was nothing that couldn't be solved through force. If necessary, he would resort to violence instead of manipulating others. He had no patience for that. Jirong regained his senses and realized how foolish he had been to admit that Yuan Chen was on his side. He became angry and grabbed Yuan Chen, delivering a beating to vent his frustration. Yuan Chen was shocked to see that Jirong, a major general, had no restraint and freely beat him, making him cry out in pain. With a swollen face and bloodied visage, he begged for mercy. Jirong threw the cowardly Yuan Chen to the ground but still felt unsatisfied. He kicked him again and said, "You're quite something, being able to mesmerize someone with just a glance. Were you the one behind Chong Boong and the people from Yu County base?" There was no need to ask, the truth was that Yuan Chen was behind it all. Terrified and in pain, Yuan Chen remained silent. Jirong, not satisfied with his silence, continued to punch him. Wen Qingling intervened, "Enough beating. I still have questions for him." Yuan Chen, lying on the ground with a face full of blood, resembled a pig's head. He pleaded, I really can't take it anymore. Please stop." Jirong sneered, "You're not even close to reaching your limit. Now, it's me beating you. The city lord will have a turn, and with a single punch, you'll be done for." Yuan Chen remained silent. Yuan Chen was terrified and burst into tears. What does the city lord want to ask? I will definitely tell the truth." Wen Qingling coldly looked at him. "You learned something from the blood corpse, didn't you?" Yuan Chen's swollen eyes squinted. What blood corpse? I don't know anything about it. I don't even know who blood corpse is." Wen Qingling had been observing him all along and knew he wasn't lying. Yuan Chen genuinely had no knowledge of the blood corpse's identity. Wen Qingling said, "Do you know the criteria for living in the civilized city?" Yuan Chen cried, "If I knew, I would never have risked hypnotizing you, City Lord." Jirong didn't believe him. "Did you ask your cousin?" Yuan Chen replied, "I did. He said only non-humans can live in the civilized city. The civilized city is not a place for humans. I asked him several times, and that's what he always said." I thought he was indirectly insulting me. Ji Rong fell silent. Indeed, that was not an insult. The civilized city was indeed not meant for humans. Wen Qingling banged the table. You should consider yourself fortunate for having a less intelligent brain. Otherwise, you and your cousin would be dead by now. Yuan Chen was indeed talented, but he missed the most critical secret due to his twisted thoughts, focusing on the construction of Yu County and the plan to attack the civilized city. He never expected that his cousin would be capable of controlling a horde of zombies. Upon further reflection, it was understandable. With the emergence of various extraordinary abilities, it wasn't surprising to encounter someone with the ability to control zombies. It could be said that Yuan Chen's ambitions were quite audacious. In reality, if he had known that the civilized city was inhabited by zombies, he would never have dared to enter. Wen Qingling didn't kill Yuan Chen. Similar to the blood corpse, he bound Yuan Chen and hung him on the city wall. He wanted everyone to witness the consequences of causing trouble in the civilized city and its affiliated bases. Chapter 131. The blood corpse has been hanging there for 3 days, still lively and energetic despite being a bit hungry. Yuan Chen is human and doesn't possess the same vitality as the blood corpse. With his injuries, let's see how long he can hold on. Wen Qingling scanned the blood corpse with his psychic power, helping him regain his senses. The blood corpse, who was initially excited to see his cousin hanging up, immediately wilted as he remembered his own actions. He thought that he should have escaped with his cousin, otherwise, Wen Qingling would surely dissect him. Wen Qingling personally went to the Yu County base to help the hypnotized followers regain their clarity. Afterward, he went to the Shang County base to see if the quarreling couple had separated. With a sweep of his psychic power, everything returned to normal. Chong Boong and Wen Chu were mentally and physically exhausted from their constant arguments. Chong Boong didn't have time to entertain Wen Qingling, it was more important to pacify his wife. She had been greatly wronged in the past few days, and if he didn't appease her, he might end up single. Wen Qingling didn't disturb them and went to find Luo Fengju and Mi Yan. When Wen Qingling arrived, Luo Fengju and Luo Ji were nailing wooden boards, trying to divide the existing rooms to create a small room for Mi Yan to live in. Since news of the detoxification agents and vaccines spread, many survivors came seeking shelter every day, causing a severe housing shortage. Luo Ji already considered it a luxury to have a single-person apartment to himself. Now that Luo Fengju and Mi Yan suddenly arrived, Luo Ji didn't want to trouble Chong Boong any further and had to find a solution on his own. Chong Boong knew that Luo Fengju and Wen Qingling had a deep relationship, so his attitude toward him naturally differed from others. He wanted to allocate a separate house for Luo Fengju but was refused by Luo Fengju himself. Housing in the base was tight, and he didn't want to trouble Chong Boong further. As long as there was a place to stay, he was fine and not picky. Luo Ji was afraid that the 2 children would be inconvenienced, so he wanted to give up his apartment for them to live in. He could stay anywhere, even in the corridor. Compared to those who couldn't even enter the city and had to sleep in the wilderness, being able to stay in the corridor was already a great honor. But Luo Fengju and Mi Yan weren't selfish people. They didn't agree with Luo Ji's decision to give up his apartment, so they came up with the idea of renovating the house. Squeezing a little was no problem as long as they had a place to settle down. Seeing Wen Qingling's arrival, the 3 of them were overjoyed. Luo Ji was extremely grateful to Wen Qingling and didn't know how to express his gratitude. He was just an ordinary person who had endured the hardships of the apocalypse, experienced all kinds of suffering, and encountered all sorts of people. Since meeting Wen Qingling, his situation had completely turned around. He was cared for in every aspect and looked after in everything he did. Even someone as busy as Chong Boong would often come to check on him. All of this was thanks to Wen Qingling's care. Words felt inadequate to express his gratitude. A simple, "thank you," couldn't suffice. Luo Fengju understood his father's feelings, and he also had a lot of gratitude. He said, "In the future, if you have any orders, feel free to say so. Both my father and I owe our lives to you. No need to be polite with us." Wen Qingling replied, "Indeed, I have something to entrust to both of you." Luo Fengju breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of being busy or tired, he was afraid of having nothing to do. "What is it?" Wen Qingling said, "The Yu County base needs to be rebuilt. It's currently in chaos. You and Mr. Luo can go there first. I'll send people to assist you." The success of the governance will depend on your abilities. If you do well, the Yu County base will be yours in the future. After returning for these few days, Luo Fengju also learned a lot. Now the Shang County base and Shu County base were both affiliated with the civilized city, and it goes without saying that the Yu County base was also under the jurisdiction of the civilized city. However, Wen Qingling didn't have time to build the Yu County base before he left. But upon his return, the base had already been built by someone else, and the civilized city wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. Luo Fengju didn't expect that the Yu County base would be easily taken back by Wen Qingling and entrusted to him for management. He couldn't express his feelings at the moment. Back then, neither he nor Wen Qingling wanted to be the leader of the South City base, so they had no choice but to pass it on to Lu Tianjin. After experiencing so much, Luo Fengju understood that to survive in the apocalypse, one either needed incredible personal strength or power and influence. Only then would others not dare to bully and trample upon you, and only then would you have the qualifications to protect the people you care about. Luo Fengju didn't refuse and solemnly agreed. Mi Yan hugged Wen Qingling's shoulder and proudly said, "I told you there's no need to prepare a room for me. I have brothers. My brother is the lord of the civilized city. With such a big position, can't they provide me with a place to stay?" Wen Qingling immediately dismantled his words without hesitation. "Someone like you is only fit to sleep on the streets in the civilized city. What else do you need for accommodation?" Mi Yan was horrified. "Is this how you treat me after just a few days of not seeing each other?" Wen Qingling glanced at him askew. "You've got it all wrong. What did I bring you back from the giant city after so much time and effort?" Mi Yan hugged himself and looked at him with defensive eyes. "Let me tell you, I sell my skills, not my body." Wen Qingling smirked. "You have neither skills nor body. Don't misuse the word sell." Mi Yan had a dead fish stare. "I've been deeply hurt." Wen Qingling said coldly, "Your only value lies in having a capable father." Mi Yan suddenly perked up. "Are you interested in my dad?" Luo Ji and Luo Fengju, who were watching on the side, speechless. Mi Yan, "But it's not possible. My mom won't agree. Let me tell you, instead of saying my dad is capable, it's better to say my mom is ruthless. They've been married for so many years, and my dad has never escaped my mom's clutches." Wen Qingling thought for a moment, "Then I'll take both." Mi Yan screamed, "Are you still human? You won't even spare my parents." Wen Qingling reached out, grabbed the back of Mi Yan's collar, and dragged him outside. "Let's go find your parents." Mi Yan instantly stopped struggling, happily wagging his tail. "Okay." Wen Qingling continued to entrust the matters of the civilized city to Ji Rong and the others, and he set off with Mi Yan on their journey to find his biological parents. Mi Yan's hands hadn't fully grown out yet, but it was already halfway there, not far from being fully covered. Since arriving in the civilized city, Da Bai had been left in the outer city, serving as a guardian beast for the city. It lazily lay on the city wall, watching the lively scene outside. When it got bored, it would pat the blood corpse and Yuan Chen to keep them from falling asleep. When Da Bai saw Wen Qingling preparing to leave, it immediately happily climbed onto the roof of the off-road vehicle, wanting to travel together. Wen Qingling didn't want to bring it along since the roof might be the place for Mi Yan's parents. Where would they sit if Da Bai occupied it? Mi Yan, speechless. Mi Yan, "My parents are the CEO and the CEO's wife, so they should have the right to sit inside the car." Wen Qingling replied, "No matter how big the CEO and the CEO's wife are, they're all zombies now." Mi Yan, speechless. Mi Yan acted stubbornly, "I don't care. My parents have to sit inside the car." Wen Qingling stared at Mi Yan's hands and said, "When we come back, your hands better be fully grown. Don't expect me to be your chauffeur again." To prevent the CEO parents from sitting on the car roof, Mi Yan insisted on bringing Da Bai along no matter what. Tool Cat, Da Bai happily went on the trip with them. Wen Qingling drove the car to the city where Mi Yan's family lived. Mi Yan was amazed. They hadn't encountered any danger along the way. The zombies seemed to ignore them completely. Even when they entered the city, the zombies didn't attack them. Wen Qingling first took Mi Yan home and found the photos of Mi Yan's parents. He carefully memorized their appearance and then released his spiritual power to search for similar-looking zombies among the countless piles of zombies. Although he didn't notice when they entered, with a sweep of his spiritual power, Wen Qingling realized that there weren't as many zombies in the city as he had imagined. A provincial capital city couldn't possibly have so few zombies. Wen Qingling said, "Stay at home and don't come out. Da Bai will guard you. I'll go out and take a look." Okay. Mi Yan watched as Wen Qingling left alone, lost in thought. Wen Qingling jumped to the top of a tall building and looked around, discovering something unusual. Zombies were leaving the city in groups. Looking at the direction they were heading, they were all going northeast. Along the way, they encountered scattered zombies, who joined their journey, forming a long line that extended into the distance. Wen Qingling, speechless. The zombie brothers were collectively moving out. This brainwashing package seemed a bit strong. Wen Qingling returned to Mi Yan's villa, where Da Bai was tearing apart zombies with its claws. Mi Yan pitifully cowered behind the door, waiting for Wen Qingling to come back. As Wen Qingling entered the courtyard, several zombies that had been attracted by the smell of humans immediately turned and ran away, showing a high level of self-awareness. Mi Yan, peeking through the crack of the door, widened his eyes. They hadn't encountered any zombie attacks along the way, but as soon as Wen Qingling left, he was surrounded. This wasn't just good luck, it was because Wen Qingling's aura was so strong that even zombies were afraid. Mi Yan opened the door. "What did you see?" Wen Qingling replied, "I think your parents may have gone wandering." Mi Yan, speechless. Mi Yan widened his eyes and asked, "What should we do?" Wen Qingling said, "Either chase after them or let them fly freely." Mi Yan decisively said, "Chase after them. Fly freely my ass. Sooner or later, they'll get their heads played with." After thoroughly screening the remaining zombies, Wen Qingling drove to pursue the wandering horde of zombies. He searched along the way, feeling restless. "I've made up my mind. Once we find your parents, your whole family will serve me without pay." Mi Yan chuckled, "Okay, I can be your foot-washing maid. You're my adoptive parents after all." Wen Qingling scorned, "I don't have a useless son like you." Wen Qingling followed the zombie horde, using his spiritual power to screen them one by one. Suddenly, a zombie roared, causing the previously numb zombies to turn their heads and gather around Wen Qingling's off-road vehicle. Da Bai, lying on the roof, let out a horrified meow, and all its fur stood on end. So many zombies, densely packed. It scared the cat. Mi Yan was also panicking. What's happening? Are the zombies rioting? Wen Qingling's eyes gleamed darkly. It's a level 6 evolved leader. Mi Yan's fur also stood on end. Damn it. Run if you encounter a leader. We're in big trouble. Wen Qingling stepped on the gas and rushed out, chasing the cunning leader, hiding in the distance. Don't run. My civilized city is short of a corpse general, and it's going to be you. Wen Qingling drove the car, flying through the air, chasing after the chosen corpse general. Chapter 132. Mi Yan was about to vomit, looking at Wen Qingling in horror. Are you crazy? You encounter a level 6 evolved creature and instead of running, you're chasing after it. Excitement flickered in Wen Qingling's eyes as his spiritual power locked onto the leader, hidden within the horde of zombies. It's a male leader, looks mature, and should be more reliable than the sisters and blood zombies. It's the one. Mi Yan felt dizzy and bewildered. You can tell a zombie's maturity from its face. I admit you're the dad. Wen Qingling pushed aside the surging zombies, and the leader, sensing Wen Qingling's intention, turned around and ran. Wen Qingling continued the pursuit, with the off-road vehicle following closely behind the leader. As he chased, Wen Qingling shouted, "Let's discuss something. Please become a corpse general, a high-ranking official." The leader ran swiftly, turning back and roaring, a chain hanging around its neck forming an elegant arc. Wen Qingling pleaded, "Don't run, follow me, and I'll ensure you live a life of luxury." The leader kept sprinting, roar, roar, roar. Wen Qingling accelerated further, determined to surpass the leader, racing with all four wheels like in a long-distance run. Boom! A female zombie fell from the sky, crashing onto the hood of the off-road vehicle. The glass shattered, and the female zombie's sharp claws attacked Wen Qingling inside the car. Wen Qingling grabbed the female zombie's wrist, about to break it. "Don't hurt her." Mi Yan widened his eyes and firmly grabbed Wen Qingling's arm. Wen Qingling paused, giving the female zombie an opportunity. With no way to kill her and nowhere to hide, Wen Qingling could only step on the brake, sending the female zombie flying. Ignoring the approaching horde of zombies behind them, Yan hastily got out of the car and went to see the female zombie. The female zombie climbed up from the ground and roared, launching herself once again. Wen Qingling appeared in front of Yan, kicking the female zombie away. Yan shouted, "Be gentler, Dad." Wen Qingling responded, "Teach me how to be gentle with zombies." He did want to be gentle, but faced with a zombie covered in corpse stench relentlessly attacking, how could he be gentle? The ignorant and unaware female zombie jumped up once more. Wen Qingling kicked her away again. Yan's eyes turned red. This might be my mom. Wen Qingling had a face full of black lines. You can recognize her like this. Are you using telepathy for family identification? Yan pointed at the female zombie approaching again. The necklace around her neck, that tacky heart-shaped pendant, was specially customized by my dad for my 18th birthday. Each member of our family has one, and there's a family photo inside the pendant. Yan pulled out the necklace from around his own neck, which looked similar to the one on the female zombie's neck. Well, it was hard to say, similar, since the female zombie's necklace was covered in dark bloodstains and rotting flesh, only the shape of the pendant could be recognized. Of course, heart-shaped pendants were too common. Wen Qingling hesitated in kicking the female zombie, not feeling ethical to kick his own wife in front of his son. He produced a wooden stake and used it to fend off the female zombie's claws. Yan cried and laughed, "Both my mom and I despised my dad's taste, so we never wore them. After the apocalypse, when I fled from home, I put on this necklace. I never expected my mom would wear it too." Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling, it's possible that not only your mom wears it, but your dad does too. Roar. Yan turned around and came face to face with a male zombie charging towards him, the necklace around its neck swinging in the air. Wasn't that the familiar tacky necklace he knew? Vines emerged from the ground, entangling the two crazed zombies, awaiting their disciplinary education. Wen Qingling's spiritual power swept over, soothing the horde of zombies controlled by the leader. Yan, using his amputated arm, carefully inspected the necks of the male and female zombies, and indeed, there were very tacky family portraits embedded inside. Yan laughed heartily, but tears flowed down fiercely. Wen Qingling kicked him, saying, "Your parents are still alive, why are you crying?" Yan replied, "Aren't you the one who made me cry with joy?" Wen Qingling returned to the car and took out the backpack he brought, pulling out 2 blood anemones and handing them to the 2 zombies. It was a bitter tear to think that he believed he wouldn't need to carry a backpack anymore since he had storage space. But it turned out that blood anemones couldn't be placed inside the storage space, so he still had to bring the backpack with him. However, everything except for the blood anemones could be stored inside. Yan looked at the 2 zombies holding the blood anemones and gnawing on them, completely shocked. "What is this?" Wen Qingling replied, "Something that will turn your parents into humans." Yan said, "No, you said it was a potion, right?" He wasn't blind. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't resemble a potion. Wen Qingling said gravely, "Considering that your parents are a leader and a level 3 evolved zombie, I gave them something more powerful. After the transformation into humans, their abilities will remain and become even stronger." Yan knew that Wen Qingling wouldn't harm them, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of chasing them all the way here. He was just curious because he thought Wen Qingling's judgment had gone astray, mistaking people for dogs and potions for balls. Fortunately, although Wen Qingling's behavior was peculiar, his mind was still intact. Yan watched as his zombie parents transformed from 2 unrecognizable zombies back into their familiar appearance. Yan burst into tears, crying particularly fiercely. Wen Qingling released the 2 transformed civilized zombies and let them cry as a family for a while. Wen Qingling moved a bit further away, giving them some time to calm down. Wen Qingling and Bai were eating their share of the meat. 1 bite for each of them. Soon, they finished all the cured meat they had brought. Meanwhile, the family of 3 finally calmed down. Shangdalin, along with his son and wife, came to thank Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling looked at them with a complex expression. After all, Shangdalin was the CEO, and even if he had turned into a zombie, he was still the leader of the zombie world. Yan's mother was also a CEO, and when her husband turned into a leader, she became a level 3 evolved zombie, following him and charging into battle at any moment. Impressive, Mr. and Mrs. Mi. Wen Qingling said, "You don't need to thank me. You have already sold yourselves to the civilized city. From now on, Mr. Mi will serve as the commander of the Northward Zombies, and Mrs. Mi will serve as the lord of the Northward City." "Is that all right?" Mi Shangalin readily agreed, saying, "No problem. Since everything belongs to him, what other problems could there be?" Although Wen Qingling didn't know what Mrs. Mi's identity was, from her temperament, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if Mrs. Mi couldn't bear the heavy responsibility of being the lord of the Northward City, they still had Mr. Mi as the zombie commander. It was their family's matter after all, so they should help and support each other. Wen Qingling quietly asked Mi Yan, "What did your mother do before?" Mi Yan chuckled and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, my mom will handle the position of the lord of the Northward City just fine." Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Mi Yan whispered, "She was Ms. Zhao Meixiong, the chairwoman of our province's Women's Federation. She's quite formidable. The future prosperity of the civilized city might still rely on my mother's expertise." Wen Qingling, speechless. Indeed, he hadn't mistaken the person. Before leaving, Wen Qingling asked Mi Shangalin where he planned to take these zombies. Mi Shangalin was a bit confused and couldn't explain clearly. He just felt that there was something attracting him in that direction, and he instinctively wanted to submit and follow. In a dazed state, he led the army of zombies to seek refuge there. Wen Qingling looked in that direction and had a guess in his heart. Now they had 4 people, with only Mi Yan being a true human. Mi Yan's father and mother had already become like this, and Mi Yan didn't intend to continue guessing. He pulled Wen Qingling aside and hesitated before speaking. "You, actually, aren't human, right?" Wen Qingling stared at him. "I reasonably suspect that you're indirectly insulting me." Mi Yan's expression turned serious. "Throughout the journey, as long as I'm with you, the zombies ignore me. When you just left, the zombies attacked me. And your attitude towards the zombies doesn't have the fear and dread that humans should have." "I am a zombie." Wen Qingling was very frank. Mi Yan's pupils trembled, and his voice choked up a bit. When did it happen?" Wen Qingling thought for a moment. "It's been a while." His eyes turned red again, and Mi Yan held back his tears. "Was it the ambush that time?" Wen Qingling nodded. "Yes." It seemed that Luo Fengzhu had already told Mi Yan a lot about his situation, including the ambush and his time in the southern city. Otherwise, Mi Yan wouldn't have known. Mi Yan choked up. "How did you become like this?" "I mutated." Wen Qingling tapped his head. "Why are you crying? I think being a zombie is great. I'm no longer afraid of zombies, and instead, it's humans who fear us. Besides, I'm the boss. Whether it's humans or zombies, they all have to listen to me." Mi Yan couldn't help but laugh at his audacity. "You've become quite arrogant." Wen Qingling sniffed. "Why don't you tell me if I'm arrogant or not?" Mi Yan cried and laughed. "You're arrogant, really arrogant." Mi Yan opened his arms and hugged Wen Qingling. "Don't worry, I won't reject you, whether you're a human or a dog." Wen Qingling, speechless. "Since you're crying so miserably, I'll let it slide for now." After Mi Yan regained his composure, the group of 1 person and 3 zombies set off. Instead of returning, they followed Ms. Zhao Meixiong's lead to the research institute in the provincial capital, where they would take all the researchers from the institute with them. As for how to distinguish the researchers, Wen Qingling waved his hand and said there was no need to distinguish. They would take anyone wearing a research uniform, cast a wide net, and they would surely catch a few remarkable fish. When they set out, Wen Qingling brought out a considerable amount of potions. Now that he had storage space, he could bring as much as he wanted. He fed the transformation potion to the zombie researchers in the lab coats. Once they regained consciousness and became new humans, he found several talented individuals among them. Through their testimonies, he obtained information about the research institutes that had the researchers Wen Qingling needed. The group continued their search. In this manner, like a greedy snake, one string connected to another, and countless strings connected to numerous strings. Wen Qingling began targeting all the zombie researchers, determined to bring back all the stranded zombie researchers to the civilized city. From the initial 2 people, by the time they returned, they had already formed a sizable team. Xiao Hen had always been thinking of finding capable researchers for Wen Qingling. As a result, He was still busy in central mega city, while Wen Qingling had already resolved this matter on his own, and he resolved it comprehensively. Researchers from various fields were brought back by him. Only in this way could the research progress faster, and the development of the civilized city could be more rapid. Compared to Wen Qingling's busy schedule, Xiao Hen was not at ease either. Since returning to the central mega city, Xiao Hen had been working on persuading the survivors, informing them of the benefits of leaving the city. He spoke eloquently, but there were still many survivors unwilling to leave the central mega city, and time was being consumed. Before finishing his persuasion work, there was another problem at the Virus Research Institute. The blood samples containing antibodies against the zombie virus were stolen. Chapter 133. Xiao Hen rushed to the research institute with his team, only to find chaos inside, clearly indicating that they had been attacked. Meng Lao was furious. They have no professional ethics. This behavior is tantamount to betraying the country. After inquiring, Xiao Hen learned that the attackers of the Virus Research Institute were all foreigners who had stayed in China during the apocalypse. Now that news about the zombie virus antidote and the vaccine couldn't be contained, those foreigners had set their sights on the research institute. What was even more infuriating was that someone from within the institute had let them in, proving the saying that even the most cautious person couldn't guard against a family thief. The research institute was bombed, and the blood samples containing antibodies were stolen. It was clearly a premeditated act. Xiao Hen asked, "Can those blood samples be replicated to obtain antibody cells?" If antibody cells could be infinitely replicated, creating a vaccine would be a matter of time. Meng Lao sneered, "Stealing the blood samples won't help them. Antibodies remain stable within the human body. Once replicated, their structure becomes unstable and mutates in various directions. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been unable to produce a vaccine. Since the vaccine couldn't be replicated, stealing the blood samples was useless." Xiao Hen didn't linger and immediately rushed to the place where Alan was detained. Alan's corpse insects had been completely wiped out, and the backlash had been severe. Even now, he couldn't use his abilities, but he hadn't turned into a zombie and had been saved with the antidote. Alan was still useful, and Xiao Hen didn't want him to die just like that. Alan looked disheveled, with the area where the corpse insects had burrowed still in ruins. He had become extremely thin. Xiao Hen didn't kill him, nor did he completely detoxify him. Every day, he added a few drops of the antidote to his drinking water, keeping him in this state. This led Alan to misunderstand, thinking that Xiao Hen was constantly trying to persuade him to cooperate. "I've said it before, we're not the first group. We have been exposed, and there are many others who haven't been. Your antidote is not perfect. It can't completely eliminate the zombie virus. But the direction is correct. We can provide equipment and technical support. If we research together, we will definitely be able to produce a real antidote. You have to believe that there is still a gap between China's medical level and the West's. With our involvement, not only an antidote, but a vaccine is also not far away." Alan, who had been kept imprisoned, was unaware of the changes outside. Xiao Hen knew that Alan and his group must have received professional training. Useful information hadn't been extracted through interrogation, and instead, they were trying to persuade him to collaborate on research every day. Xiao Hen said, "You might be mistaken. Our antidote is very successful, and we don't need to collaborate on research." Alan opened his arms for Xiao Hen to see. "If this is what you call success, then I have deep concerns about your medical level." Xiao Hen replied, "Just because I haven't cured you once doesn't mean our antidote isn't successful." Alan fell silent, gradually realizing a possibility, his expression growing darker. "And," Xiao Hen revealed a transparent vial in his hand, "is this the human hope you're searching for?" Alan raised his eyelids and casually glanced at it, showing disdain on his face. "If it's just an antidote, it's far from enough. Humans cannot rely on antidotes to survive." Xiao Hen nodded. "You're right, but this is not an antidote. It's a vaccine." Xiao Hen continued, "A vaccine for the zombie virus." Alan's face immediately changed drastically. He lunged toward the metal grill, staring intently at the transparent vial in Xiao Hen's hand. "Is it really a vaccine? Have you really developed a vaccine?" Xiao Hen nodded. "Yes, we have developed a vaccine, a genuine vaccine." Alan's expression quickly shifted, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Xiao Hen said, "Now, can we talk?" Alan stared at the vaccine for a long time before slowly exhaling. Yes, but I want you to know that we are all humans, and we should help each other. Xiao Hen replied, we have always known that, but what about your involvement in the power struggle of other countries? Was it appropriate? Alan remained silent. They didn't want to get involved in this mess. They had no clue about the human hope, and had been deceived by the Yin family. They only joined in for the mission, but no one ended up in a good situation. Alan said, I believe Colonel Xiao doesn't want to argue with me about this. Xiao Hen responded, this may not be something that can be resolved with a simple argument. Your country infiltrated ours without permission, participated in the power struggle, killed our generals, disrupted our base's order. These are all serious matters that can't be resolved with just words. Xiao Hen felt exhausted. It was already the apocalypse, yet he had to consider international relations. It shouldn't escalate to the point of open conflict, mutual condemnation, and long-distance confrontation. He was already 2/3 zombie. Why should he bother his mind with the life and death of humanity? Alan's expression turned serious. How does your country propose to resolve this matter? Xiao Hen turned the vial in his hand. Let me ask you a question first. How did you know that the human hope was in our country? Alan fell silent, clearly reluctant to answer that question. Xiao Hen sneered. I suppose your country has any precognitive or prophetic abilities, right? Alan's expression changed, but he quickly concealed it. Even if he reacted quickly and concealed it well, he couldn't escape Xiao Hen's eyes. Accidentally or not, Xiao Hen's calculations were accurate. Xiao Hen was almost certain that the M country did indeed have a precognitive ability user. He wondered to what extent their precognitive abilities reached and how much they could predict. Who was more formidable compared to his little zombie? Precognition abilities were incredibly powerful and extremely rare. Wen Qingling only began to have some foresight after his mental power was enhanced again, but they were still fragmented glimpses and highly random. Even Wen Qingling couldn't fully control this ability. Xiao Hen speculated that the M country's precognitive ability user would be even less capable. Furthermore, that person's precognitive abilities probably didn't match Wen Qingling's. If they could see visions like Wen Qingling did, Alan and his companions wouldn't be wandering around the central city like headless flies, they would have gone to Ling City long ago. Knowing that the opponent's precognitive ability user was not as strong as his little zombie, Xiao Hen felt relieved. I thought that for the sake of the survival of humanity, you could be more honest, Xiao Hen said. After pondering for a moment, Alan suddenly asked, does your country also have a precognitive ability user? Otherwise, how could Xiao Hen guess that their country had such an ability? Xiao Hen gave a cryptic smile. You guess. Alan, speechless. Will you tell me if I will guess? Alan shrugged. Okay, for the sake of humanity, I've decided to be honest. Human hope is indeed in the East, as predicted by the prophet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here. Xiao Hen, the East is vast. How will you search for it? Are there no more specific hints? Alan, that's why we cooperated with the Yin family. We can't let go of even the slightest bit of information about human hope. But they didn't know anything. Xiao Hen didn't believe that the Yin family truly didn't know. Perhaps they had already figured out who the human hope was, but they didn't reveal it to these foreigners and only used them. Regardless, no matter how chaotic things were behind closed doors, it was their own business. Others couldn't touch their own belongings. Both Yin Zhang and Yin Cheng were military personnel and understood this principle. Until now, Alan and his group thought that the Yin family had no idea what human hope was. Alan stared eagerly at the vaccine in Xiao Hen's hand. Now it's confirmed that the human hope is indeed in the East. The vaccine is the hope for all humanity, and I've found it. Alan suppressed his excitement and said, please let me go back and inform my people about this good news. Xiao Hen, okay, but while delivering the good news, your country should show some sincerity. There should be some compensation, apologies, and technology exchange. Otherwise, they shouldn't expect to obtain the antidote and vaccine from China. For example, the hexagram storage space technology is quite good, and his little zombie likes it. Xiao Hen was well aware that once news of the antidote and vaccine spread, they couldn't ignore other countries. Moreover, by elevating the importance of the antidote and vaccine to the level of human hope, it could protect Wen Qingling. Since the apocalypse, countries worldwide have been desperately searching for a solution to the zombie virus. China possessed the information about the antidote and vaccine, which should have already spread. It wouldn't take long for representatives from various countries to arrive. Concerning the survival of humanity, China couldn't keep the results to themselves. Otherwise, they would face a collective attack and wouldn't be able to escape. If their lives were at stake, who would fear starting a war? Taking a risk gave them a chance to survive, while not taking a risk meant certain death. There was no need to choose. Now, Xiao Hen had to consider how to dig out more useful things from other countries' hands. Wen Qingling wouldn't consider these matters, so Xiao Hen had to think about them more. Xiao Hen agreed to release Alan but kept the other two detained, so that the M country would come with sincerity to redeem them. Xiao Hen headed straight to the headquarters of the 3rd District. Countless meetings had been held these past few days, discussing the issue of relocation. They had witnessed the peace and tranquility of the civilized city, and they longed for such a life. But they were hesitant to give up the central mega city they had painstakingly built. Most survivors were unwilling to leave, even if they knew there was an antidote and vaccine in the civilized city. They would rather send people there to purchase supplies than leave the central mega city. They were extremely afraid of hunger and homelessness. If they could settle down and live in peace, they didn't want to continue taking risks. Today's meeting was to make the final decision. If they were unwilling to leave, Xiao Hen didn't want to wait any longer. Every extra day meant more danger. They would take as many survivors as they could. Even if he informed the entire central mega city about the potential risks, the survivors still refused to leave. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they still held on to a glimmer of hope. The central mega city had remained stable for so long. It couldn't be said that it would fall just like that. Even in the face of zombie disasters, the central mega city remained intact, and the zombies had been eradicated. The final decision of the meeting was for Xiao Zhang and Sha Zhang to lead the willing survivors to leave and relocate to Land City. Mo Zhang and Lei Zhang weren't unwilling to leave, but there were too many survivors who didn't want to go. They couldn't leave the survivors behind and go by themselves, so they had to stay. Only less than 1/5 of the survivors were willing to leave. This was the result of several generals personally inspecting and working together afterward. Otherwise, there would be even fewer people. Xiao Hen had already sent people to the civilized city to ask for Wen Qingling's help in clearing and building Land City. When the migration team arrived, they could directly move in. The conditions for Wen Qingling's assistance had already been negotiated with the military. Helicopters, armored vehicles, and heavy weapons were not a problem. Additionally, Xiao Hen asked Wen Qingling to send some people to protect the migrating survivors along the way. The civilized city wouldn't lend a hand for nothing. These were conditional arrangements. However, the people Xiao Hen sent were a step late. Wen Qingling had already left with Mi Yan to find Mi Yan's parents. There was no choice but to wait outside the outer city for Wen Qingling's return. Once the people from the civilized city arrived, the migration team from the central mega city could set off. But despite waiting, they couldn't see the people from the civilized city arriving. Xiao Hen was a bit worried and personally flew back in a helicopter to check. That's when he found out that Wen Qingling wasn't in the civilized city and had already been away for several days, with no information about his whereabouts. Xiao Hen had no choice but to bring a group of stronger civilized zombies over himself. It was crucial to ensure the smooth migration of the team. They still had a considerable amount of time on the road, which should be enough for Wen Qingling to return and clear Land City. Helicopters arrived one after another to pick up the people, rumbling as they flew towards the central mega city. Chapter 134. The high-level officials from various regions rushed over and asked, "What's happening? Why the urgency?" Xiao Zhang tried to adjust his expression and didn't immediately confront them. Instead, he recounted the situation witnessed by Xiao Hen to the high-level officials. Everyone's faces turned pale, not to mention whether there were foreign zombies being attracted. Even if it was just the zombies within China gathering together, it would still be a terrifying flood. This disaster couldn't be described as a mere zombie tide. Now the most important thing was to investigate the situation. If there were indeed foreign zombies being drawn in, then this would no longer be a disaster limited to China alone but a catastrophe for entire Asia and even the world. Reconnaissance aircraft took off from the central giant city and flew towards various border areas to search for the source of the zombie flood. The emergency orders were issued, and the real challenge had just begun. As expected, as soon as Xiao Zhang mentioned his despicable son's request, the conference room exploded. The commotion was even louder than the bargaining of the market antes. Xiao Hen coldly watched it all unfold. Civilized city. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong stood on the city wall with serious expressions. The number of zombies outside the city was decreasing. They were inexplicably being attracted and gradually leaving. The number of zombies was decreasing. If all these zombies were to leave, when Qingling returned, they wouldn't know how to explain it. But they couldn't tether these zombies to prevent them from leaving either. It was truly a dilemma. Just when they were racking their brains to retain these zombies, Qingling returned with a large group of people. Ji Rong and the others hurriedly went out of the city to greet them. Qingling didn't waste any words. His voice appeared in the ears of all the high-level officials, meeting at the city lord's mansion. Qingling had never spoken with such seriousness before, which made everyone extremely cautious. No matter what tasks they had at hand, they immediately set them aside and rushed to the city lord's mansion for the emergency meeting. The newly appointed zombie general of the northern direction and the lord of the northern direction went together. The researchers they brought back would be assigned by dedicated personnel. By the time Qingling arrived at the conference room, all the high-level officials had already gathered. At a glance, Qingling saw a little girl in a princess dress and almost thought she had entered the wrong place. "Why are you here?" Qingling asked. The little girl was none other than Mo Yuru, the leader of Wrong City, who excelled in sonic attacks. If she hadn't shown up on her own, Qingling would have almost forgotten about her. The little girl made a funny face at Qingling and said, "I heard that Civilized City is recruiting leaders, so I came here to sign up." Song Yushan, the little girl's mother who came with her, anxiously tried to stop her and explained, "There are no survivors left in Wrong City now. They heard that Civilized City has detoxification agents and vaccines, so they all joined this base. Even the zombies in Wrong City have almost left. We didn't know what to do, so we came here." Qingling understood and didn't ask any further. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng also participated in this meeting. They had been handling many matters in Civilized City, so they were the most knowledgeable about the situation. "How many people are currently in Civilized City?" Qingling asked. No one knew the answer to this question better than Zhang Lan. Currently, there are over 30,000 civilized zombies and over 120,000 new humans. It was too few, still too few. Civilized zombies were transformed by consuming blood anemones, while new humans were those who took the transformation agent. The supply of blood anemones was limited and couldn't be provided indefinitely. However, the production of the transformation agent should be continuous. But due to a severe shortage of manpower, the quantity of the medicine was limited, resulting in such a small number of new humans. Qingling asked, "How many people are in the 3 affiliated bases now?" Ji Rong replied, "Shang County currently has over 600,000 survivors, Shu County has over 500,000, and Yu County has just over 100,000. Survivors are arriving continuously every day. Shang County and Shu County have reached their population limits, and now only Yu County can accept a large number of survivors." With such a small number, facing the terrifying zombie flood, it was estimated that they wouldn't even have a chance to catch their breath. Qingling said, "It's very dangerous outside recently. If possible, try not to go out. Also, I need energy. There is no limit to the supply of crystal nuclei and beast crystals. Sell detoxification agents and vaccines without setting a limit." Qingling had encountered abandoned cities and zombie floods on the way, and all the zombies had been summoned and left their original cities, gathering in the northeast direction. That direction was where Yunjing City was located. Qingling faced a great threat. If he couldn't become stronger quickly, he might die in this disaster. He needed a large number of crystal nuclei and beast crystals to enhance his power. Ji Rong reported the situation of the zombies outside the city, which Qingling already knew and didn't need him to say more. Qingling ordered someone to bring Xiao Hen back. In such a critical situation, he couldn't afford to worry about others' lives. He had never concealed his selfishness and wouldn't agree to risk his own people. Ji Rong hesitated a bit. If the giant city is truly in danger, he wouldn't come back. Qingling glared, "Won't he stay there waiting to die?" Ji Rong fell silent. Qingling made the decision, "Send a helicopter to bring him back." Ji Rong stood still, unmoving. Even if he dies there, he won't come back. Qingling's gaze turned cold, making Ji Rong feel a chill from head to toe. He mustered the courage and said, "If the central giant city is wiped out, there will be hardly any survivors left in China. Looking at the current situation, even civilized city may not be able to hold on unless you can take down the big boss. Can you? In the past, Wen Qingling would have unhesitatingly told him that he could. He could just die a few more times if necessary. But this time was different. He constantly felt a sense of crisis, an unprecedented feeling he had never experienced before. Even when facing the level 8 evolved general, he didn't feel this kind of pressure. Ji Rong looked very serious. If not, after the central giant city is wiped out, it will be our turn, civilized city. I understand this, and the leader understands it even more. That's why he won't come back. Even if he dies in battle, he will keep the danger away from the civilized city. Wen Qingling stood up, his gaze clear and calm. No zombie can rise above my head, and it's the same for the one in Yunjing City. He walked out of the conference room. So what if he had to fight desperately? Wen Qingling had never been afraid. Xiao Hen didn't want danger to reach civilized city, and Wen Qingling felt the same way. After the meeting ended, Wen Qingling began seclusion. All the crystal nuclei and beast crystals in civilized city were continuously sent to him. His daily task was to absorb energy, constantly absorbing energy. He wanted to enhance his strength as much as possible before the big boss in Yunjing City went on a killing spree. But he lacked the energy to reach the 10th level. In just a few days, he had absorbed all the available beast crystals and crystal cores. There was still a significant gap to reach the 9th level, let alone the 10th level. He realized that it might be difficult to deliver the beating he imagined to the one in Yunjing City. In fact, he might end up being beaten instead. Wen Qingling stood on the city wall, looking at the desolate scenery outside the city. He felt a sense of impending defeat. He had recently reached the 8th level, the perfect time to beat the general. But instead of the general coming to be beaten, the king of Yunjing City wanted to come and attack him. Wen Qingling suspected that they were in collusion, a united front against him. It seemed that he was being ignored, standing alone as a useless zombie. Wen Qingling was very angry. He vented his anger over the general not coming to be beaten, his resentment towards the old king of Yunjing City, and the frustration of not having crystal nuclei and beast crystals, all in a roar of rage directed at a high-level zombie. The receding flood of zombies stagnated, aimlessly spinning in place. Then, a few zombies started to turn back, followed by a dozen, then dozens more. More and more zombies began to return. Ji Rong and others stood together on the city wall, their eyes almost popping out. The receding flood of zombies suddenly split in the middle, and the zombies behind started heading towards civilized city. It was so densely packed that at first glance, it looked like the zombies were surrounding the city. The crowded zombies continued returning to their original positions, resuming their days of waiting for redemption. Wen Qingling was very satisfied with this scene. He thought that his zombie little brothers were eager to please their zombie dad. They were quite adorable. The sound of helicopter propellers came from afar as several helicopters flew towards civilized city. Wen Qingling's spirits lifted as he knew that Xiao Hen had returned. A few days ago, he had wanted to send someone to bring Xiao Hen back, but Ji Rong persuaded him not to. Wen Qingling had said that with the Wen family bloodline, it was impossible not to consider his own interests a little. Seeing Xiao Hen descend from the helicopter, Ji Rong felt like his face was being slapped. Something was wrong, very wrong. It was completely against the leader's style of doing things. According to the leader's character, he should be guarding the central giant city, not taking a step away. Why did he come back now? Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong followed along, intending to find out what was going on. Wen Qingling strolled over slowly and asked, "Are these helicopters also mine?" Xiao Hen replied, "If you want them, you can keep them all." Wen Qingling nodded and said, "I saw the helicopters and armored vehicles you brought." Xiao Hen asked, "Do you like them?" Wen Qingling grinned, showing his pleasure, and said, "I must like them." Xiao Hen also smiled, holding Wen Qingling's hand. His fingers were cold, and Wen Qingling's body temperature was much lower than Xiao Hen's. Wen Qingling didn't pull away and allowed Xiao Hen to hold his hand. "Come and see if you like the things this time." Xiao Hen led Wen Qingling to look at the large wooden boxes placed on the ground. Soldiers were still unloading them from the helicopter, and several large wooden boxes were placed on the ground. Wen Qingling looked up at Xiao Hen, his eyes questioning what was inside the boxes. Xiao Hen squeezed his hand and said, open and see. Wen Qingling didn't hesitate and opened one of the large wooden boxes. It was filled with crystal nuclei and beast crystals. Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling's face showed astonishment and shock. Where did these come from? Seeing a whole box full of crystal nuclei and beast crystals, Ji Rong and the others also gasped. There were so many, and they filled several large boxes. How many zombies and corpse beasts had to be killed for this? Xiao Hen didn't say much. After all, it wasn't easy to get the financial resources of the central giant city. Those old fellows pretended not to know when it didn't involve their own interests. Only when it affected their own benefits would they kick up a fuss. After a few days of negotiation with those old fellows, Xiao Hen finally managed to get them to give up all the financial resources of the 1st, 4th, and 6th districts. Even if someone took over those districts in the future, they would be left with an empty shell as the financial resources had already been drained. In addition, the 3rd and 7th districts voluntarily contributed half of their financial resources to the rewards. The 2nd and 5th districts couldn't just sit idly by since Wen Qingling had indeed helped them a lot, and it was only fair to provide some crystal nuclei and beast crystals, even though it was painful for them. Therefore, the 2nd and 5th districts gave up 30% of their financial resources, which was enough to fill several large boxes. Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen, then at the large wooden boxes, then back at Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen chuckled at his teasing and asked, "What are you looking at?" Wen Qingling put on a serious face and said, "I suspect that you've sold yourself." Xiao Hen replied, "Number." Wen Qingling doubted, "Then are they stupid? Willing to give up so many crystal nuclei and beast crystals?" Xiao Hen said, "These are your rewards." Wen Qingling glanced at the helicopters and armored vehicles parked nearby. Wasn't this a bit disrespectful to them? They seemed to be worth nothing. Chapter 135. Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen with a gaze reminiscent of a deceiving trickster trying to coax a child. "Do we still have trust between us?" Xiao Hen's gaze was deep and profound. "Do we still need trust between us? Shouldn't we be able to understand each other's intentions at any time?" Ji Rong, speechless. He Lin, speechless. Shi Chong, speechless. Damn it, killing the dog in public, how immoral. He Lin turned around and left. He didn't want to witness the scene or be involved in their private matters. It was wise to leave now. Ji Rong wanted to figure out the reason for the leader's return at this time. He didn't want to leave and was carried away by He Lin and Shi Chong, each holding one of his arms. Couldn't he see that the atmosphere between the two was just right? Didn't he want to disturb them? Wen Qingling stared at Xiao Hen for a while before saying, "I'll accept the reward, but you're not allowed to return to Central Giant City." Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen, I might have to make another trip to Central Giant City. The reconnaissance aircraft that went to explore the border brought back bad news. The zombies from outside the border were relentlessly advancing toward Washa, flooding in like they had gone insane. What's even more terrifying is that these zombies are not afraid of deserts or rivers. No geographical barrier can stop their progress. Their target is clear. They want to enter Washa and head for Yunjing City. The abnormal behavior of the zombies hasn't gone unnoticed by other countries. While Washa was conducting border reconnaissance, neighboring countries' reconnaissance planes and fighter jets were also hovering in the air. They were obviously observing the situation. There were no conflicts between the Washa reconnaissance aircraft and those from neighboring countries. At a time like this, internal conflicts among humans were clearly insignificant. Nobody dared to imagine the number of zombies and undead creatures worldwide. If they were to take action, humans would have no chance of survival. Now, all countries are closely monitoring the movements of the zombies. Their determination is strong, and it won't be long before they come to investigate in person. It's too late to migrate now. The flood of zombies is pouring in from all directions toward Yunjing City. Central Giant City is already surrounded by a massive horde of zombies. No matter which direction they take, they will encounter the zombie horde. Unless they fly from the sky, no one can escape. Central Giant City is extremely dangerous now. With so many zombies, Yunjing City can't accommodate them all. The horde will spread outward from Central Giant City, and with the distance of just one Frostfang city between them, it won't be long before the swarming zombies reach Central Giant City. When the city falls, how many people will be able to survive and escape? Wen Qingling said, "Since you still have to go there, why did you come back now?" Xiao Hen paused. To give you the crystal nuclei and to see you. Wen Qingling stared at him with an unfriendly gaze. Xiao Hen was prepared for him to break a few more of his ribs. However, unexpectedly, Wen Qingling turned around and kicked the large wooden box, shattering it into pieces, and causing the crystal nuclei and beast crystals to roll all over the floor. As the esteemed Lord of Civilization City, the owner of antidotes, vaccines, and transformation agents, do you think I'm lacking in these few crystal nuclei? Do I need you to see me? Would I cease to be Wen Qingling without this one look from you? Xiao Hen looked at a beast crystal rolling near his feet and said, I know you need energy. Wen Qingling huffed angrily, yes, I do need energy, but I don't need you to exchange your life for these things. As the protector of this city, why do my people have to be so humble? As long as I want, plenty of people would offer me a handful of crystal nuclei and beast crystals. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen couldn't refute it because it was the truth. However, Xiao Hen felt that their conversation seemed to be off track. Did you misunderstand something? Misunderstand me? Misunderstand? Wen Qingling was infuriated, pacing in place before plucking a blue beast crystal from thin air and starting to gnaw on it. Xiao Hen, speechless. The soldiers waiting under the helicopter, speechless, they stared dumbfoundedly. They had never seen someone directly gnawing on a beast crystal before. This dentition, this digestion, this absorption ability. Truly awe-inspiring. Xiao Hen quickly reacted and moved to snatch the blue beast crystal, but Wen Qingling evaded him. While gnawing on the crystal, he glared at Xiao Hen fiercely, as if he was not gnawing at a beast crystal but at Xiao Hen himself. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen felt a chill running down his spine. He was so intimidating. Xiao Hen dryly said, these are truly your rewards, not my life's worth. Wen Qingling pointed at Xiao Hen with the half-gnawed beast crystal, tell me, whose person are you? Xiao Hen's heart raced, and he took a step forward, grasping Wen Qingling's hand filled with crumbs. Yours. Wen Qingling pulled his hand back and continued pointing at him, asking, whose life is it? Xiao Hen confidently replied, yours. Xiao Hen adored his arrogant appearance and reached out to pull the little zombie closer for a hug. However, the little zombie threw a blue beast crystal with bite marks at him. The little zombie was still angry. You are mine, and your life belongs to me. You have no right to decide your own life and death, and I also disagree with you sacrificing yourself for Central Giant City. Xiao Hen caught the thrown beast crystal and helplessly coaxed, I really didn't mean to sacrifice myself. Who the hell was spreading nonsense in front of the little zombie? When did he ever decide to sacrifice himself for Central Giant City? It was pure fabrication, pure fabrication. Wen Qingling said, then don't go back to Central Giant City. Xiao Hen, speechless. Central Giant City was currently in chaos, and if he abandoned his mission halfway, would old Xiao and old Shui come to beat him up? Seeing that he remained silent, Wen Qingling widened his eyes, resembling an angry little leopard. If you're worried about your father, I'll personally go and bring him back. Let the others go die. Xiao Hen was almost swayed by Wen Qingling. After acquiring 2/3 of the zombie bloodline, Xiao Hen could clearly feel that he had become more cold-blooded than before. If he stayed in Civilization City, he would lean more toward the zombie side. Recently, staying in the human stronghold, his 1/3 human bloodline had become active again, making it impossible for him to stand idly by while Central Giant City fell into dire straits. Just as he was almost convinced by Wen Qingling, his 1/3 human bloodline urgently held him back. If he truly turned a blind eye, Central Giant City would be truly finished. He had thought of many methods, but none could save Central Giant City. The only thing he could do was to save as many survivors as possible. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Wen Qingling's gaze turned cold, and he bit his own arm. Xiao Hen was startled and quickly tried to stop him, saying, what are you doing? Don't bite randomly. Wen Qingling raised his head, his eyes filled with indifference, and he firmly grasped the back of Xiao Hen's neck, leaning in to kiss his lips. Xiao Hen was initially surprised but quickly responded by tightly embracing Wen Qingling and returning the kiss. At that moment, Wen Qingling transferred a mouthful of blood from his mouth to Xiao Hen's. Caught off guard, Xiao Hen choked on the blood. Qingling. Xiao Hen clutched his throat, feeling the familiar pain spreading throughout his body. He staggered, but Wen Qingling caught him before he fell. Xiao Hen held him tightly, his lips stained with traces of Wen Qingling's blood. The unbearable pain threatened to shatter his sanity. Why? Xiao Hen managed to utter. Wen Qingling's gaze turned icy. Your human bloodline is weak and troublesome. It's time for you to undergo another mutation. This time, with a mouthful of blood, he would cause Xiao Hen to complete his transformation and not remain in this ambiguous state. Xiao Hen's pupils contracted, and the compassion he had maintained through his human bloodline seemed to be crushed by a demonic hand at that moment. Xiao Hen was acutely aware of all his human emotions rapidly fading away. He was about to become a true zombie devoid of any emotions. He didn't want that. He was afraid. He was afraid of losing the ability to love someone, afraid that he would no longer like the person before him. Wen Qingling, who didn't understand the concept of emotions, could easily strip away the cherished emotions that Xiao Hen had always treasured. He didn't hesitate to deprive him of those emotions himself. As the collapse and corruption spread from within his body to his skin, Xiao Hen had lost his sanity. With a roar of madness, he lunged toward the human soldiers, but Wen Qingling quickly restrained him and bound him tightly, rushing towards the research lab. The waiting soldiers were all dumbfounded. They watched Colonel Xiao transform into a bloody monster, emitting a howl that resembled that of a zombie. Everyone exchanged glances, their foreheads starting to sweat. They all thought of one possibility: Colonel Xiao had turned into a zombie. This realization was too terrifying. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly turn into a bloodied zombie with just a single kiss? Wen Qingling barged into the research lab, carrying Xiao Hen with him, and exclaimed, "Stop all research and focus on him." Dr. Zhu, who was almost scared to death, asked, "What's going on?" Wen Qingling replied, "I gave him a sip of my blood." Dr. Zhu, speechless. He nearly choked, feeling overwhelmed. He urgently pressed the button, calling for assistance. The research lab instantly descended into chaos. While trying to save Xiao Hen, Dr. Zhu shouted, "Who is this person?" He was unrecognizable, with no traces of his former self remaining. Wen Qingling followed them and said, "Xiao Hen." Dr. Zhu abruptly stopped. Research on Xiao Hen's blood has yielded results. It has a decisive factor in preserving the abilities of civilized zombies. His blood is unique. How could you act so recklessly? Dr. Zhu exploded with anger. Wen Qingling remained calm. Being unique serves no purpose when it can't save him when the time comes. Dr. Zhu stomped his feet. "Why did you do this?" Wen Qingling replied, "I want to eliminate his human and general bloodline. They're holding him back. He's too mediocre." Dr. Zhu, speechless. Dr. Zhu pulled his hair in frustration. "Just wait for him to explode and die." Wen Qingling confidently stated, "He won't." Dr. Zhu scoffed, "What kind of poison is in your blood? Don't you have any sense of caution?" Wen Qingling's face turned cold. "Precisely because it's my blood, I want it to mutate in the direction I desire." Dr. Zhu, speechless. The staff members, speechless. "You're amazing. You can even control the direction of mutation." Chapter 136. The Research Institute of the civilized city halted all research projects and focused on saving Xiao Hen. Wen Qingling did not leave. Whether it was blood or blood anemone that was needed, he could provide it immediately. He believed that his blood wouldn't ruin Xiao Hen, and he trusted the research personnel he had personally brought back. Since words couldn't convince them, and he couldn't resort to violence or watch Xiao Hen die, Wen Qingling could only think of this method: to make him stronger, to free him from any constraints, so he wouldn't foolishly sacrifice himself for a city. Wen Qingling had a premonition that if Xiao Hen continued to stay in the central giant city, he would die. The kind of death that couldn't be resurrected. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Xiao Hen belonged entirely to him. No one else had the right to decide, not even himself. An assistant researcher ran out to report, "The situation with the commander is very dire. Doctors Zhu, Tong, Shen, and Min all believe that this is just buying time. Your blood has started to mutate, and the energy is intense and difficult to control. Currently, we can only use blood anemones to repair as much as possible. We can't stop. There's an immediate risk of explosion." The assistant researcher looked pleadingly at the lord of the city, wishing he could control the direction of his own blood mutation. Time was running out, and lives were at stake. Wen Qingling clenched his hand by his side. He refused to admit that he might have played it wrong. "How much longer can we delay?" Assistant researcher. "It's hard to say, but we will definitely try to buy as much time as possible." Wen Qingling turned and left. Give me 3 days. Assistant researcher. Speechless. No, don't go. What about controlling the direction of blood mutation? Wen Qingling furrowed his brows. He had a premonition that he could control his blood, but when he tried just now, it seemed impossible. He didn't believe that his premonition could be wrong. Since he couldn't control it, the only possibility was that he wasn't strong enough yet to achieve the effects he foresaw. Wen Qingling moved several large crates of energy crystals back to the Lord's mansion. He buried himself in the pile of energy, opened his abdomen, and ate voraciously, striving to become powerful in the shortest time possible. Only then could he control his blood and keep Xiao Hen alive. During the 3 days of waiting, Xiao Hen underwent countless cycles of bodily repair and decay. Each time his body reached a certain level of decay, on the verge of explosion, the researchers would use blood anemone to repair him. After the repair was completed, the decay would continue, and the process would repeat. If Xiao Hen hadn't already possessed the zombie bloodline, making him less sensitive to pain, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for 3 days. Wen Qingling kept his promise. He drained himself of energy, and on the 3rd day, gentle energy spread from the Lord's mansion, expanding outward. It reached the core city, inner city, middle city, outer city, beyond the outer city, and the 3 major county-affiliated bases. The gentle energy continued to spread outward, with no end in sight. Wherever the energy passed, all things revived. Seeds that were just planted in the fields grew rapidly and matured, painting everything in golden hues. All the damaged zombies, humans, mutant beasts, and corpse creatures were restored to their original state. The chaotic brains of the zombies gained a hint of clarity. They realized that they were zombies, and they no longer wished to continue living in such a muddled state. They wanted to live with dignity, to possess consciousness, to become the true kings, although the aura of these kings was extremely faint. A zombie roar echoed from the Lord's mansion, and all the zombies submitted without hesitation. The influx of zombies toward Cloud Capital City caused a severe uproar. The zombies spun in place, hesitated, and looked around in confusion. The allure of the north suddenly lost its appeal as the zombies caught a whiff of the pure aura of the true king. Although it was very faint, it unmistakably signaled the zombie horde that the true king had appeared, in the south. The zombie horde attracted by the aura of the tyrant-headed south. The zombie horde attracted by the rulers of the north continued to move north. The zombie horde split into 2, advancing in 2 opposite directions. From high above, the scene was magnificent. The densely packed zombies gathered toward 2 cities, one in the south and one in the north, forming 2 massive, hollow black eyes on the land of Washa. In the research laboratory, all the busy researchers and assistants were drawn to the sudden presence of this aura. Submitting to the king was an instinct engraved in the genes of every zombie. On the research bed, the bloodied figure no longer required the repair of blood anemones but instead self-restored to a human form. The blood bag in the assistant's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Has the king arrived? Why do I feel like the king's aura is so close to me? A colleague next to him nodded vigorously. I feel it too. Dr. Zhu wore a pensive expression. No, there's something different about this aura. It's completely unlike the previous feeling. Suddenly, Dr. Zhu stopped abruptly and turned to look at the research bed. The bloodied figure on the bed had disappeared, replaced by a man sitting calmly on the bed, casually wiping away the bloodstains on his body. His eyes were sharp and cold, devoid of any emotions, as cold as a true zombie without desires or emotions. Dr. Zhu widened his eyes, his lips trembling. The Sub-King. Even Dr. Zhu himself didn't know how that term had appeared in his mind. He could clearly distinguish that the current aura was fundamentally different from the previous one. The previous king's aura was pure and originated naturally, the aura of a true-born king. The individual before them possessed a king's aura as well, but compared to the purity of a true king, his aura carried something else. Dr. Zhu couldn't describe it. Perhaps this was the difference between being born naturally and being created artificially. In any case, all the zombies could discern this distinction at a glance. This figure wasn't the true king, but the sub-king. However, it was undeniable that they were equally terrifying beings. The sound of a falling needle could be heard in the research lab. Everyone instinctively yielded and looked fearfully at the indifferent man wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. The man had an impressive physique, with well-defined muscles and explosive power. His boxer shorts were stained with blood, and he seemed very disdainful, not looking at anyone in the room, disappearing within the lab. All the researchers and assistants in the lab could finally breathe normally. They were almost suffocated by the aura of the king. It was terrifying. They actually managed to treat a king. At this moment, all the civilized zombies just wanted to cover their faces and scream. In the center of Yunjing City, in the middle of a spacious road, there appeared an enormous pool. The pool formed naturally, filled with a black viscous fluid that surged within. In the center of the pool sat a man with black hair, black eyes, and a black windbreaker. His skin was pale, and he had his eyes closed as if sleeping. The black viscous fluid seemed like small black snakes, wriggling and burrowing into the man's flesh. Around the pool, evolved beings hurriedly came and went. Every time they approached, they would throw the energy crystals they held into the black pool. The viscous fluid swiftly dissolved the energy crystals and transferred the melted energy to the man in the center of the pool. Sitting by the edge of the pool was a dark figure, the general that Wen Qingling wanted to beat up. The figure stared unblinkingly at the man in the center of the pool. Unlike the general, there was a huge and strange zombie fused with a metal turret sitting obediently at the edge of the pool. Its cannon-like structure extended forward, as if ready to fire at the pool, but it didn't. It had been guarding here for who knows how long. It was the turret, which had disappeared after leaving Ling City. Just like the general, it obediently guarded the edge of the pool, waiting for its king to emerge from the pool. Different from the general and the turret, there was a small baby that was only 7 or 8 months old. The baby had a head full of tentacles and was lying by the edge of the pool. It used its remaining arm to struggle to grab the viscous fluid in the pool. It wanted to taste the fluid and could sense the powerful energy fluctuations inside the pool. It was hungry and wanted to eat. The motionless pale man suddenly opened his eyes, and his black pupils were like endless abysses. His previously restrained aura suddenly surged, and he howled in anger, letting out a furious roar. All the zombies kneeled and submitted. Wen Qingling stretched lazily as she slipped out of the Lord's mansion. Outside the Lord's mansion, it was crowded with excitement. All the civilized zombies and new humans were cheering and celebrating the birth of the king. Every one of them had radiant smiles, and their expressions were no longer rigid. Their emotions were no longer lacking. If not for the genetic limitations, they would be living, breathing individuals. Of course, anyone who saw them would have no doubt that they were human. And that was the truth. They had already become what they wanted to be. Wen Qingling fulfilled the wishes of each and every one of them, allowing them to grow freely in their desired direction. Perhaps it was because they had all been human before. Wen Qingling lifted the restrictions, allowing them to grow freely and mutate. Almost everyone had turned into a human-like form. Everything that humans possessed could be found in them. The good and the bad, all the inherent qualities of being human. Wen Qingling looked around but couldn't find that figure. He couldn't help but click his tongue and thought, he shouldn't be so petty, right? Getting angry over such a trivial matter and not coming to celebrate the birth of the new king. Of course, he isn't the true king yet, just someone with the potential to become the true king. When he has a sufficient foundation of energy, the throne of the true king will open its doors to him. Like a direct line, there will be no need for a difficult breakthrough. He is the chosen, true king. Meanwhile, the sub-king that evolved alongside him, Xiao Hen, was currently throwing a tantrum, hiding somewhere in a corner. Wen Qingling scanned with his spiritual power and discovered the trace of the sub-king. The newly born Xiao Hen sat on the edge of the outer city's wall, his back lonely and indifferent. He lightly flicked his fingers in the air, and a massive spatial blade flew out, severing a patch of wildly growing weeds. He flicked his fingers again, and another patch of weeds fell. Xiao Hen's current mood was not pleasant. He was acting as a lawnmower, dealing with the rampant weeds that had grown due to Wen Qingling's wood-based powers. Author's note. Xiao Hen, baby is feeling bitter. Wen Qingling, good boy, you'll become sweeter. Chapter 137. Wen Qingling appeared by his side. Xiao Hen ignored him, turned his body away, and continued to cut the overgrown weeds. Wen Qingling, my true king position has been challenged. Xiao Hen continued to ignore him, acting like an emotionless lawnmower. Wen Qingling walked behind him, craning his neck to observe Xiao Hen's expression. You look even more handsome after the mutation. Xiao Hen's movement of cutting the grass paused for a moment. He struggled to suppress the slight upward curve of his lips and continued cutting the grass coldly. Wen Qingling sighed. Indeed, you're my companion, Sub-King. Your genes are powerful, and just look at that angry and handsome face. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen disappeared from his indifferent state and reappeared on another section of the city wall, continuing to cut the grass. Wen Qingling followed him. What did these weeds do to offend you that you're cutting them like this? Xiao Hen paused, stood up, and walked along the wall, sparing the weeds. With his complete control over spatial abilities, he didn't need to walk anymore. He did this just so Wen Qingling could keep up with him. Wen Qingling quickly caught up with him. He didn't understand. What's wrong? Xiao Hen spoke coldly. Figure it out yourself. Wen Qingling thought for a moment and said seriously, are you angry that the human bloodline is being washed away? Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen was infuriated and continued walking ahead. Wen Qingling was surprised. You're not worried about the level 8 evolved corpse poison being washed away, right? Well, if you really can't bear it, I can put it back for you. That's a lie. Wen Qingling observed Xiao Hen's reaction. He admitted that there would definitely be a fight today. Xiao Hen took a deep breath, stopped, and turned around, looking expressionlessly at him. It isn't because of these things that I'm angry. Wen Qingling blinked. Then why? Xiao Hen was annoyed to the point of a headache and gritted his teeth. You're erasing my feelings for you. Saying, don't want, and, wash it away, just like that. I'm afraid and worried, not about the human bloodline or the level 8 evolved zombie virus, but about emotions. Emotions are unique to humans. I don't want to lose the ability to like you, even if the human bloodline makes me weaker, I still don't want to lose it. I'm afraid of becoming a cold, emotionless zombie, of losing myself after turning into a zombie, living only by instincts. But most of all, I'm afraid I won't like you anymore. I'm very scared and panicked, but you can't receive any of my emotions. You just do what you think is right. Wen Qingling understood but didn't quite understand. If it's liking, how could it be washed away? Xiao Hen's expression darkened, and he looked deeply into her eyes. If I become a zombie, do you think I'll still have emotions? Will I still understand what it means to like? I might forget you, forget liking you. Our relationship will become instinctive, without emotions, without liking. Wen Qingling stared into his eyes. Do you still like me now? Xiao Hen wanted to stubbornly say that he didn't like him anymore, but looking at his face so close to him, he couldn't bring himself to say those 3 words. Wen Qingling understood his emotions and felt inexplicably delighted. Xiao Hen was stunned. He seemed to sense Wen Qingling's delight, a strange feeling as if they could truly understand each other's hearts and feel each other's emotions. Wen Qingling said, zombies themselves are humans. I release the restrictions and let them grow freely. Many of them unconsciously become true humans, possessing what humans possess. It's the same for you. The emotions you want to retain won't disappear unless your liking is fake. Xiao Hen's eyes grew darker, and he locked his gaze on the person in front of him. Do you think it's real or fake? A glimmer appeared in Wen Qingling's silent eyes. If I say it's fake, will you continue cutting these weeds? Xiao Hen's eyes showed a hint of a smile. Maybe I'll do more than just cut these weeds. He reached out and gently touched Wen Qingling's fair cheek, whispering softly, maybe I'll cut you too. The two of them were in close proximity, their breaths entangled. Wen Qingling didn't avoid it, and Xiao Hen silently understood that the little zombie agreed to his kiss. Their lips met, quickly parting, the soft and warm sensation sending indescribable tremors through both of them. Xiao Hen's eyes were as deep and dark as the sea, containing a terrifying desire that had been compressed and accumulated. He gazed into the depths of the little zombie's eyes, which held a bewildered expression, as if still not fully awakened from the previous tremor. He seemed to not quite understand this feeling, but he felt comfortable. The little zombie suddenly embraced Xiao Hen by the back of his neck, pulling him closer. From being passive, he became active, and their lips collided fiercely. Their teeth grazed each other, causing a stinging pain and the scent of blood, further arousing their impulses and primal instincts. The little zombie was like a wild beast, biting and gnawing at Xiao Hen's lips. Both their lips were stained with blood, a scene of blurred flesh and blood. Xiao Hen wanted to be more gentle, to take things slowly. He didn't want to scare away the rare initiative from the little zombie. However, his savagery and urgency caused his long-restrained desires to explode, becoming uncontrollable. Intense and fervent love was conveyed to the little zombie, who felt fireworks exploding in his mind. He became weak, his voice was low as if it carried hooks. Xiao Hen's long-suppressed emotions and desires erupted completely at this moment, shattering all reason. He embraced the person tightly in his arms, his breath in disarray. "If you don't want to, you can push me away." The little zombie had the power to do so. If he didn't want it, he could easily reject all of Xiao Hen's advances. Xiao Hen held the small, soft body against him, his figure flickering as they left the city wall, appearing in his commander's mansion. The little zombie still clung to his neck, evidently unsatisfied with the current situation. Xiao Hen's temples throbbed with veins, and he forcefully suppressed the passionate kiss once again. Entangled together, they made their way to the bedroom. Their hearts were connected. Whatever Xiao Hen could feel, Wen Qingling could feel as well. One was the true king, and the other was the sub-king, an evolved pair. From then on, no one in the world could be more intimate than them. They were each other's one and only. Whatever Wen Qingling lacked, Xiao Hen could provide for him. Their minds and emotions intertwined, sharing the same experiences. In the sky above Yunjing City, two dark figures swiftly flew by. Within the viscous black liquid, a pale man slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with malice. As the second dark figure passed overhead, the pale man waved his hand, and the reconnaissance aircraft in the sky seemed to be ensnared by an invisible net, unable to move. Its engine stopped, and it plummeted straight down, crashing into the ground. The pilot quickly reported the situation, calling command, engine failure, reconnaissance aircraft is crashing, parachute countdown. The reconnaissance aircraft fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground and igniting two consecutive bursts of flames. Two black dots descended unsteadily in the air within Yunjing City. The pale man stood up from the viscous liquid, and all the black liquid connected to his body broke apart, reluctantly falling back into the black pool. The man took step by step towards the shore. His face was pale, his expression gloomy, as he walked into the distance. Countless zombies followed in his wake. The general and the turret, who had been guarding by the pool, followed closely behind. The one-armed baby that had been trying to taste the black liquid murmured, looking at the receding figure in the now calm black liquid. It swallowed its saliva and mumbled, "So much energy, I'll just have a little taste, just one bite, I promise not to eat much." Then, it plunged its head into the viscous liquid. The calm black liquid instantly boiled, and the black liquid, like live fish, crazily leapt towards the one-armed baby, biting into its flesh and burrowing into its skin. The small body of the one-armed baby was about to burst, emitting a painful scream. The departing man reached out his hand, and with a grab, he lifted the struggling one-armed baby out of the black liquid. He slammed it on the ground, and the chaotic energy that had burrowed into its body continued to rampage. The one-armed baby writhed in pain on the ground, with each roll causing one of the tentacles on its head to fall off, while its small body grew taller. Before the black energy could tear apart the one-armed baby, it was absorbed and digested by the baby. Its missing arm grew back, its body elongated, and the tentacles on its head, as well as its mouth plate, disappeared, replaced by thick, silky black hair. The one-armed baby transformed into a slender and fair-skinned beautiful youth. He had a pair of crimson eyes and a delicate appearance. The youth climbed up from the ground, looking at his new body and the newly grown arm with great joy. With his crimson eyes, he looked at the pale man. The man extended his hand, and the young boy bounced over, holding the man's hand and following him forward. Wen Qingling suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Hen tightened his grip around his waist, holding him in his arms and gently patting him twice. "Rest a little longer." Wen Qingling turned his head to look at Xiao Hen. "I sense the presence of the wild Kui Bao." Xiao Hen opened his eyes, his gaze clear. Apparently, neither of them had slept, nor did they need to sleep. "The one that Fang Zhen took away." Wen Qingling nodded. Xiao Hen sat up. "Where is it?" Wen Qingling also wanted to sit up, but his waist still felt sore and weak, not fully recovered. Xiao Hen reached out and lifted him up, letting him sit against himself. Without needing Wen Qingling to speak, Xiao Hen had already sensed his faint worry. "Shall we go and bring it back?" Wen Qingling leaned against Xiao Hen, his fingers not being honest as they roamed over Xiao Hen's chest, feeling his smooth skin and strong muscles. It felt good in his hands. Xiao Hen caught hold of that mischievous hand, and Wen Qingling looked up at him. Not allowed to touch. Xiao Hen's gaze deepened. unless you want to stay in bed for a few more days. Wen Qingling contemplated the feasibility of another battle, recalling the near-death pleasure, the tremors, and suffocation at its peak. Even now, he still felt tingling sensations on his scalp and his whole body felt weak to the point of soaring. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen, feeling somewhat guilty. How could this be described as comfortable? He had been repeatedly teetering between life and death these past few days, almost dying in bed. While Wen Qingling was still trembling with fear, every nerve in his body was awakened by the memories of the tremors. His fingers and toes couldn't help but curl. It was too exciting, making him both eager and a little scared. To think that he, Wen Qingling, couldn't die even when torn to pieces and crushed, but almost died in bed. If this were to spread, it would be very unbecoming of a leader. Wen Qingling sat up straight, speaking earnestly, the important thing is to focus on the task at hand. We'll fight again later. The city lord, Wen Qingling, made a determined decision. Next time, he would definitely not be so lacking in spirit. He would make sure Xiao Hen also experienced the tremors of the soul dancing on sensitive nerves. Xiao Hen saw through his bluff and chuckled softly. All right. Feeling annoyed by his laughter, Wen Qingling gave him a kick, but he held back his strength, avoiding any injuries to muscles and bones. Xiao Hen smiled and held his fair and delicate ankle. So, where is that evolving blood anemone? Wen Qingling's gaze darkened. Yunjing City. Xiao Hen, speechless. Why did it have to be Yunjing City? It was a super hornet's nest that would explode if poked. Wen Qingling gritted his teeth. Even if he becomes the king, we have two potential kings here. Why don't we go and crush his dog head? Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen's worst fear had come true. Chapter 138. Two paratroopers landed not far from each other, trying their best to control their direction and land on the rooftops to avoid falling to the ground and becoming a feast for the zombies. Xu Guang landed steadily on the rooftop, dragged forward by the parachute. He quickly unfastened the buckle, and the parachute was blown away by the wind. Xu Guang narrowly avoided being dragged off the rooftop. Benson wasn't as lucky. He landed near the edge of the rooftop, and with a gust of wind, he was dragged backward. He quickly tried to unlock the buckle, but the pulling force was too strong, and he couldn't undo it in time. Frustrated, he cursed loudly and was dragged off the rooftop, falling down. Xu Guang wanted to help, but it was too late. Below them were crowded hordes of zombies, and if they fell, they would surely be torn to pieces. Benson's terrified screams came from below. Just as he thought he was about to be unlucky and eaten by the zombies, the parachute got caught on a broken railing of the rooftop. Looking at the jumping and roaring zombies below, Benson, who had narrowly escaped death, burst into laughter. He looked up and shouted, "Hey, buddy, give me a hand." Xu Guang didn't have a good impression of these stubborn foreigners. But until their faces were completely torn apart, he couldn't just watch a living person die in front of him. He grabbed the parachute rope and exerted effort to pull Benson up. Benson sat on the rooftop panting heavily, looking at the countless zombies below. He grinned, "Is this the zombie city you guys are afraid of? Besides having a few more zombies, I don't see any difference." Xu Guang ignored him and used the portable communication device to contact the central mega city. This communication device relied on crystal nuclei as its main energy source and had its own frequency channel to transmit voices back. This technology came from overseas and was generously brought out for this exploration. Since the reconnaissance aircraft returned from the border, helicopters from foreign countries, escorted by fighter jets, had arrived one after another at the central mega city. The behavior of the zombies was too abnormal, and they all wanted to know what had happened in China to attract all the zombies here. With such a terrifying number, they suspected that China was trying to cause trouble using the zombies. They couldn't ignore it, of course. Of course, besides the zombie problem, there might be other purposes that made these high-ranking officials from different countries eager to come. The antidote and vaccines had been promoted in China for some time, and it was no longer a secret on Chinese soil. These countries might have received wind of it, and they gathered at the central mega city through the zombie incident. The abnormalities on Chinese soil were clearer to them from high above. To attract so many zombies to gather, it was definitely something humans couldn't accomplish. They temporarily dismissed their suspicions of China causing trouble and realized that this should be a sign of a real disaster approaching. The zombie crisis this time was not just China's crisis. If it wasn't handled properly, it would become a crisis that engulfed the whole world. Representatives from various countries came to China's largest survivor base to discuss this matter. All the zombies were gathering towards Yunjing City, and foreign representatives were very interested in what existed inside the city. They immediately wanted to send people to investigate, but they were stopped by the higher-ups of the central mega-city. They cited previous cases and advised against rash actions. But if they didn't investigate, they wouldn't know what was happening inside Yunjing City. They were in the dark, so how could they resolve this situation? Despite knowing that airplanes couldn't fly over Yunjing City, they still dispatched 2 reconnaissance aircraft. Even if they had to sacrifice something, they needed to obtain information from inside the city. Originally, the 2 pilots were supposed to come from the central mega-city, but since the city disagreed with the exploration mission, sending them to their deaths was not an option. Therefore, the foreign representatives had to send one of their own people to accompany them. Xu Guang and Benson were the chosen individuals. Xu Guang, calling base, calling base. The reconnaissance aircraft crashed, and we are in the central area of Yunjing City. Over. A voice came through the communication device, report the situation around you. Over. Xu Guang. There are countless zombies gathered here, many of them evolved forms. We have not yet discovered any special zombies. Over. They had speculations about what these special zombies could be, but they were not certain and needed confirmation. Communication device. Stay safe and maintain contact. Over. Xu Guang. Received. 001 out. Benson climbed up from the ground and said, "Hey, do you think it's possible that it's the Zombie King?" Xu Guang remained silent. Benson continued, "If it really is the Zombie King, it wouldn't suddenly appear as 2 at once. We saw it from high above, all the zombies are gathering in 2 directions. I heard the other direction is called Ling City." Benson jokingly added, "In terms of nutrition and strength, we Westerners definitely surpass the Easterners. If there really is a Zombie King, it shouldn't appear on Chinese soil. So I guess it's definitely not the Zombie King, probably some kind of evolved monster." Even for the title of Zombie King, they were willing to compete. The Zombie King was undoubtedly very powerful, and such a strong existence should appear in a powerful country, not in China. From Benson's tone, Xu Guang could sense the derogatory and arrogant attitude. Xu Guang chuckled, "Perhaps all your nutrients have been absorbed by your limbs. After all, the Zombie King evolves its brain." Benson, who graduated from a Chinese language kindergarten, clearly didn't fully understand Xu Guang's words and continued babbling. Xu Guang took out the portable energy source he carried and prepared to cross the building to the other side. Benson disagreed. "If there really is a Zombie King here, it would definitely know of our presence. It should come to us instead of us going to find it. If we go over there, we might not have a chance to see the Zombie King, but we might have a chance to meet God." The noisy crowd of zombies downstairs suddenly fell silent, alerting Xu Guang. Benson, who had been chattering, also fell silent. Both of them tightened their grip on their firearms and cautiously approached the edge of the rooftop to look down. Among the crowd of zombies, 2 giants appeared. One was dark-skinned and taller than the average zombie, while the other had a turret embedded in its body, even taller and larger than the dark-skinned zombie, resembling a giant. However, the floor they were on was high enough that the height of that zombie couldn't reach them. Benson cursed, "What the hell are those things?" Xu Guang immediately reported the situation of these 2 zombies to the base. Based on their physical characteristics, the central mega-city provided the answer: an 8th-level evolved form called General, and a 7th-level evolved form called Turret. They were both looking up at the rooftop. Xu Guang answered Benson's question: "They are unique to China, 8th-level evolved form, General, and 7th-level evolved form, Turret." Benson's eyes almost popped out of his head. "Our 7th and 8th level evolved zombies don't look like that. How powerful are your 7th and 8th level evolved zombies?" "They are very powerful, there's no doubt about it." Xu Guang didn't have time to tell Benson how powerful their own 7th and 8th level evolved zombies were. His gaze fell on the opposite rooftop, where 2 people stood. One had black hair, black eyes, and pale skin, wearing a black windbreaker. Standing beside him was a young boy with black hair, red eyes, and snow-white skin, dressed in a simple shirt and black pants, looking innocent and harmless. Xu Guang was greatly shocked. not only because he couldn't believe there were living people here but also because he was astonished by the appearance of the boy with red eyes. In the central mega city, he had the fortune to meet Wen Qingling in person, and the boy in front of him looked exactly like a replica of Wen Qingling. Except for slightly younger eyes and a more tender face, there was no difference. Subconsciously, Xu Guang pressed the communication device and said, "I see two people. One is a mature man with black hair, black eyes, and a black windbreaker. He is accompanied by a young boy with black hair and red eyes, about 15 or 16 years old. His appearance is exactly the same as Wen Qingling. They're coming." They jumped directly from the opposite rooftop. Then came a continuous sound of gunfire, followed by Benson's final curse and Xu Guang's last words. "They are not human." An explosion sounded, and the communication device was filled with static. There were no other sounds. The command center fell into a long silence. Everything happened too quickly, and they didn't have time to think much before those two individuals had already met their demise. When they finally reacted, all the high-ranking officials in the central mega city looked toward Xiaozhong. Even the foreign representatives, after hearing the translation, turned their gaze to Xiaozhong and asked, "Who is Wen Qingling?" No one answered. The command center fell into a prolonged silence. A shaky voice from a high-ranking official spoke up, "Do you all remember the news from a long time ago about Wen Qingling being able to control the zombies in the southern city? Is this really because of his psychic abilities? Do other countries' psychic ability users have this kind of power?" Another high-ranking official struggled to speak, "And what about the construction of Civilization City? All the zombies outside the city are staying obediently, but where does Civilization City get the confidence that those zombies won't form a tide and attack the city? We can be sure that there is no military force in Ling City. How did they manage to move the zombies from Ling City and the three counties? We've experienced the battles in the cities ourselves, and we know how much effort it takes to fight against the zombies and corpse beasts occupying a city. How could Wen Qingling accomplish it so easily? If it's because of his psychic abilities, then it's truly terrifying. How is this any different from higher-level evolved zombies? Don't forget, all the zombies from around the world are converging towards China. And now that the influx of zombies into Yunjing City has been diverted by Ling City, the number of zombies gathered there is almost comparable to that in Yunjing City. If there really is a zombie king in Yunjing City, what would be in Ling City?" Xiaozhong didn't want to beat around the bush with them. "Can you be more straightforward? Are you suspecting that Wen Qingling is not human?" The command center fell into silence once again. If Wen Qingling was truly not human, it would be truly terrifying. What level of zombie would have the appearance of a human? They all remembered Xu Guang's previous description. There were also two individuals in Yunjing City, and Xu Guang said they were human. The man with black hair, black eyes, and a black windbreaker, and the young boy with black hair and red eyes. In the end, Xu Guang made it clear, they are not human. Everyone present heard it with their own ears. They had the appearance of humans but were not. The possibility of Wen Qingling not being human seemed even greater. Chapter 139. Everyone in the command center had a solemn expression. Someone raised a question: if Wen Qingling is truly not human, then what about the antidote and vaccine for the zombie virus? Everyone's minds were about to explode. If Wen Qingling was not human but held the antidote and vaccine for the zombie virus, it meant that humanity's fate and future were being controlled by the zombies. Was there any hope left for them? Someone directly asked, "Xiaozhong, your son has the closest relationship with Wen Qingling. Does he know if Wen Qingling is human or not? Do you really have no idea?" Thinking about how Xiao Hen had recently brought several large crates of energy crystals to Civilization City, promising to return the same day but hadn't shown up for several days. Some of the high-ranking officials with quick reactions had already figured out a possibility. They exclaimed in horror. Previously, the flow of zombies was directed towards Yunjing City. It was after Xiao Hen sent the crates of energy crystals to Civilization City that the zombies suddenly started diverting, resulting in the situation of Yunjing City and Ling City facing off. "Xiaozhong, did your third district plan this in advance?" Someone questioned on the spot. Old Shui spoke with a solemn voice. "The crystal nuclei and beast crystals were sent out with everyone's consent. But your third district was the first to propose it. If Wen Qingling truly was a zombie and had evolved with the help of the energy crystals they sent, then the third district was indeed guilty." Just when tension filled the air, a light laugh broke the deadlock. and everyone looked over to see Lei Yuxiao laughing incessantly. In such a serious situation, Lei Yuxiao had no business speaking. Someone shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Lei Yuxiao looked up at the middle-aged man who shouted the loudest. "General Gao, if Wen Qingling is truly a zombie, what do you plan to do?" General Gao was a high-ranking official from the former 4th District. After Hua Zhang stepped down, he was chosen to temporarily manage the affairs of the 4th District. When they wanted to empty the 4th District's savings, he had found various excuses to refuse. But his position was still insignificant compared to Xiao Zhang, Mo Zhang, Lei Zhang, and Sha Zhang. His opposition was ineffective, and the 4th District was still emptied. Now that he had a chance, wouldn't he hold onto it tightly? General Gao slammed the table and spoke with righteous words, "Humans will never join forces with zombies." Lei Yuxiao showed interest. "What do you plan to do?" General Gao glanced at Xiao Zhang and said, "He has a good relationship with Xiao Hen, right? Let Xiao Hen lure him to Central Mega City and control him, forcing him to hand over the methods for making the antidote and vaccine. The survival of humanity must never be held in the hands of zombies." The foreign representatives who were eavesdropping all had flickering expressions. They finally knew who held the methods for the antidote and vaccine. Lei Yuxiao sneered, "General Gao, don't forget that Wen Qingling truly helped Central Mega City survive the disaster caused by the corpse monsters. Moreover, if it wasn't for Wen Qingling, both Mo Chengxuang and I would be dead. We remember this favor." Lei Yuxiao's smile disappeared, and he stared at General Gao with a heavy gaze. If he is truly a zombie, his principles of conduct are more humane than some humans. Lei Yuxiao coldly glanced at the foreign delegation. Cedric and his companions had become unwelcome guests. When Central Mega City questioned them about this matter, the foreign representatives claimed not to know these individuals. Their actions should not involve international relations. If they truly did something, it would be considered their personal actions and wouldn't escalate into a national conflict. The skill of shifting blame is quite proficient. "It seems like they've done this kind of thing many times before," Lei Yuxiao said, his words almost pointing at General Gao's nose as he spoke. General Gao was as useless as a zombie in comparison. A zombie infiltrated the human base. Who knows what his purpose is? Maybe he solved the corpse monster disaster and conveniently saved you all. These are all part of his plan. Now Central Mega City has obediently sent several large crates of energy crystals over," Lei Yuxiao said. Mo Chengxuang remained expressionless. If he had that kind of foresight, then why would he keep General Gao here to obstruct his plan? "Be careful, General Gao." General Gao slammed the table in anger. "You have no say in this." Sha Zhang said indifferently, "Do you think zombies can use special abilities?" The entire Central Mega City witnessed Wen Qingling's special abilities. Someone spoke up, "If he can completely transform into a human appearance, it's not surprising for him to retain his special abilities. Otherwise, how did he cause the plane to crash in Yunjing City?" Xiao Zhang stopped them from arguing further and said in a deep voice, "I will provide an explanation to everyone. I will personally go to Civilization City and clarify this matter." General Gao sneered, "And if Xiao Zhang doesn't return, just like Xiao Hen, what will we do then?" Xiao Zhang looked at the others and saw that they also agreed with General Gao's statement. His temples throbbed with anger. "In that case, I'll send old Shui over. I'll stay in Central Mega City as a hostage. That way, everyone can rest assured, right?" Sending old Shui alone wouldn't be acceptable, so they wanted to explore the truth of Civilization City. They also sent a few people to accompany old Shui, with very impure motives. If they were all Chinese, it would be tolerable, but foreign representatives also wanted to send people along. They claimed that the zombie crisis had broad implications and wasn't just China's problem. It should be dealt with collectively. Since Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen entered the commander-in-chief's mansion, they hadn't come out, so they had to wait. No one dared to disturb them. The aura of kingship emanating from these two was too strong. Unless they suppressed their aura, no one dared to approach them. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong had been waiting at the commander-in-chief's mansion for a while. They came to check every day and were amazed by Xiao Hen's endurance. Several days had passed, and he still hadn't left. Wasn't he afraid of exhausting himself? Xiao Hen suddenly appeared and startled the three. "What's the matter?" Ji Rong was almost brought to his knees by Xiao Hen's king's aura. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, how did you suddenly become so successful?" If we drink your blood again, can we undergo a second evolution? He Lin grabbed Ji Rong, who was acting recklessly. Don't be insolent. This person is no longer just our boss. He is also the sub-king. Ji Rong. So what if he's a sub-king? Does that mean he's no longer their boss? Ji Rong didn't believe Xiao Hen had changed like that, but when he met Xiao Hen's cold gaze, he shivered all over. It seemed that Xiao Hen was indeed different from before. Ji Rong looked at He Lin, who shook his head, signaling him not to say anything for now. Xiao Hen looked at them and deliberately played dumb. What's the matter? He Lin said, for the past few days, reconnaissance planes have been flying over us. It seems that Central Mega City is investigating the situation in Civilization City. Wen Qingling lazily walked out, and Xiao Hen's eyes immediately stuck to him. But he addressed He Lin and the others. I understand. The three of them exchanged glances, never having seen Xiao Hen like this before. He seemed very different. Wen Qingling noticed their confusion. He is now a pure zombie, not a hybrid. You'll gradually get used to it. The three were shocked. A pure blood zombie, doesn't that mean he no longer has a trace of human blood? Does he still have human emotions? Wen Qingling's hand rested on Xiao Hen's shoulder. If we don't remove his human bloodline and the level 8 evolved zombie virus, he won't be able to become stronger. If he doesn't become stronger, there's a possibility he could die. As long as I don't die, he won't die either. The three of them were shocked. They knew how powerful Wen Qingling was. With just a drop of blood, he could be revived. And now that Xiao Hen was bound to Wen Qingling, as long as Wen Qingling didn't die, Xiao Hen wouldn't die either. It was equivalent to having the same immortality as Wen Qingling. We have guests. They are your acquaintances. Let's go and meet them together, Wen Qingling said, leading the way. Xiao Hen walked alongside him, and Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong had complex expressions as they followed behind them. After walking a few steps, Xiao Hen grabbed Wen Qingling's shoulder and pulled him into his embrace, then glanced back at Ji Rong and the others. Ji Rong, speechless. He Lin, speechless. Shi Chong, speechless. What does this mean? What did they do wrong? Wasn't it enough for them to obediently eat dog food? The three were still bewildered when suddenly the scene before them distorted, and they were pulled by a powerful force. Their bodies almost separated, leaving their heads behind. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves standing outside the city. The three stood in a daze for a few seconds before turning around and vomiting. Damn, this was even more challenging than extreme sports. Their hearts were about to stop. Ji Rong anxiously checked if his arms and legs were intact, if any parts had moved over, and if some remained behind. It was too terrifying. Since when could old Xiao teleport people? And he did it with 4 people at once. The three almost vomited their bile. Looking at Wen Qingling, who had also teleported with them, he seemed completely fine, without any aftereffects. People compare themselves to dead people. No, definitely Xiao Hen's fault. Didn't they see him hugging Wen Qingling while they were dragged along? Several helicopters flew over their heads, intending to land directly in the open space inside the city. Wen Qingling narrowed his eyes, and Xiao Hen already knew what he wanted to do. Activating the power of space, the helicopters prepared to land, but instead of landing inside the city as intended, they inexplicably landed outside the city. Everyone on the helicopters was a bit confused. They were supposed to be inside the high walls, but when they landed, they realized they were outside the walls. Everyone, speechless. Strange. Too strange. Only Xiao Hen knew that it wasn't really strange but rather a spatial ability called spatial displacement. They wanted to land the helicopters inside the city, but Wen Qingling didn't like it, so Xiao Hen could only swap the space outside the city with the space inside the city, bringing them out. Not everyone had the privilege to land inside the city. Xiao Hen could land inside because he was originally from Civilization City, so he had the privilege. But who were these people? How could they directly rush into the city without any courtesy? A group of people disembarked from the plane, representing various ethnicities. Aside from the few individuals being protected, the rest were armed and looked hostile. Wen Qingling's mouth curved up, finding it interesting. Xiao Hen remained expressionless, his gaze icy and devoid of any emotion. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong were dumbfounded. The person leading the group, the one walking at the front, was none other than their familiar old Shui. Why did he suddenly bring so many people here? Regardless of the crises outside, it seemed that it couldn't affect the territory of Civilization City. The trading market at the south gate was still bustling. The sudden appearance of so many helicopters piqued the curiosity of many onlookers. Old Shui walked directly in front of Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen. His face didn't look good, not because of Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen, but because of the people who came with him, who were supposed to protect but seemed more like surveillance. Chapter 140. When Ji Rong and the others saw Old Shui, they felt intimidated. Their previous habits were hard to change in a short period of time. Old Shui glanced at them and took the initiative to extend his hand to Wen Qingling. Long time no see, Lord Wen. In consideration of his relationship with Xiao Hen and Old Shui's seniority, Wen Qingling gave him face and shook his hand. Wen Qingling nodded toward the group of people who came with Old Shui. General Shui, are they here for inspection? Old Shui couldn't hold up his face and gave a signal to Xiao Hen who was standing beside him, but Xiao Hen saw it and remained indifferent. Old Shui, speechless. Old Shui had to salvage the situation himself. Xiao Hen has been staying here and hasn't gone back, so I came to check on him. Wen Qingling showed interest. General Shui, are you mistaken? Xiao Hen is not a resident of the central giant city, so what do you mean by going back? Old Shui felt awkward and looked at Xiao Hen, hoping he would say something, but Xiao Hen remained silent. Old Shui was on the verge of losing his temper. This brat, why didn't he come to the rescue at a time like this? Next time, he would make sure his father breaks his legs. Xiao Hen couldn't hear Old Shui's thoughts at all. All his attention was focused on the group of people who came with them. Xiao Hen remained cold and emotionless, as if he didn't recognize Old Shui. Just say what you want to say, no need to beat around the bush. Old Shui, speechless. Only then did Old Shui carefully examine Xiao Hen. He felt that something was off about this kid. Not only his temperament and tone of speech, but even his attitude towards him was wrong, and his gaze lacked any trace of emotion. No, this was too wrong. Was this person really Xiao Hen? One of the high-ranking officials accompanying them sneered, since you put it that way, let me ask directly. Are you and Wen Qingling humans or zombies? As soon as these words came out, Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen showed no reaction, but Ji Rong and the others became alert, their hair standing on end, as they looked at the people in front of them. Originally, they just wanted to ask if Wen Qingling was a zombie, but this high-ranking official had implicated Xiao Hen as well. Old Shui angrily said, General Zhu, be careful with your words. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Hen. General Zhu laughed. Considering his relationship with Wen Qingling, do you still think it has nothing to do with him? Old Shui was speechless. Xiao Hen had already left the central giant city to protect Wen Qingling, but this information had been concealed and kept from the public. If it were to be leaked, it would raise doubts about Xiao Hen's humanity. Wen Qingling's mouth curved up. Whether we are humans or zombies, what difference does it make? General Zhu's expression darkened. If you are humans, we are on the same side. If you are not, then we are enemies. Wen Qingling raised a finger and shook it. Don't misunderstand. Even if we are humans, we are not on the same side. We never were. And as for enemies, are you sure you want to be enemies with me? General Zhu's face turned gloomy. Are you admitting that you are a zombie? Old Shui was dissatisfied with General Zhu's attitude. They were forced to come and inquire about their identities, so they should have been careful with their attitudes and words, not escalate the conflict. But General Zhu's attitude was problematic. Now even Wen Qingling was a bit unsure whether he was human or a zombie. However, compared to being a human, he would rather be a zombie. Wen Qingling was feeling a bit tired from standing and lazily leaned against Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen raised his hand to hold him and whispered, tired? A little bit. Wen Qingling's eyes narrowed. It's so boring. Wen Qingling, is it so difficult to answer whether you are human or a zombie? General Zhu, who was being ignored, shouted angrily. Today, you won't be able to deceive your way through. With a snap of Xiao Hen's fingers, General Zhu, who was shouting, suddenly couldn't make a sound, and blood sprayed from his neck, splattering nearby people's faces and bodies. General Zhu covered his bloody neck, gasping in disbelief. All firearms were instantly loaded and aimed, with all barrels pointing at Xiao Hen and the others. General Zhu was immediately protected by people, and healers began to save him. Old Shui only thought that General Zhu might anger Wen Qingling, but he didn't expect that Wen Qingling wouldn't be provoked. Instead, it was Xiao Hen who took action first. Looking at the direct throat-slitting move, it was clear that he intended to kill. As they watched the cautious retreat of the others, Wen Qingling lazily raised his eyelids. "Welcome to be our enemies. Does this mean he really is a zombie?" Everyone became even more cautious, retreating further and further, with all firearms steadily aimed at them. Xiao Hen said in a deep voice, "From now on, the central giant city and all the zombies under its jurisdiction will be your enemies." Xiao Hen. Old Shui was being pulled back by a group of people, struggling but unable to break free. "Xiao Hen, do you know what you're saying? Are you sure you want to stand with Wen Qingling against the central giant city?" Xiao Hen looked at him coldly. "We helped the central giant city, and they compensated us. We settled our debts. Since you've come to provoke us, eager to be enemies with the civilized city, we can only fulfill your wishes." Old Shui was almost driven mad. This wasn't their original intention. His goal was only to confirm Wen Qingling's identity, not to become enemies. How did it develop into this? Xiao Hen's deep gaze looked at them. "You have 5 minutes. Once the time is up, none of you can escape." With Xiao Hen's ruthlessness in killing with just a word, no one dared to challenge the truth of his words. The group quickly retreated, and someone maliciously shouted, "Just zombies, wanting to build a base like humans. Do they know that you're a zombie?" Shouting loudly and running fast, everyone quickly climbed onto helicopters, and the helicopters took off with a deafening noise. Old Shui was dragged onto a helicopter, and it quickly took off and left. Old Shui looked back with worry, and when he did, he couldn't help but become furious. He grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted, "What are you doing? Who gave you permission to do this? Stop." Only a few helicopters actually left, and Old Shui was on one of them. The remaining armed helicopters adjusted their gun barrels and aimed at Wen Qingling and the others on the ground, clearly intending to catch them off guard and kill them. What made Old Shui even more furious was that a few armed helicopters flew directly into the civilized city, their intentions obvious. Old Shui threw off his headgear, got up, and went to pull open the cabin door, but the protected soldiers quickly stopped him. Xiao Hen held Wen Qingling tightly and looked coldly at the armed helicopters in the air. He gestured in the air with his finger, and a huge spatial blade slashed through one of the helicopters, causing a burst of flames and crashing to the ground. The remaining helicopters immediately gained altitude, and machine guns and rockets opened fire. Even if Wen Qingling was strong, under such intense attacks, he couldn't hope to survive. However, what shocked everyone was that all the attacks disappeared in front of Wen Qingling. Disappeared. Just like a mud ox entering the sea, not even a splash of water could be seen. Just as they were puzzled, there was an explosion in the sky above the civilized city. The missing bullets and rockets all hit the helicopters that were trying to take advantage of the situation. 2 helicopters had their propellers destroyed and spiraled down, emitting black smoke as they crashed to the ground. The remaining 2 helicopters were also greatly frightened by the sudden attack. Xiao Hen gestured with his hand and swiftly cut down 2 more helicopters. He let go of Wen Qingling and whispered, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Wen Qingling stretched his body and replied, "Go ahead." Xiao Hen disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in midair. He seemed to be floating in the air. No, it wasn't floating, but rather standing on the space itself. The space beneath his feet was hazy, like standing on a transparent glass. He waved his hand and once again brought down 2 helicopters that were attempting to escape. When the wreckage crashed to the ground, it disappeared into thin air and reappeared outside the city. Xiao Hen didn't want the hard-earned civilized city to be destroyed because of these people. After completing all this, Xiao Hen returned to Wen Qingling's side. Outside the city, 4 damaged helicopters appeared out of thin air and crashed to the ground with a series of explosions. The survivors were desperately crawling out while shouting. Both blonde and black-haired people were in a state of disarray. Xiao Hen didn't even spare them a glance as he dealt with them all. Old Shui, who was watching this scene from a short distance away, felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Hen was no longer the person he was familiar with. As a military man, he never indiscriminately killed innocent people. But now, Xiao Hen killed without batting an eye, giving off a chilling and ruthless aura. Xiao Hen embraced Wen Qingling and left, leaving the scene for Ji Rong and the others to handle. Ji Rong and the others were already frightened by Xiao Hen's strength and silently went to clean up the aftermath. Old Shui returned to the central mega city and found that out of the more than 10 helicopters that went, only a few returned. Not a single foreigner who went with them came back, and even some of China's own people were lost. There were no survivors, all of them were killed. The foreign delegation, especially the representatives of M country, questioned old Shui about why such a thing had happened. Old Shui, who was still angry, slammed the table and asked them in return why they didn't follow orders, took action against Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen without authorization, and even attempted to forcefully enter the airspace of the civilized city. What did they mean by all this? They all understood what it meant, but no one openly said it, still trying to maintain that thin layer of decency. The M country delegation was furious. Since the lord of the civilized city is a zombie, as humans, I believe there's no need to hold back. We should just bomb the civilized city and wipe out that zombie. The Chinese military immediately retorted, inside the civilized city, there's only one zombie, Wen Qingling. Does your plan to bomb it include killing our surviving citizens as well? The M country delegation refused to back down. Joined by several other countries, they put pressure on the central mega-city, intending to take action against the civilized city. Even within the central mega-city, opinions were divided. The majority of the high-ranking officials pointed their fingers at Xiao Zhang and old Shui. Those people were killed by Xiao Hen, and the survivors who returned could testify to that. There was no way to deny this. Xiao Hen, in order to protect a zombie, killed the soldiers of the central mega-city. This act could not be forgiven. Even Lei Yuxiao and Mo Chengshuang, who were close to Wen Qingling, couldn't speak up at this moment. If they did, they would undoubtedly be labeled as sympathizers of the zombie. Not to mention the dissatisfaction of the other major regions with Xiao Zhang and old Shui, even the high-ranking officials of the third major region were unhappy with Xiao Hen's actions. They were advising Xiao Zhang to deceive Xiao Hen and bring him back to give an explanation to the other soldiers. Xiao Zhang knew all too well that if he really deceived Xiao Hen and brought him back, it might not be to give an explanation to anyone. Instead, they would be used as leverage to force Wen Qingling to hand over the method for making the antidote and vaccine. Chapter 141. Xiao Hen's changes were immediately reported to Xiao Zhang by old Shui. Xiao Hen's behavior seemed off, completely different from before. He appeared as if he had become a different person altogether, cruel, ruthless, devoid of emotions. He even treated old Shui, who had watched him grow up, with indifference. Xiao Zhang was left alone in the meeting room, staying up until midnight without being able to figure out what had gone wrong. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. The words Xiao Hen had said when he applied for retirement kept echoing in Xiao Yang's mind. Xiao Hen had asked, "If I become a zombie, would you kill me?" What had he answered at that time? Xiao Zhang struggled to recall. He seemed to have said that he didn't want to waste time on such a meaningless question. Xiao Zhang still vividly remembered Xiao Hen's expression at that time. He felt helpless. What had he been striving and holding on for until now? His wife couldn't be saved, and he couldn't protect his son. The sense of responsibility and righteousness he had held onto seemed like a joke after experiencing so much. In this post-apocalyptic world, many people and things had changed. Familiar faces were no longer the same, and familiar things became unfamiliar. Xiao Zhang felt exhausted, both physically and mentally. Old Shui pushed open the door and entered. "Xiao Zhang, why are you alone here? Those foreigners." Seeing Xiao Yang's desolate state, old Shui's words got stuck in his throat. He turned around, closed the door gently, and sat down beside Xiao Zhang. After a long silence, he said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if Xiao Hen has changed, he wouldn't be completely devoid of humanity. At least, we were allowed to return." Xiao Zhang leaned back in his chair, shook his head, and spoke with a hoarse voice, "Do you think Xiao Hen is still human?" With a loud boom, the fragile trust they had built instantly collapsed. Xiao Zhang turned his head to look at his old friend, his old subordinate, his eyes reddening. "You said he can easily cut down helicopters and make attacks appear in other places through space. When he left the central mega-city, he didn't have this kind of power. In just a few days, how did he become so strong?" From a normal perspective, this was not the kind of power an Esper could possess. Even with the aid of energy crystals, it would be impossible to achieve such a level of strength in such a short time. Moreover, for Esper abilities to upgrade, they had to break through each level's barrier. Many Espers would get stuck at these barriers for several months or even 1 to 2 years. It was impossible to have such a rapid rate of improvement. They didn't need to delve too deep into this question. They both knew the answer in their hearts. Xiao Zhang calmed his emotions and said, the foreign delegation won't give up easily. They will definitely find a way to return to the civilized city. As long as the antidote and vaccine are in the civilized city, it won't be peaceful there. It's ridiculous that some of our higher-ups still naively believe that they came to help the mega city overcome difficulties. Now that they have obtained the information they most wanted about the antidote and vaccine, it's likely that they would be delighted to see the downfall of China. If the mega city comes under attack, they probably won't lend a helping hand. We can't rely on them, we must prepare an exit strategy. Once the fighting starts, you take your people and escort the survivors from the 3rd district to leave. Don't wait for those who are unwilling to leave. If there are survivors from other districts who want to follow, we can accommodate them, but we can't guarantee their safety. Take as many as you can. Old Shui was concerned about Xiao Yang's state. The foreign delegation has already left. We can't count on them, we can only rely on ourselves. Xiao Zhang was taken aback. When did they leave? Old Shui nodded. Shortly after the meeting ended, one delegation left. They left cursing and complaining, particularly angered by our protection of a zombie. Now they are all gone. Xiao Zhang furrowed his brow. They left overnight. Old Shui nodded again. Yes, the last foreign delegation left half an hour ago. Xiao Yang's frown deepened. That's not right. They didn't have the method to produce the antidote and vaccine. How could they be willing to leave? Old Shui sneered. They probably went back to plot their next move. Xiao Zhang disagreed. We shouldn't have let them leave so easily. They have malicious intentions. Old Shui sighed. Both Mo Zhang and Lei Zhang thought the same and sent people to stop them, but they almost ended up fighting. In the end, they didn't care and let them go. Let them do as they please. After considering the situation, Xiao Zhang realized that since they had already left, there was no point in dwelling on it further. You go make the arrangements. As soon as there's a chance, evacuate immediately with your people. I'll stay behind and cover your retreat. Old Shui refused. You should take your people and leave. I'll stay behind and cover the retreat. Old Shui's words abruptly stopped as he made eye contact with Xiao Zhang. He immediately stood up and walked to the window, speaking towards the east. Old Shui thought he misheard. Is that the sound of bombers? Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly walked outside. Organize personnel and prepare for evacuation. Quickly, Xiao Zhang picked up a landline telephone to contact Lei Zhang, Mo Zhang, and Sha Zhang. They had all heard the sound of the bombers passing by and predicted the worst outcome. Sha Zhang, usually mild-mannered, raged over the phone, extremely furious. The 4 generals rushed to the foreign delegation's residence, only to find it empty. They had already left a while ago. It was obviously premeditated. They had a heated argument in the afternoon and dispersed without reaching an agreement. The foreign delegation was indignant and didn't notice anything amiss. They returned to their respective residences without any contact. After an hour, the foreign delegation left in anger. During these few hours, foreign delegations continued to leave. The central metropolis thought they had gone back and no longer wanted to get involved with Huasha's affairs. Little did they expect that they would suddenly play dirty. Continuous explosions could be heard coming from the east, and everyone's faces turned extremely grim. The 4 generals quickly discussed and decided to abandon the central metropolis and immediately evacuate, if it was even possible to do so. Yunjing City was like a hornet's nest, ready to explode even without provocation. Moreover, it was under a deliberate attack. If it didn't explode under such circumstances, then it wouldn't be a zombie-infested city. Those damn plastic international friendships couldn't wait a single moment to learn the whereabouts of the antidote and vaccine. They were in such a rush to sacrifice lives. Not only that, they also set a trap for the central metropolis, fearing that it would prevent them from taking the production methods back to their countries. They had to give the central metropolis something to deal with first. Sure enough, Yunjing City exploded. The pale man was absorbing energy in the black pool when a bomb suddenly fell from the sky, blowing up in his face. Instantly, he became furious. Giant zombies emerged one after another, towering in the pitch-black Yunjing City. With a single palm, they swatted down airplanes, causing continuous explosions. The entire Yunjing City was illuminated. The pale man emerged from the pool and let out a roaring zombie cry, to which all the zombies responded. The horde of zombies began to move away from Yunjing City, heading towards the central metropolis. The pale man pulled up the dazed young boy covered in dirt and wiped the soil off his face. Holding the boy's hand, he said, go seek revenge. The young boy with crimson eyes watched the man's mouth and imitated him, saying, bow. See you. The man corrected him, saying, revenge. The young boy tilted his head and looked at him, saying, bow. See you, bow, chu, baoqiu, revenge. The boy kept repeating the word, gradually improving his pronunciation. Holding the man's hand, he happily skipped forward, ready to seek revenge. Wen Qingling lazily leaned against the railing and opened his eyes. He looked up at the dark night sky and said, it's going to be lively tonight. Xiao Hen had been by his side all along. What did you see? Wen Qingling slowly replied, I saw the central metropolis being too clever for their own good and suffering the consequences. Xiao Hen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wen Qingling. Ever since becoming the sub-king, Xiao Hen couldn't make room in his heart for anyone else or anything else. His eyes and heart were solely occupied by Wen Qingling. This was the only emotion he managed to preserve through countless near-death experiences and struggles for survival. His fondness for Wen Qingling, his love for him, was the one thing he didn't want to lose, so he held onto it. Wen Qingling reached out and hooked his hand around the back of Xiao Hen's neck, pulling him down for a bite on his lips before releasing him. Xiao Hen tried to kiss him back, but Wen Qingling covered his mouth and said, you will be busy tonight. It wasn't easy for me to build this civilized city, and I can't let anyone destroy it. Xiao Hen held his hand and kissed his fingers, saying, don't worry, leave it to me. A fleet of bombers and fighter jets roared overhead, and before reaching the skies above the civilized city, a hail of attacks rained down. They truly wanted to level the civilized city with their bombings. Xiao Hen raised his hand and created an invisible spatial barrier that enveloped the entire civilized city. All the attacks landed on the barrier and instantly disappeared, seemingly transferred somewhere else. No matter how many attack methods they had, they couldn't harm the civilized city in the slightest. Wen Qingling wasn't idle either. His terrifying psychic power swept through the air, instantly hypnotizing all the pilots. Wen Qingling's casual voice transmitted, return to where you came from. They are your enemies. Kill them all. A group of bombers and fighter jets circled above the civilized city and then rumbled back in retreat. It had to be said that Yuan Chen's provided strategy was quite good. Any problem that could be solved with hypnosis was not really a problem. The foreign delegations that had left the central metropolis didn't actually return home, they were still on Chinese soil, just hidden more discreetly. During their time in China, the bombers and fighter jets that had escorted them were hidden in this area, which had become their base of operations. The representative from Country C expressed some concern, if that zombie dies, how will we obtain the formula for the antidote and vaccine? The representative from Country M dismissed it, saying, the kind of bombing that can kill a zombie on par with the one in Yunjing City doesn't exist. What we want is to weaken him, inflict serious injuries, and then capture him. That's the best approach. If he unfortunately dies, the research laboratory in the civilized city will become our spoils. Perhaps we won't even need to capture anyone to obtain the formula for the antidote and vaccine. The representative from Country F worriedly asked, if both the central metropolis and the civilized city are destroyed, and all the survivors in China perish, how will future world history judge us? The representative from Country M burst into laughter, saying, you just mentioned their complete annihilation. No one can prove that we had anything to do with it. History is written by the victors. China's downfall is due to the zombie virus, unrelated to us. The countries that developed the antidote and vaccine are Country M, Country C, and Country F. We are the ones saving humanity. We are humanity's hope. In short, China is no longer relevant. Thinking about the glory of saving humanity, any worries instantly vanished, and the representatives of each country relaxed, waiting for good news. Upon hearing familiar rumbling sounds, smiles appeared on the faces of the foreign delegations. They're back. Judging by the number of returnees, it should be a success. Chapter 142. Boom, boom, boom. After a round of bombings, the bombers circled back and dropped all their ammunition until empty. The stationed area had already been flattened, without a living creature in sight. The bombers aimlessly hovered in the air, and suddenly, the accompanying fighter jets launched an attack. They shot down one bomber after another and engaged in dogfights, colliding and creating a massive burst of fire in the sky. The central metropolis was in chaos. Those with vehicles hurriedly got in, while those without vehicles tried to find or hitch a ride. If they couldn't, they could only rely on their own two legs to escape. The faster they ran, the better. They left through the west gate, as if delaying for even a moment would make it impossible to leave.